Story 1. At Thanksgiving dinner, my brother handed my wife a private investigator's business card in front of everyone and said, "Just in case you ever need it. You never really know someone, right?" While smirking at me. He was trying to plant seeds of doubt about my loyalty. My wife looked confused. I stayed calm and just kept eating. 6 months later, his own wife hired that same pie and discovered my brother had been cheating with his secretary for 3 years. The divorce papers arrived on his 40th birthday. I didn't throw my plate at him. That's what I want you to understand first. When Derek slid that business card across the table to Emma, right between the cranberry sauce and the sweet potato casserole, I didn't react. Didn't stand up. Didn't even raise my voice. I just kept chewing the turkey that suddenly tasted like cardboard and watched my wife's face cycle through confusion, embarrassment, and something darker I couldn't name. Mom had already started crying. She does that at every family gathering now, like her tear ducts are on a timer. Dad pretended to be very interested in his green beans. Derek's wife, Vanessa, laughed. Not a real laugh. One of those performative giggles that means she's in on the joke but doesn't want to seem cruel. "What's this?" Emma asked, holding the card like it might bite her. "Just looking out for you," Derek said. He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, that grin spreading wider. "You never really know someone, right? I mean, how well do any of us know anyone?" The thing about my brother is that he's always been good at this. The subtle dig. The comment that sounds helpful but lands like a knife. He's 3 years older than me and he's spent most of those years reminding everyone at every opportunity. When I got into Columbia, he told people I only made it because of affirmative action. When I proposed to Emma, he pulled me aside at the engagement party and said, "You sure about this? She seems high maintenance." But this was different. "Derek," I said quietly. Just his name. Nothing else. "What?" "I'm serious, man. Marriage is complicated. People keep secrets. I'm just saying Emma should have resources if she ever needs them. For peace of mind." Emma set the card down. Her hand was shaking slightly. "I don't need a private investigator, Derek. But thanks for the concern." "You say that now," Vanessa chimed in. She was wearing this burgundy dress that probably cost more than my monthly car payment. Everything about Vanessa cost more than it should. But you'd be surprised what people hide. Even the people you trust most. I looked at her then. Really looked at her. She was staring at Derek with this expression I couldn't decode. Something between adoration and contempt. The rest of dinner crawled by like a wounded animal. Mom tried to change the subject approximately 40 times. Dad carved more turkey even though nobody was eating. Emma excused herself to the bathroom twice. I know because I counted. When we finally left, she didn't speak until we were 3 blocks from my parents' house. What was that about? Derek being Derek. That's not an answer, Michael. I pulled over. Right there on Maple Street, in front of the Hendersons' house with the inflatable pilgrim still deflated on their lawn. The street was empty. Dark. Our breath fogged the windows. "He's trying to get in your head," I said. "He does this. He likes to make people doubt themselves." "Doubt me? Why?" "Because he's always been threatened by me having something good. Something real." Emma picked up the business card from where she'd shoved it in her purse. "Ricardo Martinez, private investigator. Specializing in infidelity cases. A phone number. An address in Midtown." "Should I be worried?" she asked. "No." "Then why did he do this?" That's the question I couldn't answer. Not then. Not sitting in our car with the heater blowing cold air and my wife looking at me like maybe, just maybe, she was starting to wonder. We drove home in silence. That night, Emma fell asleep with her back to me. I stared at the ceiling until 3 in the morning, listening to her breathe, thinking about Derek's face across that table. The satisfaction in it. The cruelty. I should tell you about my brother. Really tell you. But first, you need to understand how we got here. How 2 boys who shared a bedroom until I was 12 ended up at a Thanksgiving table with invisible knives drawn. We weren't always like this. There's a photo somewhere at my parents' house. Derek and me at the beach, maybe 7 and 10 years old. His arm is around my shoulders. Both of us are sunburned and grinning, holding up a bucket full of shells we'd collected. Mom has it framed in the hallway. Every time I see it, I feel this strange disconnect, like I'm looking at someone else's childhood. That Derek, the one with his arm around me, disappeared somewhere around his senior year of high school. Or maybe he was always there, underneath, and I just didn't notice. Kids don't see the cracks in people the way adults do. They just see their big brother. The shift started small. Comments about my grades. Must be nice to have so much free time to study. Some of us have actual responsibilities. He was captain of the lacrosse team, treasurer of student government, applying to Ivy League schools. I was reading in my room and getting straight A's without trying that hard. I didn't understand then that my ease felt like an insult to his effort. When he got into Yale, the whole family celebrated. Dad took us out to this expensive steakhouse. Derek ordered the lobster. He was 18 and invincible, and the entire world was opening up for him. I remember thinking I wanted to be just like him when I grew up. By the time I was applying to colleges 4 years later, something had changed. Derek was home for Thanksgiving break, already talking about investment banking internships and networking events. I mentioned I'd gotten into Columbia. "Columbia's good," he said. "Not congratulations. Not excitement. Just acknowledgement, flat and measured. Then, they have pretty generous diversity programs. That probably helped." Mom gasped. Dad's fork clattered against his plate. I sat there, the words landing like a slap, trying to figure out if he'd really just said what I thought he said. "What's that supposed to mean?" I asked. "Nothing. Just that you had advantages I didn't. Different paths to the same place." He said it casually, like he was commenting on the weather. But I saw it in his eyes. The resentment. The need to diminish my achievement because it somehow threatened his. I let it go. Told myself he was stressed. Overworked. That big brothers are supposed to be a little competitive. But it kept happening. Small cuts. Backhanded compliments. Ways of making my successes feel smaller, less earned, less real. When I started dating Emma, he met her exactly once before the engagement party comment. We'd been together 6 months. She made me laugh in a way I didn't know I needed. She challenged me. Made me want to be better. I was terrified and exhilarated and completely sure about her. Derek took one look at us together and said, "She seems high maintenance." Not "she seems great" or "I'm happy for you" or any of the things a brother should say. Just a warning, dressed up as concern, designed to plant doubt. Emma asked me about it on the drive home. "Does your brother not like me?" "He doesn't like anyone I care about," I said, and realized as I said it that it was true. Derek got married 4 years before Emma and me. Big wedding. 200 guests. Open bar. Vanessa's father owns a chain of car dealerships across the tri-state area, and he made sure everyone knew it. The wedding gift they gave themselves was a house in Westchester. 4 bedrooms. Pool. The works. Derek works in finance. Something with derivatives that he's explained to me a dozen times and I still don't fully understand. He makes good money. Great money. The kind of money that lets you buy business cards from private investigators to hand out at family dinners, apparently. Vanessa doesn't work. She lunches. She volunteers at the botanical gardens. She posts photos on social media of their renovated kitchen and their vacations to Turks and Caicos. From the outside, they look perfect. I'm a high school teacher. History. I make enough to cover our apartment in Queens, our student loans, and maybe a nice dinner once a month. Emma works at a nonprofit that helps refugee families with resettlement. We're not poor, but we're not Derek and Vanessa. And Derek has never let me forget it. 2 weeks after Thanksgiving, Emma brought it up again. "I Googled him," she said. "We were making dinner. Pasta. Something simple." "Googled who?" "The private investigator. Ricardo Martinez. He has good reviews." I stopped stirring the sauce. "Why would you Google him?" "I don't know. Curiosity? It's been bothering me. Why your brother would do that?" "Because he's a jerk. There has to be more to it, Michael. People don't just hand out pie cards randomly. What if?" She trailed off. "What if what? What if he knows something?" The sauce started to bubble over. I turned down the heat, but the damage was done. Red splatter all over the stove. "He doesn't know anything because there's nothing to know," I said, scrubbing at the mess with a paper towel. "Derek is playing mind games. That's what he does." Emma nodded, but I could see it in her eyes. The seed was planted. Derek had accomplished exactly what he wanted. That's when something shifted in me. Standing in our small kitchen, watching my wife doubt me because of my brother's calculated cruelty, I made a decision. If Derek wanted to play games, I'd play too. The thing is, I didn't plan revenge. Not initially. I just started paying attention. Christmas came. My parents hosted again, because apparently they hate themselves. Derek and Vanessa arrived late, both wearing matching Burberry scarves. Derek shook my hand, squeezed a little too hard, smiled a little too wide. "How's married life, little brother?" "Good." Emma seems tense. "Everything okay at home?" I wanted to punch him. Instead, I smiled back. "Everything's great. You and Vanessa doing well?" Something flickered across his face. Fast. But I saw it. "Never better," he said. Vanessa was on her phone. She'd been on her phone since they walked in. Her fingers moved quickly across the screen, typing, deleting, typing again. Her jaw was tight. "Vanessa," I said. "You okay?" She looked up, startled. "What?" "Yes. Fine. Just work stuff." "I thought you didn't work." "Volunteer work. For the gala. It's very demanding." She went back to her phone. Derek went to talk to Dad about the stock market or golf or whatever they talk about. I sat there, watching, thinking. Emma found me later in the kitchen, refilling drinks. "Your brother keeps staring at me," she whispered. "What?" "All night. He's been watching me. It's creepy." I glanced into the living room. Derek was indeed looking our direction, but when he caught me watching, he raised his glass in a toast. "Ignore him," I said. But I didn't ignore him. I started watching back. January was when I noticed the pattern. Every Sunday, Derek posts on social media. Usually something about brunch with Vanessa, or a photo of their house, or a motivational quote about success. He's consistent. Predictable. But in January, the posts changed. They became more sporadic. The photos of him and Vanessa together stopped. Instead, it was pictures of his car, his office view, inspirational nonsense about grinding and hustling. Emma noticed too. "Your brother and Vanessa haven't posted together in weeks," she said one evening, scrolling on her phone. So it's weird. They used to post constantly. Remember that whole relationship goals phase? I did remember. It was nauseating. "Maybe they're just over social media," I suggested. "Maybe." But I started looking closer. Not because I cared about Derek's marriage. Because I cared about mine. Because that business card was still in Emma's purse, tucked in the side pocket. I'd seen it there. She'd kept it. I needed to know why Derek had given it to her. I needed to know what he thought he knew. The weeks crawled by with this strange tension hanging over everything. Emma would look at me sometimes with this expression I couldn't read. Not suspicion, exactly. More like she was trying to solve a puzzle she didn't know existed. We'd be watching TV and she'd ask, "Where did you say you were on Tuesday?" "School. Parent-teacher conferences. Remember? I told you about the Jenkins kid's mom." "Right. Yeah. Sorry." But she'd already pulled out her phone, checking something. Cross-referencing my story against her calendar, maybe. Or just scrolling through nothing, trying to look casual while her mind spun in circles Derek had set in motion. I started noticing things I'd never paid attention to before. How Emma's smile didn't quite reach her eyes anymore when I came home late from work. How she'd pause before answering when I asked about her day, like she was editing the truth. How the space between us in bed seemed to widen incrementally each night. Derek had done this. With one business card and one smirk, he'd introduced poison into the bloodstream of my marriage. And the worst part was, I couldn't prove there wasn't a reason to doubt me. You can't prove a negative. Can't prove you're not hiding something. The accusation alone is enough. I thought about calling him. Confronting him. Demanding to know what his endgame was. But then I'd remember his face at that dinner table. The satisfaction. The pleasure he took in watching Emma's confusion and my controlled rage. He wanted me to react. Wanted me angry and defensive because that would make me look guilty. So I waited. Watched. Let him think he'd won. Mid-January, I ran into one of Derek's colleagues at a coffee shop near school. Marcus. We'd met at a few family events, exchanged pleasantries, nothing more. He was in line ahead of me, and when he turned around with his latte, recognition flickered across his face. "Michael, right? Derek's brother?" "Yeah. Marcus. How are you?" "Good, good. Busy season at the firm." He glanced around, lowered his voice. "Hey, is Derek okay? He's been kind of off lately." "Off how?" "Just distracted. Missing meetings. Snapping at people. Not like him." Marcus shifted his weight, uncomfortable. "And he's been working late a lot. Like, really late. Past midnight sometimes." "Maybe it's just work stress," I said, though something cold settled in my stomach. "Maybe." Marcus didn't sound convinced. "Anyway, tell him to take care of himself, yeah? He looks exhausted." I thought about that conversation for days. Derek working late. Derek distracted. Derek snapping at colleagues. Those weren't the behaviors of a happily married man. Those were the behaviors of someone juggling too many lies. I started paying attention to his social media more carefully. Not just what he posted, but when. Most of his updates came during business hours. Photos of his office with captions about productivity. Quotes about success posted at 2 in the afternoon on a Wednesday. Nothing after 6 p.m. Nothing on weekends anymore. Like he was performing for an audience during the day, then going dark when real life took over. Emma caught me scrolling through Derek's profile one night. "What are you doing?" I looked up, realizing how this must appear. Me, obsessively checking my brother's social media. Just curious. "About what?" "Nothing. It's stupid." She sat down next to me on the couch. "Michael, you're being weird. Ever since Thanksgiving, you've been watching Derek like he's going to jump out and attack us." "That's not true." "It is true. And I get it. What he did was messed up. But you're letting him live in your head rent-free." She was right. But not for the reasons she thought. I just have this feeling, I said carefully, that there's more to what happened at Thanksgiving. More to why he did it. What do you mean? I don't know yet. Just a feeling. Emma took the phone from my hands, set it face down on the coffee table. Whatever Derek's deal is, it's his problem. Not ours. We're good, okay? We're solid. Don't let him make you paranoid. I pulled her close, kissed her forehead, told her she was right. But I didn't stop watching. February brought the answers I didn't expect. I was at Mom and Dad's house for Sunday dinner. Just me. Emma had a work emergency. Derek showed up late, alone. Where's Vanessa? Mom asked immediately. Spa day with her friends, Derek said. He looked tired. Actually tired, not just performatively stressed like usual. His shirt was wrinkled. His eyes had dark circles. You look terrible, I said. Thanks, brother. Always so supportive. We ate. Dad talked about the Knicks. Mom worried about the weather. Derek checked his phone constantly. At one point, he excused himself and took a call in the hallway. I could hear his voice through the wall. Tense. Angry. I told you not to call me here. No. We talked about this. Stop. When he came back, his face was flushed. Everything okay? I asked. Fine. It wasn't fine. Anyone could see that. But Derek has never been good at admitting weakness. He'd rather die than show vulnerability, especially to me. I left that dinner with a strange feeling. Not satisfaction. Not quite. More like recognition. Like seeing someone slip on ice and knowing, absolutely knowing, they're about to fall. 2 weeks later, Vanessa called me. I need to be clear about this, Vanessa had never called me. Not once in the 4 years she'd been married to my brother. We weren't friends. We barely tolerated each other at family events. So when her name appeared on my phone at 10:30 on a Wednesday night, I almost didn't answer. Michael, she said when I picked up. Her voice sounded strange. Hello. Vanessa. What's wrong? I need to ask you something. And I need you to be honest. Emma was reading in bed next to me. She looked over, curious. I walked into the bathroom, closed the door. Okay. That Thanksgiving dinner. When Derek gave Emma that card. The private investigator. My stomach dropped. Yeah? Did you think it was strange? Of course I thought it was strange. It was completely inappropriate. No, I mean. Did you think there was a reason? Like a specific reason? I sat down on the edge of the bathtub. Vanessa, what's going on? She was quiet for so long I thought she'd hung up. Then, I hired him. Ricardo Martinez. The pie from the card. You hired him to investigate me? No, Michael. I hired him to investigate Derek. The world tilted slightly. Rearranged itself. Why? Because I'm not stupid. Because for the last 6 months, my husband has been acting like a stranger. Because he comes home late, he's always on his phone, and when I try to talk to him, he looks through me like I'm not even there. Her voice cracked. For all her polish, all her carefully constructed superiority, Vanessa sounded broken. And? I asked, though I already knew. He's having an affair. With his secretary. Her name is Lauren. She's 26. They've been together for 3 years. 3 years. That meant Derek was cheating when he gave Emma that business card. When he implied I was the one who couldn't be trusted. When he planted doubt in my wife's mind about my faithfulness. I'm sorry, I said, because what else do you say? He gave Emma that card because he was projecting. That's what the therapist said. That's what people do when they're guilty. They accuse others of the exact thing they're doing. I thought about Derek's face at Thanksgiving. The satisfaction. The cruelty. What are you going to do? I asked. I filed for divorce yesterday. He doesn't know yet. The papers are being delivered tomorrow. March 1st. His 40th birthday. I didn't feel good about it. That's important to understand. I didn't feel victorious or vindicated. Mostly I felt tired. Do you need anything? I asked. No. I just wanted you to know. I wanted you to know that I'm sorry. For laughing at that dinner. For playing along with his games. I thought we were perfect. I thought he was perfect. I was wrong about everything. She hung up before I could respond. I walked back into the bedroom. Emma put down her book. Who was that? Vanessa. Derek's Vanessa? She's divorcing him. He's been cheating. For 3 years. Emma's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. With who? His secretary. Wait. So when Derek gave me that card, when he implied you were the unfaithful one, he was the one cheating the whole time. Yeah. We sat there in the darkness of our bedroom, the truth settling between us like snow. That's why he did it, Emma said softly. He was trying to deflect. To make me suspicious of you so I wouldn't notice what he was doing. Classic projection. Vanessa said the same thing. Emma pulled the business card from her purse. She'd kept it all these months. Now she tore it in half. Then in half again. The pieces fell like confetti onto our bedspread. "I'm sorry I doubted you," she said. "You didn't." "I did. Not seriously. But enough. Enough that I kept the card. Enough that I Googled the investigator. Enough that I wondered." I pulled her close. She smelled like lavender shampoo and the mint tea she drinks before bed. "Derek is very good at making people doubt themselves," I said. Emma corrected. "He was good at it. Not anymore." The next day, March 1st, I called Derek to wish him happy birthday. It went to voicemail. I left a message, something generic about hoping his day was special. He called back 3 hours later. "You knew," he said. "No greeting. Just accusation." "Knew what?" "About Vanessa. About the divorce. She said she told you last night." "She called me." "Yeah. And you didn't warn me?" I laughed. "Couldn't help it." "Warn you?" "Derek, why would I warn you?" "Because I'm your brother. You're my brother who handed my wife a private investigator's business card and implied I was unfaithful. At Thanksgiving. In front of our entire family. Because you wanted her to doubt me. To suspect me. Because you were cheating and you needed to deflect." Silence. "So no, Derek. I didn't warn you. You can handle this one on your own. She's taking everything. The house, the cars, half my assets. She's destroying me. You destroyed yourself. 3 years ago. When you started sleeping with Lauren." "How do you?" "Vanessa told me. She told me everything. And honestly? I'm glad she found out. I'm glad she's leaving you. Because you deserve this." More silence. "Then, I was trying to help Emma. I was trying to protect her from you." "No, you weren't. You were trying to protect yourself. You were projecting your guilt onto me because that's what cowards do. And now you're facing consequences. Real ones. For the first time in your privileged, entitled life." I expected him to yell. To rage. To threaten. Instead, he just said, "I always knew you resented me. I didn't resent you, Derek. I pitied you. Because you have everything and you're still miserable. Because you sabotage the people who love you. Because you can't stand to see anyone else be happy, especially me." "This isn't over," he said. "Yeah, it is." I hung up. Emma was standing in the doorway. "How do you feel?" "Strange," I admitted. "Not good. Not bad. Just strange." "Do you think he'll apologize? To me, at least?" "No. Derek doesn't apologize. He doubles down." I was right. He never apologized. To Emma, to Vanessa, to anyone. The divorce took 4 months. Vanessa's father hired aggressive lawyers. Derek tried to fight, but the evidence was overwhelming. Photos, text messages, hotel receipts. Lauren testified in a deposition. Said Derek had promised to leave Vanessa, had said his marriage was over, had painted himself as the victim of a loveless relationship. Vanessa kept the house. Got a substantial settlement. Derek moved into a condo downtown, the kind with floor-to-ceiling windows that look impressive but feel empty. Mom tried to play mediator. Invited us both to Easter dinner. I went. Derek didn't. She cried the entire meal, kept saying she didn't understand how this happened, how her boys had drifted so far apart. "We didn't drift, Mom," I finally said. "Derek torpedoed the relationship himself. Years ago. This is just the aftermath." Dad nodded. He'd been quiet through the whole divorce, but I think he saw it clearer than anyone. Saw Derek's flaws, his cruelty, his selfishness. Just never said anything because that's not what Dad does. By summer, the dust had settled. Derek was dating Lauren openly now. They posted photos at trendy restaurants, at beach houses in the Hamptons. He looked happy in the pictures. But I knew better. I knew that smile. It was the same one he wore at Thanksgiving, right before he tried to destroy my marriage. Vanessa, surprisingly, became friends with Emma. They met for lunch sometimes, laughed about the absurdity of Derek's behavior. Vanessa started dating again, took a job at her father's company, seemed lighter somehow. Free. I went back to teaching. Emma continued her work with refugees. We planned a vacation to Portugal. Our marriage, if anything, felt stronger. Tested but unbroken. September brought an unexpected letter. It came to our apartment, addressed to me in handwriting I didn't recognize. Inside was a single sheet of paper and another business card. The same business card Derek had given Emma at Thanksgiving. Ricardo Martinez, private investigator. The letter was short. "Michael, I found this in Derek's desk when I was packing my things. Thought you should see the back." It was signed by Vanessa. I flipped the card over. In Derek's handwriting, Give to Emma. Make him sweat. Maybe she'll finally see what he really is. So he'd planned it. The whole thing. Had ordered the business card specifically for that dinner, had written himself a reminder to create doubt in my marriage. It wasn't spontaneous cruelty. It was calculated destruction. I showed Emma. He really hated you, she said quietly. Hates. Present tense. Why, though? What did you ever do to him? That's the question I've been asking myself for months now. The truth is, I don't know. Maybe I exist too easily in a life he struggles to maintain. Maybe he sees my happiness as an indictment of his own choices. Maybe he's just wired wrong, fundamentally broken in ways I'll never understand. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe Derek just needs someone to blame for his own failures. And I was convenient. I called Vanessa the next day. We'd barely spoken since her divorce was finalized, just awkward exchanges at the few family events she still attended. But I needed to understand. Why did you send me that? I asked when she picked up. Because you deserve to know. What he did to you at Thanksgiving, it wasn't random. He planned it for weeks. Why? She laughed, but it sounded hollow. You want the truth? He was jealous. Of you and Emma. Of how easy you made it look. Easy? Happy. You made being happy look easy. And Derek hates that. Hates seeing people have what he can't. He had everything, I said. The house, the money, you. He had possessions. That's not the same as having a life. Her voice cracked slightly. I found a journal. In his desk, with the business card. Pages and pages about you. About how unfair it was that you got into Columbia, that you found Emma, that you seemed content teaching instead of chasing money. He was obsessed with proving you didn't deserve your life. The revelation landed like a physical blow. All those years of small cuts and backhanded compliments suddenly crystallized into something darker. Derek hadn't just been competitive or insecure. He'd been fixated on me in a way that bordered on unhealthy. There was this one entry, Vanessa continued, from right after your wedding. He wrote that watching you and Emma dance made him physically sick. Said it was pathetic how in love you looked. Said someone needed to knock you down a peg. That's twisted. That's Derek. That's who I was married to for 4 years and never really saw. Or maybe I saw and just ignored it because acknowledging it meant acknowledging I'd made a mistake. We talked for almost an hour. She told me about the early signs she'd missed. How Derek would come home from family dinners in foul moods, especially if I'd shared good news. How he'd refresh my social media constantly, looking for evidence of problems that didn't exist. How he'd once told her, late at night after too much wine, that I'd always been Dad's favorite even though he was the successful one. None of it was true. Dad didn't have favorites. But Derek believed it, or needed to believe it, because it gave him permission to resent me. I'm sorry, Vanessa said finally. For enabling him. For laughing at that dinner. I knew it was wrong, but I'd gotten so used to going along with whatever Derek wanted. It was easier than fighting. You don't have to apologize to me. I do, though. Because I was complicit. And I'm sorry. After we hung up, I sat with the business card and the letter for a long time. Emma found me there, staring at Derek's handwriting, at his casual cruelty rendered in blue ink. Are you okay? She asked. I don't know. Vanessa said he kept a journal. About me. About us. Pages of resentment and jealousy. Emma took the card from my hands. Read the back again. He's sick, Michael. Like, actually sick. That's not normal sibling rivalry. I know. Are you going to tell your parents? I thought about it. Mom, who still cried at family gatherings. Dad, who pretended not to notice the tension between his sons. What would telling them accomplish? They already knew Derek and I weren't speaking. Adding the details would just hurt them more. No, I said. What's the point? It won't change anything. But Emma had already made a decision. I think you should keep this. The card, the letter. Not to hold over him or anything vindictive like that. But as a reminder. A reminder of what? That you made the right choice. Cutting him out. Sometimes people prove they don't deserve space in your life, and you need evidence to remember why when guilt tries to creep back in. She was right. The guilt did creep in sometimes. Late at night, when I'd remember us as kids, or think about Mom asking when Derek and I would reconcile. Family has this way to it, this gravitational pull that makes you second-guess boundaries even when they're necessary. But the card was proof. Tangible evidence that Derek hadn't just made a mistake or acted out of momentary anger. He'd plotted. Strategized. Deliberately tried to destroy my marriage to make himself feel better about destroying his own. That's not forgivable. That's not something you come back from. The card went into a drawer. I didn't look at it often, but knowing it was there helped. A talisman against doubt. October brought unexpected complications. Mom's birthday dinner, which I'd already committed to before I knew Derek would be there. He'd been avoiding family events since the divorce, but apparently this one was non-negotiable. The last time I saw him was at Mom's birthday in October. He came late, left early. Didn't speak to me at all. Lauren wasn't with him. He looked older, somehow. Diminished. As he was leaving, he paused in the doorway. "You got what you wanted," he said. "I didn't want anything, Derek. Except for you to leave me and Emma alone. Everyone thinks I'm the villain now. That I ruined everything. You did ruin everything. That's not perception. That's fact." He shook his head. "You'll never understand. You've always had it easy. Everything just falls into your lap. While I have to fight for every scrap. You have a trust fund, Derek. You went to Yale. You married into money. Your definition of fighting is skewed. Whatever helps you sleep at night, little brother." He started to walk away, but something in me snapped. Maybe it was Vanessa's words about the journal. Maybe it was months of holding back. Maybe I just needed him to hear it once, clearly, with no room for misinterpretation. "You kept a journal about me," I said. He stopped. Turned. His face went pale. "Vanessa told me. About the pages and pages obsessing over my life. About how watching Emma and me dance at our wedding made you sick. About how you needed to knock me down a peg. She had no right. She had every right. Because that journal, that business card with your little note on the back, it's all proof. Proof that you didn't just make a mistake at Thanksgiving. You planned it. You strategized how to hurt me, how to make Emma doubt me, how to poison my marriage because yours was already poisoned." Derek's jaw worked silently. Around us, the party continued. Mom's laughter filtered through from the living room. Dad was telling some story about his golf game. Normal family sounds, oblivious to the reckoning happening in the doorway. "I don't have to explain myself to you," Derek said finally. "No, you don't. But maybe you should explain it to yourself. Why you're so consumed with tearing me down. Why my happiness threatens you so much that you'd rather destroy it than face your own misery. You think you're so enlightened. So above it all. I think I'm tired. Tired of your games. Tired of watching you self-destruct and blame everyone else. Tired of pretending we're brothers in any meaningful sense of the word." He flinched. Actually flinched, like I'd struck him. "We're blood," he said quietly. "That's biology. It's not a relationship. Those require effort and trust and basic human decency. You gave up on all of that a long time ago. I'm still your brother." "Are you?" "Because brothers don't do what you did. Brothers don't plot to destroy each other's marriages. Brothers don't keep journals full of resentment and jealousy. Brothers don't hand out business cards at Thanksgiving dinners to plant seeds of doubt." Derek's hands clenched into fists at his sides. For a moment, I thought he might actually hit me. Part of me almost wanted him to. Wanted the conflict to finally be physical, tangible, something we could point to and say, "This is where it ended." But he just stood there, breathing hard, his face a mask of barely controlled rage. "You'll regret this," he said. "Maybe. But I doubt it." He left. I watched him walk to his car, shoulders hunched against the autumn wind. Part of me felt sorry for him. A small part. The rest felt relief. Emma was waiting in the car. As I climbed in, she asked, "Do you think he'll ever change?" "No." "Do you hate him?" I thought about that question. Really thought about it. "No," I said finally. "I don't hate him. I just don't trust him. And I don't need him in my life. There's a difference." But the truth was more complicated than that. I didn't hate Derek, but I mourned him. Mourned the brother he could have been. Mourned the relationship we never had and never would. Mourned the version of him from that childhood photo, arm around my shoulders, both of us grinning in the sun. That Derek was gone. Maybe he'd never really existed. Maybe I just imagined him because I wanted a brother who loved me instead of resented me. The drive home was quiet. Emma reached over and took my hand. Squeezed once. "I'm proud of you," she said. "For what?" "For standing up to him. For setting boundaries. For choosing us over some obligation to family that was only ever one-sided." I squeezed back. "Thanks for not believing him. At Thanksgiving. When he tried to make you doubt me. I won't lie and say I didn't have moments. But every time I started to wonder, I'd look at you and remember who you actually are. Not who Derek was trying to paint you as. What if you'd found something? When you Googled that pie? Then we would have talked about it. But I wouldn't have hired him behind your back. I wouldn't have let Derek dictate how our marriage worked." She paused. "That's the difference between us and them. We talk. They scheme." We drove home through the city, past the neighborhood where Derek's divorce lawyer's office stood, past the building where Ricardo Martinez probably sits right now, helping other spouses uncover other secrets. The next few months were strange. Peaceful, but with an undercurrent of waiting. Like we'd escaped a storm but couldn't quite believe it was over. Derek stopped posting on social media entirely in November. His accounts went dark. I didn't look for him, Didn't ask my parents about him, didn't wonder what he was doing. Emma said that was growth. I said it was self-preservation. Lauren dumped him right before Christmas. Mom told me this in a hushed phone call, like she was sharing news of a death. In a way, she was. The death of Derek's illusion that running away from his problems with a younger woman would solve anything. He asked if he could come to Christmas dinner, Mom said. Just him. He said he didn't want to be alone. What did you tell him? That we weren't hosting this year. That you and Emma were, and it was your decision. She was giving me an out. Permission to exclude him without making it her responsibility. I appreciated that, even if it put the weight back on me. He's not invited, I said. Michael, Mom, I know you want us to reconcile. I know you think families should forgive each other. But what Derek did wasn't a mistake. It was intentional cruelty. And I'm not ready to sit across a dinner table from him and pretend it's fine. She was quiet for a long moment. I understand. I don't like it, but I understand. Maybe someday. But not now. Not while he still thinks he's the victim. Christmas came and went. Our apartment was warm and loud and full of laughter. Vanessa brought her fiancé, James. He was a cardiologist with an easy smile and a genuine interest in people. They looked happy together. Real happy, not the performed happiness Derek and Vanessa had showcased on social media. Dad pulled me aside at one point, handed me a drink, and said, "You made the right call. With Derek." You think so? I know so. I've watched him spiral for years. Watched him become someone I barely recognize. And I've watched you try to fix it, try to be the better person, try to maintain a relationship that was already dead. He sipped his drink. Sometimes the healthiest thing you can do is let go. That doesn't feel like what a father is supposed to say. Maybe not. But I'm tired of watching my sons destroy each other. At least this way, only one of you is self-destructing. It was the most honest conversation I'd ever had with my father. The most he'd ever acknowledged the depth of Derek's problems, the toxicity that had infected our family for years. Do you think he'll figure it out? I asked. Eventually? Figure what out? That he's the common denominator in all his failed relationships. That the problem isn't everyone else. Dad shook his head slowly. Some people never figure that out. They spend their whole lives blaming the world for problems they created. Derek might be one of them. That's sad. It is. But it's also not your responsibility to fix him. We stood there, father and son, watching the party through the doorway. Emma was laughing at something Vanessa said. Mom was showing James photos on her phone. Everyone looked relaxed, unburdened. This is good, Dad said. What you've built here. Don't let guilt or obligation tear it down. I thought about Derek's journal. Pages of resentment. Years of jealousy. The careful planning that went into that Thanksgiving dinner, the business card, the note on the back. I won't, I said. And I meant it. Here's the thing about revenge, I didn't actually do anything. I didn't expose Derek. Didn't sabotage his marriage. Didn't hire the private investigator or feed information to Vanessa or plot his downfall. I just stopped protecting him. Stopped making excuses. Stopped pretending his cruelty was brotherly teasing or that his manipulation was concern. When Vanessa called that night, I could have lied. Could have said I didn't know anything, that Derek was faithful, that she was being paranoid. Instead, I told her the truth, that I didn't know, but that she should trust her instincts. That's all I did. Told the truth. Let consequences happen naturally. Derek destroyed himself. I just stopped standing in the way. Sometimes Emma asks if I feel guilty. If I regret not trying harder to save Derek's marriage, to protect my brother even when he was actively trying to hurt me. The answer is no. Not even a little bit. Because that business card at Thanksgiving wasn't a warning. It was a weapon. Derek wanted to plant doubt in Emma's mind, wanted her to see me as untrustworthy, wanted to poison the best thing in my life because his own marriage was already poisoned. He wanted me to suffer the way he was suffering. Wanted to drag me down to his level. And when it backfired, when Vanessa used his own weapon against him, he acted like I'd betrayed him. Like I owed him loyalty after he tried to destroy my marriage for his own amusement. That's the part I can't forgive. Not the cheating. Not the lies to Vanessa. But the calculated cruelty toward Emma. Toward me. The weaponization of family dinners and private investigators and carefully planted doubt. He turned my wife into a battlefield. And then acted shocked when he lost the war. Last week, Emma came home from lunch with Vanessa. She's engaged, Emma said, grinning. Some guy she met at a charity auction. He's a doctor. Seems really nice. Good for her. Derek showed up at her office yesterday. Tried to convince her to give him another chance. Said he made a mistake. That he's changed. What did she say? She said the only mistake she made was wasting 4 years on him. Then she had security escort him out. I couldn't help it. I smiled. That's cold, Emma said, but she was smiling too. That's fair, I corrected. We're hosting Thanksgiving this year. Our apartment is smaller than my parents' house, but Mom's too tired to do it again. She asked if Derek was invited. I said no. But he's family, she protested. Family doesn't weaponize private investigators at holiday dinners, I said. Family doesn't try to destroy your marriage because their own is failing. Family doesn't calculate ways to make you doubt yourself and your spouse. She didn't argue after that. So it'll be us. Me and Emma. Mom and Dad. Vanessa and her fiancé. Maybe some friends. No Derek. No manipulation. No business cards hiding cruelty beneath concern. I think about that Thanksgiving sometimes. How different everything could have been if Derek had just kept his mouth shut. If he'd suffered his guilt silently instead of trying to project it onto me. But he didn't. He couldn't. Because Derek has always needed someone else to blame for his problems. And that night, at that table, he chose me. He just didn't realize he was choosing his own destruction too. The private investigator's card is gone now. Torn up, thrown away, forgotten. But the lesson remains: the weapons we choose to hurt others often circle back to wound us instead. Derek learned that the hard way. And I learned that sometimes the best revenge is just stepping aside and letting someone destroy themselves. I didn't plan it. Didn't orchestrate it. Didn't even actively participate. I just stopped lying for him. Stopped covering for him. Stopped being complicit in his cruelty. And that was enough. That Thanksgiving dinner was supposed to be the beginning of my marriage falling apart. Derek had it all planned out. The doubt, the suspicion, the slow erosion of trust. Instead, it was the beginning of his own unraveling. He gave Emma that business card thinking he was playing chess. Turns out he was just handing Vanessa the evidence she needed. That's the thing about projection. When you accuse someone else of your own sins loudly enough, eventually people start looking at you instead. Derek gambled that I was hiding something worth exposing. That Emma would take the bait and destroy our marriage from the inside. He was wrong. And now he's alone in a downtown condo with floor-to-ceiling windows and nobody to blame but himself. I should feel triumphant. Vindicated. Victorious. Mostly I just feel sad. For the brother I could have had. For the relationship we'll never repair. For the family dinners that will always have an empty chair. But not sad enough to forgive him. Not sad enough to forget. Not sad enough to let him back in. Because some lines, once crossed, can't be uncrossed. Some damage can't be undone. And some people don't deserve the benefit of the doubt anymore. Derek used up all his chances that night at Thanksgiving. He just didn't realize it until the divorce papers arrived on his birthday. Sometimes I wonder if he understands even now. If he's connected the dots. If he sees the straight line from that business card to Vanessa's lawyer's office to his empty condo and thinks, I did this to myself. Probably not. Derek's never been good at accepting responsibility. But I know. I know that he tried to destroy me and destroyed himself instead. I know that the revenge I never sought found him anyway. I know that justice doesn't always require our participation. Sometimes it just requires us to step back and let the truth do its work. And I know that next Thanksgiving, when we gather around our small table in our small apartment, we'll be genuinely thankful. For each other. For honesty. For trust. For the family we choose to keep and the toxicity we choose to leave behind. Derek can have his luxury condo and his fleeting relationships and his carefully curated social media posts. I'll take my modest apartment and my strong marriage and my quiet life where business cards stay in wallets and doubt stays where it belongs, with the people who've actually earned it. That's my revenge. Not elaborate. Not cinematic. Just the simple act of being happy despite his best efforts to make me miserable. And honestly, that's more than enough. But I'd be lying if I said it was completely over. That Derek just faded into the background like a bad dream you forget by morning. 3 weeks into the new year, he showed up at my school. I was in my classroom after hours, grading papers. The winter sun had already set, and the hallways were empty except for the custodian's distant vacuum. I didn't hear him come in. Just looked up and he was there, standing in the doorway. He looked terrible. Unshaven. Eyes bloodshot. Wearing the same Yale sweatshirt he'd had since college, now faded and pilling at the elbows. How did you get in here? I asked. Told the front office I was your brother. That it was a family emergency. There's no emergency. I know. I lied. He stepped into the room, and I noticed his hands were shaking. I needed to talk to you. We talked at Mom's birthday. I think I said everything I needed to say. You said a lot of things. Now it's my turn. I set down my pen. Part of me wanted to call security. Part of me was curious what could possibly bring him here, to my classroom, looking like he hadn't slept in days. 5 minutes, I said. He pulled out a chair, sat down at one of the student desks. Too big for it, knees hitting the underside. It would have been funny if the situation weren't so surreal. I talked to someone, he said. A therapist. Vanessa's idea, actually. Part of the divorce settlement was that I had to do 6 months of therapy before the final papers were signed. Good for you. She made me read my journal. The one about you. Made me sit there and read it out loud while she listened. All of it. Every entry. I didn't say anything. Just waited. Hearing it read back to me, in my own voice. It was like listening to a stranger. Someone sick. Someone I didn't recognize. That someone was you, Derek. I know. That's the problem. That's what I'm trying to say. He ran his hands through his hair, and I noticed how thin it was getting. Another sign of stress he couldn't hide. The therapist said I have this pattern. Of externalizing my self-worth. Of measuring myself against other people instead of. I don't know. Instead of just being okay with who I am. And I was the person you measured yourself against. You were the easiest target. My little brother who somehow seemed happier than me even though I had more money, more success, more everything. I never asked to be your measuring stick. I know you didn't. That's why it's so messed up. He looked down at his hands. The therapist asked me when it started. The resentment. I told her it was when you got into Columbia. But then we kept digging and I realized it was earlier. Way earlier. Like, elementary school. I thought about the beach photo. The two of us with our bucket of shells. You remember that science fair in 5th grade? Derek asked. I didn't, but I let him continue. I worked on my project for weeks. This elaborate thing about renewable energy. Did all the research, built a working model, memorized my presentation. And then you showed up with your project about the solar system that you'd thrown together in like 2 days, and you won 3rd place while I didn't place at all. Derek, that was over 20 years ago. I know. But that's when it started. This feeling that you got things I had to work for. That the world was easier for you, and instead of dealing with those feelings like a healthy person, I just let them fester and grow until they turned into something ugly. He pulled something from his pocket. The business card. Ricardo Martinez, private investigator. But this wasn't the one he'd given Emma. This was a new one, pristine, with nothing written on the back. I went to see him. Ricardo. The pie. Why? I wanted to know if Vanessa had paid him enough to lie. To fabricate evidence. To make me look worse than I actually was, Derek laughed bitterly. But she hadn't. Everything he found was real. 3 years of cheating, documented in text messages and hotel receipts and photos I didn't even know existed. I was so arrogant I thought I was being careful. Turns out I was just being obvious. What do you want from me, Derek? Forgiveness? Absolution? I don't know. Maybe just to say I'm sorry. Really sorry. Not the kind of sorry you say because someone tells you to, but the kind where you actually understand what you did wrong. I looked at him sitting there in my classroom, in a student's desk, holding a pie's business card like a talisman against his own denial. He looked small. Broken. Nothing like the arrogant brother who'd handed Emma that card 11 months ago. I accept your apology, I said. But that doesn't mean things go back to normal. That doesn't mean we're okay. I know. You spent years trying to make me feel small. Questioning my achievements. Undermining my relationships. And when that wasn't enough, you tried to destroy my marriage just to make yourself feel better about destroying yours. That's not something that gets fixed with one apology. I know, he said again. The therapist said I need to be okay with not being forgiven. With losing relationships I poisoned. With consequences. Sounds like a good therapist. She is. He stood up, carefully, like his legs might not hold him. I'm moving. To Chicago. Got a job there. Smaller firm, less money, but a fresh start. Away from all the people who watched me implode. Probably smart. I'm not asking for us to be close again. I'm not even asking to be invited to family stuff. I just wanted you to know that I see it now. What I did. Who I was. And I'm trying to be different. He walked to the door, then turned back. Emma's good for you. Don't ever let anyone, including me, make you doubt that. Then he was gone. Footsteps echoing down the empty hallway. The front door opening and closing. Silence. I sat there for a long time, staring at the papers I'd been grading. Somehow they seemed less important now. Everything did. When I got home, Emma was waiting. She took one look at my face and said, "What happened?" I told her everything. Derek showing up, the therapy, the apology, Chicago. Do you believe him? She asked. I don't know. Maybe. People can change, right? Some people. If they want it badly enough. If they're willing to do the work. He looked different. Beaten down. Humble, almost. Emma was quiet for a moment. Do you want to forgive him? Part of me does. The part that remembers us as kids, before everything got complicated. But another part of me remembers Thanksgiving. Remembers him handing you that card with that smirk on his face. Remembers finding out he'd planned it, written notes to himself about it. Those things can both be true. You can acknowledge he's trying to change while also protecting yourself from who he was. She was right. Like she usually is. Derek moved to Chicago in February. Mom cried. Dad helped him pack. I stayed away, but Emma went. Said someone from the family should be there, and it didn't have to be me. When she came back, she said he'd looked lighter. That he'd apologized to her too, for putting her in that position at Thanksgiving. For trying to use her as a weapon against me. I told him I appreciated the apology, Emma said. But that he hurt you in a way that's going to take years to undo, if it ever gets undone at all. What did he say? That he knows. And that he deserves it. We don't talk to Derek much. An occasional text on birthdays. A phone call on Christmas. Surface level stuff that acknowledges we're related without pretending we're close. Mom asks periodically if we'll visit him in Chicago. I always say maybe someday. She stopped pushing. Vanessa married James last month. Spring wedding, small and intimate. Just family and close friends. Emma was a bridesmaid. I went as her date. It was the first family event where Derek's absence felt normal instead of pointed. At the reception, Vanessa pulled me aside. Thank you, she said. For what? For being honest with me that night. When I called. You could have protected him. Could have told me I was being paranoid. But you told me to trust my instincts. You would have found out eventually. Maybe. But you made it sooner rather than later. Saved me from wasting more years on someone who didn't value me. She hugged me then. Quick and tight. When she pulled back, her eyes were wet. He's trying, you know. Derek. James talks to him sometimes. Says he's doing better. Seeing his therapist regularly. Dating someone age-appropriate who doesn't work for him. That's good. You don't have to forgive him. I'm not saying that. I just thought you should know. I appreciated that she didn't push. Didn't try to orchestrate some grand reconciliation. Just gave me information and let me do what I wanted with it. Sometimes I think about reaching out. Calling him. Asking how he's doing in a way that goes beyond surface pleasantries. But then I remember that business card, that note on the back, the journal full of years of resentment. And I remember that forgiveness doesn't mean forgetting. Doesn't mean letting someone back in who's proven they'll hurt you given the chance. Maybe Derek has changed. Maybe therapy and consequences and moving to a new city have transformed him into someone capable of healthy relationships. But that doesn't erase what he did. Doesn't undo the damage. Doesn't rewrite history into something less painful. Emma and I are looking at houses now. Nothing fancy. A small place in the suburbs with a yard and a second bedroom for the future. Something that's ours, built on trust and honesty in the absence of poison. We're happy. Actually, genuinely happy. Not the performed happiness of social media posts, but the quiet contentment of knowing you're with someone who sees you clearly and chooses you anyway. That's what Derek tried to destroy. That's what his jealousy couldn't stand. That's what his business card and his smirk and his calculated cruelty were meant to dismantle. He failed. And in failing, he lost everything that mattered. I don't take pleasure in that anymore. The schadenfreude that sustained me through the early months has faded into something more like pity. Derek is out there somewhere, trying to rebuild a life he demolished through his own actions. That can't be easy. That can't be anything but a daily reminder of his failures. But it's not my responsibility to help him carry that weight. It's not my job to forgive before I'm ready, to reconcile before I feel safe, to pretend the damage is less than it was just to make family gatherings more comfortable. My responsibility is to Emma. To the life we're building. To the future we're creating together, brick by careful brick, in a space Derek's toxicity can't reach. That's the real revenge, I think. Not his divorce or his loneliness or his exile to Chicago. But this, that he tried to destroy my happiness and failed so completely that I'm more content now than ever before. He wanted me to suffer. Instead, I'm thriving. He wanted Emma to doubt me. Instead, she trusts me more than ever. He wanted to prove I didn't deserve my life. Instead, he proved he didn't deserve his. The Thanksgiving dinner that was supposed to mark the beginning of my marriage's end became instead a crucible that made us stronger. The business card meant to sow doubt became evidence of Derek's malice. The private investigator hired to expose my fictional infidelity exposed Derek's very real betrayal. Every weapon he deployed circled back to wound him. Every trap he set caught his own foot. Every lie he told eventually revealed his truth. I didn't engineer any of it. Didn't manipulate or scheme or plot. I just existed, honestly and openly, and let Derek's web of lies collapse under its own weight. Sometimes the best revenge is just being happy. Staying grounded. Building something real while someone else destroys themselves trying to tear you down. Derek taught me that. He just didn't realize he was teaching me until it was too late. Story 2. My parents fired me from the hotel chain I'd expanded from one property to 5 profitable locations because I refused to pay for my unemployed brother's rent, his girlfriend's $10,000 birthday gift, and buy him a brand new Tesla. My dad looked at me and said, "Family takes care of family. You're clearly too selfish for this business." So they kicked me out and gave my brother my position, my office, everything I'd built. 5 months later, their perfect business started collapsing. I haven't told anyone the full story until now. Maybe I should start further back. Maybe you need to understand how we got here, because it didn't begin with that meeting in Dad's office. It began years earlier, with small moments that accumulated like interest on debt nobody was tracking. Marcus and I were always different. He was the charming one, the one who could talk his way into anything and out of everything. I was the one who showed up early, stayed late, and kept my head down. When we were kids, he'd break something and I'd take the blame because it was easier than listening to him cry. Mom would say, "You're the oldest. You should know better." And I'd nod, because that's what oldest children do. Dad started the hotel when I was 16. One property, 43 rooms, more dreams than capital. He worked brutal hours back then. I'd find him at the front desk at 2 in the morning, going over reservations by hand, adjusting rates to fill rooms. He taught me everything without meaning to. I'd sit in the back office doing homework while he negotiated with vendors, and I'd absorb it all. Marcus was 12 then. He'd show up occasionally, charm the guests, then disappear to play video games in Dad's office. Everyone loved him. "Such a bright kid," they'd say. "So personable." I went to community college for hospitality management while working full-time at the hotel. Marcus went to a university 3 states away, cost Dad $60,000 a year, and came back with a business degree and zero work ethic. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The point is, the pattern was set long before the firing. I was the worker. Marcus was the dreamer. And somehow, in my parents' eyes, dreams mattered more than results. I haven't told anyone the full story until now. The day they fired me, I was in the middle of negotiating a deal with a major conference group that would have brought in $300,000 in guaranteed revenue. My phone buzzed. A text from Mom, "Your father and I need to see you. Main office. Now. Not when you're free. Not today if possible. Now." I should have known something was wrong. Mom only used that tone when she'd already decided I was the problem and just needed to explain it to me. But I was deep in negotiations, watching numbers dance on my spreadsheet, and I convinced myself it was something simple. A question about the new property we were scouting. A signature she needed. I wrapped up the call, told the client I'd follow up within the hour, and drove the 12 minutes to the original property where my parents still kept their office. The lobby smelled like vanilla and cinnamon, the signature scent I'd chosen when we renovated 3 years ago. Guests were checking in, laughing about their road trip. A family with 3 kids was arguing over who got to push the elevator button. Everything looked normal. Nothing was normal. The hallway to the administrative offices felt longer than usual. My shoes made no sound on the carpet I'd selected. The walls displayed photos of all 5 properties, professional shots that cost $3,000 each. I was in exactly one of those photos, standing in the background of the grand opening for the East location. Marcus wasn't in any of them because he'd never attended a single opening. Dad was standing behind his desk when I walked in, arms crossed. Mom sat in the corner chair, the one she always claimed when she wanted to look like a concerned observer instead of an active participant. My brother Marcus was there too, leaning against the wall with that smirk I'd learned to hate somewhere around age 12. The office felt smaller with all of us in it. Crowded. The air conditioning was running too cold. "Close the door," Dad said. I did. The click of the latch sounded final. "We need to talk about your priorities." My stomach dropped, not because I didn't know what was coming, but because I did. We'd been building toward this for weeks. Ever since Marcus moved back home after getting laid off from his sales job. Ever since his girlfriend Sienna started posting photos of designer bags and weekend trips to Miami on social media while Marcus claimed he couldn't afford his share of rent. "My priorities are fine," I said carefully. "I just signed a vendor contract that's going to save us $40,000 a year on linens alone." Dad waved his hand like he was swatting a fly. "We're not talking about linens. We're talking about family." There it was. "Marcus needs help," Mom said softly, leaning forward. She was wearing the pearl necklace Dad had bought her for their 30th anniversary. She always wore it when she needed to feel authoritative. "He's struggling right now, and you've been very," she paused, searching for the word. "Resistant." Resistant. That's what they called it when I refused to become an ATM machine. Marcus had asked me for money 6 times in 5 weeks. First it was $2,000 for rent because things are tight. Then $1,500 for his car payment because he'd missed 3 months and they were threatening repossession. Then another $1,000 for Sienna's birthday dinner at some restaurant where the steaks cost $90 each. Then $5,000 toward a really important gift for her, which turned out to be a diamond bracelet. Then, the week before this meeting, He'd sent me a link to a Tesla Model 3 with the message, "This would really help me get back on my feet. I could do Uber or something. Or maybe courier deliveries. I just need a chance. A $70,000 car so he could maybe drive Uber." I'd said no every single time. The first no was polite. "Hey, I'm kind of stretched thin right now with the new property." The second no was firmer. "Marcus, I can't keep doing this." By the sixth no, I'd stopped explaining myself entirely. Just, no. "I'm not resistant," I said, keeping my voice level. "I'm running 5 hotels. I don't have time to subsidize someone who won't even apply for jobs." Marcus pushed off the wall. "I am applying. The market's terrible right now. You have no idea how hard it is out there. You posted photos from Cancun 2 weeks ago. That was Sienna's family trip. They paid for everything. I wasn't going to say no to her family. And the Rolex you're wearing?" His hand moved to his wrist instinctively, covering the watch. "Gift. From? That's none of your business. When you're asking me for rent money, it kind of is." Dad slammed his palm on the desk, and we both shut up. The sound echoed. A photo frame rattled. "Enough. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You're attacking your brother instead of supporting him." My chest tightened. I offered him a job. 3 times. Front desk manager at the North location. $38,000 starting salary plus bonuses. Real work. A path forward. "He's not a front desk manager," Mom said, like I'd suggested he clean toilets. "He has a business degree from a very good school. He's meant for leadership positions." So do I. I still started at the front desk. I worked every position in this company before I started making decisions. That was different. It always was. "How?" I pressed. "How was it different?" Mom's expression tightened. "You were younger. You didn't have the education Marcus has. You needed to learn from the ground up. And Marcus doesn't? Marcus has already proven himself in the corporate world. He got fired from a sales job for missing quota 4 months in a row." Marcus's face went red. "I didn't get fired. I was laid off. There's a difference. You told me you got fired. I was being hard on myself. It was a layoff. Company-wide restructuring." Dad sat down behind his desk, and I knew we'd entered the final act. The preliminaries were over. "Here's the situation. Your mother and I have been talking, and we think you've lost sight of what this business is really about. It's about family. Legacy. Taking care of each other. Building something that lasts beyond just profit margins. I take care of the business every day. That's what keeps the family secure. You take care of numbers," he corrected. "But you don't take care of people. Your own brother is struggling, needs a hand up, and you've made it clear you're not willing to provide that. So we're making a change." The room tilted slightly. The air conditioning vent above me rattled. "What kind of change?" Mom's voice was gentle, which somehow made it worse. Like she was explaining why the dog had to be put down. "We think it's best if you step back for a while. Let Marcus take over the operations role. He needs the structure, and frankly, you need some time to think about your values. What really matters." I stared at her. Then at Dad. Then at Marcus, who wasn't even trying to hide his satisfaction. His smirk had evolved into something close to a smile. "You're firing me." "We're restructuring," Dad said. "It's not personal. You're firing me. You're still family. You'll still get distributions from the business, quarterly payouts based on performance. But the day-to-day operations, the decision-making, the direction of the company, that needs to go to someone who understands what family means." My hands were shaking. I shoved them in my pockets. I built 4 of those 5 properties from the ground up. I found the locations, secured the financing, designed the renovations, hired every department head, implemented the systems that turned us profitable. Marcus has been unemployed for 6 months and you're giving him my job. And whose fault is it that he's been unemployed? Marcus said. Maybe if this family actually supported each other, helped each other network, opened doors instead of slamming them. I offered you a job. A job beneath me. A pity position. It was a real job with real responsibility and room for growth. But you wanted to skip the work and jump straight to the rewards. Dad stood again. His chair scraped against the floor. This conversation is over. We've made our decision. You have until end of business tomorrow to clear out your office and hand over your access credentials. Marcus will transition into your role starting Monday. We'll have a smooth handoff, and in 6 months, we'll reevaluate. I couldn't breathe right. The air felt thick. And if I say no? Then you're choosing to leave the family business entirely. No distributions, no ownership stake, nothing. We'll buy you out at the minimum valuation according to the operating agreement. I think it works out to about $80,000. I'd spent 7 years building an operation worth several million. They'd pay me $80,000 and call it fair. Mom reached for my hand across the space between us. I pulled away. Family takes care of family, Dad said quietly. You're clearly too selfish for this business. Those words hung in the air like smoke after a fire. Final. Choking. I left without another word. Behind me, I heard Marcus say something to Mom, heard her respond softly, heard Dad's chair creak as he sat back down. I left the building where I'd spent 7 years of my life and sat in my car in the parking lot for 20 minutes, staring at the dashboard, trying to remember how to make my hands work. That night, I sat in my apartment and did something I'd never done before. I made a list of every single thing I knew about the hotels that nobody else did. Not the obvious stuff, not the things documented in neat little folders. The real infrastructure. The invisible architecture that kept everything running. My apartment was dark except for my laptop screen. I'd been sitting there for 3 hours, hadn't eaten, hadn't called anyone. My phone kept buzzing with texts from friends asking if I wanted to meet up. I ignored them all. The cursor blinked at me. Waiting. I knew that the booking software had a critical bug that required a manual override every third Tuesday or it would double book premium suites. The developer had promised a fix 18 months ago. It never came. I'd adapted. I'd set reminders, trained myself to catch it, built it into my routine. Nobody else knew it was even a problem. I knew that the head of housekeeping at the South location, Teresa, was actively interviewing at competing hotels because we'd never given her the raise I'd promised. I'd been fighting with Dad about it for 3 months. He kept saying next quarter. She kept getting more frustrated. I had a meeting scheduled with her next week to finally push through the approval. That meeting wouldn't happen now. I knew that our property insurance was up for renewal in 8 weeks and our current provider was planning to triple our rates because of a claim Marcus had filed 2 years ago when he crashed into the loading dock while messing around on his phone. I'd spent 6 months quietly negotiating with 3 other insurers, building relationships, getting quotes. I had a replacement lined up that would actually save us money. The paperwork was sitting in my desk drawer, unsigned. I knew that the conference contract I'd been working on required a signed agreement by Friday or they'd move to our competitor. The client had been clear about the deadline. They were comparing 3 different venues. We were their first choice, but only if I could get the paperwork finalized. I'd been planning to have it signed tomorrow after my morning meeting. I knew the vendor I'd spent 6 months courting for our spa expansion, a boutique supplier out of California with organic products that would have elevated our whole wellness offering, would pull out if they didn't hear from me within 10 days. We'd built that relationship on personal trust. They didn't know Marcus. They'd never even met my parents. They'd been working with me directly. I knew that the finance director, Robert, was 2 weeks from retirement and hadn't trained anyone to replace him because I'd been planning to handle that transition personally. I'd scheduled training sessions, created documentation, was going to walk the new hire through everything. Robert was checking out mentally, counting down days. Without that transition plan, the whole accounting system would collapse into chaos. I knew which vendors would extend us credit and which ones required payment upfront. I knew which staff members were looking for other jobs and which ones were loyal. I knew that the HVAC system at the North location was held together with duct tape and prayers, that we had a maintenance window scheduled next month that couldn't be missed. I knew that the executive chef at the East location was one bad day away from quitting because his sous chef was undermining him and I'd been mediating that situation for weeks. I knew that we had a major wedding booked 3 months out that required 17 specific accommodations the bride had requested, and those accommodations were documented only in my email folders. I knew that the landscaping company we used was overcharging us by 30% and I'd been gathering quotes to switch providers. I knew that the elevator at the original property needed state inspection in 6 weeks and we'd failed the last 2 inspections until I'd personally overseen the repairs. I knew that the liquor license at the South location was in jeopardy because someone had filed a noise complaint and I'd been working with the city to resolve it. I knew everything. And I wrote none of it down. The cursor kept blinking. The list stayed empty in my document. Around 3 a.m, I closed my laptop and lay down on the couch, staring at the ceiling, listening to my upstairs neighbor's footsteps. They wanted Marcus to figure it out? Let him figure it out. Friday afternoon, I cleared out my office. Marcus was there, sitting in my chair already, feet up on my desk. He'd brought a picture of himself and Sienna to put on the shelf where my hospitality industry awards had been. My 7 years of work, reduced to a box of personal items and empty shelves. The office still smelled like the coffee I'd made that morning, back when I'd thought this was still my space. My desk calendar showed the next 3 months of appointments I'd never attend. Vendor meetings. Conference calls. Staff reviews. All of it meaningless now. No hard feelings, he said, barely looking up from his phone. He was scrolling through something, probably texting Sienna about his big promotion. I looked at him for a long moment. Studied him, really. My younger brother, wearing a suit I knew he hadn't paid for, sitting in a chair he hadn't earned, about to destroy something he didn't understand. None at all. I handed him a file folder. Here's the access information for the main systems. Passwords are all in there. Every password except the ones that mattered. The backup systems. The vendor portals. The financial software shortcuts. Those stayed in my head. He took it without looking, set it on the desk without opening it. Cool. Anything else I should know? You'll figure it out. He grinned. That same grin that had gotten him out of trouble our whole lives. The one that made teachers forgive missed homework and girlfriends forgive forgotten anniversaries. That's what I like to hear. Fresh start, you know? No offense, but I think this place was getting a little stale under your management. Time to shake things up. Bring some new energy. What kind of new energy? I don't know, man. More social media presence. Better marketing. Maybe some events, partnerships with local businesses. You were always so focused on the boring operational stuff. I want to make this place exciting. I picked up my box of personal items. A photo of me at the first property's grand opening. My college diploma. A paperweight a vendor had given me as a thank you gift. Good luck, Marcus. Won't need it. I've got ideas. Mom and Dad are excited. They think I'm going to take this place to the next level. I paused at the door. Make sure you check the booking software on Tuesdays. What? Nothing. You'll figure it out. As I walked down the hallway for the last time, I passed Linda, the front desk manager who'd been with the company since the beginning. She looked at me with something like sympathy, then confusion, then resignation. She knew what this meant. She'd worked under competent leadership for years. Now she'd be working under Marcus. Good luck, she said quietly. You too. Outside, I loaded the box into my car and sat in the parking lot for 10 minutes, watching guests come and go through the main entrance. A family with luggage. A businessman with a briefcase. A young couple holding hands, probably celebrating an anniversary. They had no idea everything was about to change. The first 3 weeks, I did nothing. I didn't answer calls from the office. I didn't respond to texts from vendors asking where I was. I didn't reach out to the contacts I'd spent years cultivating. I just went dark. My phone would buzz at odd hours. Linda from front desk, hey, quick question about the Thompson wedding booking? Delete. A vendor, we need to finalize the linen order for next month. Delete. Even Dad called once, left a voicemail asking if I could just clarify something about the West property contracts. I listened to it twice, then deleted it. I spent those weeks taking long walks, going to movies in the middle of the day, sitting in coffee shops reading books I'd meant to read for years. I felt untethered. Free and lost at the same time. I'd spent 7 years with my identity wrapped up in those hotels. Without them, who was I? The question sat in my chest like a stone. A former colleague from the conference group called me on week 2. Hey, we never heard back about the contract. Is everything okay? I'm no longer with the company. You'll need to speak with the new operations director. Oh. That's too bad. We really liked working with you. Who's the new director? Marcus Hayes. He'll be in touch. Well, listen, we needed an answer by last Friday. It's Tuesday now. We've already got commitments from other venues, so we signed with Meridian instead. But maybe next year, yeah? $300,000 in revenue. Gone. No problem. You landing somewhere new? We'd love to work with you wherever you end up. The offer hung there. I could have said yes. Could have started building something new right then. But I didn't. I'm exploring my options. Week 3, Teresa, the head of housekeeping, sent me a text. They're saying they can't do my raise until Q3. I can't wait that long. I got another offer that starts in 2 weeks. I stared at that message for 5 minutes before responding. Teresa was good. Teresa was the reason the South location had the highest cleanliness ratings in our entire chain. Teresa trained her staff properly, caught problems before guests noticed them, and had saved us tens of thousands in damage prevention. I could have intervened. Could have called Dad, explained the situation, pushed for the raise approval one more time. I wrote back, congratulations. That's wonderful news. 3 dots appeared. Disappeared. Appeared again. Really? That's it? You deserve to be valued. Go where you're valued. She left 2 days later. She took 3 of her best team leads with her. I saw it on social media. Excited to announce I'm starting a new position at Regency Hotels. Thank you to my amazing team who's joining me on this journey. Marcus posted a comment, best of luck. We'll miss you but excited for your next chapter. He had no idea what he'd just lost. Mom called me on week 4. We need to talk. I'm busy. I wasn't. I was sitting on my couch watching a documentary about deep-sea fish. But the principle mattered. Please. Just coffee. 30 minutes. I'm asking as your mother, not as a business partner. The distinction felt meaningless, but I agreed anyway. Maybe because I was curious. Maybe because I still had hope buried somewhere deep that she'd admit they'd made a mistake. I met her at a cafe near the original property. She was already there when I arrived, sitting at a corner table, stirring her coffee obsessively. Round and round, metal spoon clicking against ceramic. She looked tired. There were circles under her eyes that I'd never noticed before. Her hair was grayer than I remembered. When had that happened? "Thank you for coming," she said as I sat down. Like I was doing her a favor instead of giving her the minimum courtesy I'd give a stranger. I ordered black coffee from the waitress. Mom waited until we were alone again. "Things are harder than we expected," she said, stirring her coffee some more. Round and round. "Marcus is doing his best, but there's so much to learn. So many details you never mentioned. We were hoping you might consider coming back as a consultant. Just to help with the transition. Help him get up to speed." "For how much?" "I'm sorry? You want to hire me as a consultant? How much are you offering?" She looked uncomfortable. Set down her spoon. Picked it up again. "This isn't about money. This is about family. About helping your brother succeed. You fired me. You said I was too selfish. Now you want free labor? That's not fair. We didn't fire you, we restructured. And you're still getting your quarterly distributions." "Am I? Because I haven't seen any paperwork about that." She blinked. "Of course you are. Your father just hasn't finalized the details yet. There's been so much going on, the transition has been consuming. But you'll get your fair share." "Define fair share." "The same percentage you always had. 10% of quarterly profits." "And who's calculating those profits now that Robert retired?" Silence. The cafe music played on. Someone laughed at a nearby table. "Marcus is handling the books temporarily," she said finally. "Marcus, who failed accounting twice in college. He's using software. It's very intuitive. And your father is checking his work. Dad hasn't looked at a spreadsheet in 5 years." Mom's jaw tightened. "This is exactly the attitude that got us here. You're so focused on pointing out problems instead of offering solutions. We're asking for help, and you're being deliberately difficult." I leaned back in my chair. "You want solutions? Hire a professional finance director. Give Teresa her raise and beg her to come back. Stop making decisions based on what Marcus wants and start making them based on what the business needs. Sign the insurance paperwork that's sitting in my old desk drawer before the deadline passes. Check the booking software every third Tuesday. Return the vendor calls that are probably piling up. Stop pretending this is a family problem and admit it's a competence problem." She stared at me. "I can't believe you're being this petty." "I'm not being petty. I'm being realistic. You fired me because I wouldn't give Marcus money. Now the business is struggling because Marcus doesn't know how to run it. Those are consequences, not pettiness. He's your brother. And I'm your son. You chose him over me. Live with that choice." I stood up. "Tell Marcus to figure it out. He has a business degree, remember? He's meant for leadership positions." I walked away and left her sitting there with her cold coffee and her regrets. Week 6, the finance director retired. Marcus asked Dad to delay finding a replacement because we need to cut costs right now. Instead, he tried to do the books himself using YouTube tutorials and a QuickBooks subscription. I heard about this through Linda, who texted me occasionally with updates she thought I should know. She was careful about it, never directly critical, just stating facts. Marcus is handling the books now. Says he's got it figured out. He didn't have it figured out. He miscategorized $17,000 in expenses. Put payroll under utilities. Listed a major equipment purchase as a marketing expense. Mixed up accounts receivable and accounts payable in 3 different entries. The IRS sent a letter 6 weeks later. Then another. Then a notice of audit. I learned about that from a vendor who mentioned it casually during a phone call about something unrelated. "Hey, I heard you guys are getting audited? That's rough, man. I'm not with the company anymore." "Oh. Still though. That's going to be expensive." Week 8, the insurance company increased our rates by 270%. Marcus called the provider, got nowhere, and paid the new premium because he didn't know we had options. He didn't know I'd spent 6 months building relationships with 3 other insurers. Didn't know there were quotes sitting in a file folder in my old desk, waiting to be signed. The premium increase ate up 18% of quarterly profits across all 5 locations. I saw the number when Mom accidentally copied me on an email to their accountant. She sent an immediate follow-up, "Please disregard. You were removed from this thread." This was sent in error. But I'd already seen it. The spreadsheet attachment. The red numbers growing like mold. Underscore. Week 10, the spa vendor pulled out. They'd sent 3 follow-up emails that Marcus had ignored because he'd been focusing on immediate priorities. The vendor signed an exclusive deal with a competitor instead. The head of the spa division called me directly. "I don't know if you've heard, but we lost the Lux Wellness contract." Marcus never responded to their emails. They gave us a 2-week window and he just didn't respond. Now they're working with Meridian and we can't compete with that. Our spa revenue is going to drop at least 30% this quarter. I'm sorry to hear that. Are you coming back? Because people are saying maybe you're coming back. I'm not coming back. Oh. She sounded deflated. Well. We're probably going to lose the whole spa division then. I've been interviewing elsewhere. Most of my team has too. I hope you find something good. Yeah. Thanks. She quit 2 weeks after that conversation. Took her entire management team with her. The spas ran on skeleton crews for a month before Marcus shut down 2 of them entirely. Restructuring to focus on our core offerings, the announcement said. Translation: we can't maintain what we built, so we're retreating. Week 11, the booking software glitched during a system update. Marcus didn't know about the manual override. The system double-booked 43 rooms over a holiday weekend. Families showed up with confirmation numbers and reservations to rooms that were already occupied. The front desk tried to explain. Guests got angry. Some demanded refunds. Others wanted free upgrades. A few just left and posted scathing reviews before they'd even made it to their cars. Guest services had to relocate families to competing hotels at premium rates. The company absorbed thousands in unexpected costs. The online reviews were vicious. Booked a suite 2 months in advance for our anniversary. Showed up and they gave our room away. Management blamed their computer system but offered no real solution. Zero accountability. Never again. Management is completely incompetent. They tried to blame us for their booking error, said we must have made a mistake even though we had email confirmations. Finally relocated us to a competitor hotel and acted like they were doing us a favor. We'll never return. Used to be a decent property. New ownership has destroyed it. Disorganized, unprofessional, and defensive when confronted about their mistakes. The ratings dropped from 4.8 stars to 4.1 overnight. Then 3.9. Then 3.6. Marcus posted a response on the review sites: "We're sorry you had a negative experience. We're implementing new systems to prevent this in the future. Please contact our management team directly to discuss compensation." Nobody contacted management. They just went elsewhere. Week 12, Dad called. "We need you back." No. I'm not asking. I'm telling you. The business is struggling, and you need to fix this. I was in the produce section of a grocery store when he called. Standing there holding a tomato, comparing prices, living my mundane normal life while his world burned down. "I don't work there anymore, remember? You said I was too selfish." His voice went hard. "Don't be childish. This is your family's legacy. Your grandfather started this with nothing. Your father built it into something real. And now you're going to let it die because you're having a tantrum? Grandfather didn't start this. You did. And I'm not letting it die. I'm letting Marcus run it, which is what you wanted. We made a mistake." Those 3 words hung in the air like smoke. An admission. Finally. What was the mistake? I asked. Firing me, or thinking Marcus could do my job? Silence. I heard him breathing. Heard something that might have been a swallow or might have been a strangled sound. Both, he finally said. His voice was quieter. Smaller. "I appreciate you calling," I told him. "But I've moved on." "To what? You haven't worked anywhere else. I've been asking around. You're just sitting around feeling sorry for yourself, wasting your potential." The tomato was still in my hand. I set it down carefully in the bin. "I'm exploring my options." "There are no options. This is your business. Your responsibility. You don't just walk away from family." "Actually," I said quietly, "you made it very clear that it's not my business anymore. You chose Marcus. You said I was too selfish. You kicked me out and gave him everything. So let him handle it. Let him prove you right. He can't handle it. We both know that now. Then hire someone who can. There is no one. Nobody knows this business like you do. Nobody has the relationships, the knowledge, the instincts. It has to be you. It doesn't have to be anything. You made your choice. Live with it." His voice cracked. Actually cracked. "Please. I'm asking you. Your mother is beside herself. We're going to lose everything. You're not going to lose everything. You'll sell the properties, pay off the debts, and retire comfortably. That's not losing everything. That's just losing what you threw away. Is that what you want? To watch us lose everything we built? You lost it the second you chose Marcus over me. I'm just letting the consequences play out." I hung up. My hands were shaking. An elderly woman gave me a concerned look from the next aisle. I smiled at her automatically, that customer service smile I'd perfected over years of hospitality work, and moved toward the checkout line. Week 14, Marcus tried to restructure the vendor contracts to save money. He canceled the linen service I'd negotiated and switched to a cheaper provider. The new linens were scratchy and stained after 2 washes. Guest complaints doubled. He also canceled the maintenance contract for the HVAC systems because we can just call someone when something breaks. Preventive maintenance is wasting money we don't have, he told Dad, according to Linda's text update. We'll handle repairs as they come up. Dad apparently agreed. 3 weeks later, the air conditioning died at the North location during a wedding reception with 200 guests. Peak summer. 98 degrees outside. The backup system failed too because nobody had serviced it in 4 months. The reception lasted 15 minutes before guests started evacuating to the parking lot. Women in cocktail dresses fanning themselves. Men loosening ties. The bride crying in the lobby while her makeup ran. The groom arguing with Marcus about refunds. Marcus offered them 20% off their bill. They demanded full refund plus compensation. Marcus said he'd have to check with his father. The groom posted a video while still at the venue. The video went viral. 3 million views in 48 hours. Comments ranged from sympathetic, "Poor bride, this is awful," to brutal, "How is this place still in business?" to mimetic, "When you hire your incompetent brother to run the family business." The couple demanded a full refund, compensation for their ruined wedding, and damages for emotional distress. Their lawyer sent a letter. Marcus tried to negotiate. The couple went to the media. Local news picked it up. Regional news followed. From dream venue to nightmare, inside the collapse of Hayes Hotel Group. The story detailed the cascade of failures. The resigned housekeeping staff. The booking errors. The dropped contracts. The declining reviews. All of it framed around declining standards under new management. They interviewed former employees. Teresa, the housekeeping manager, gave a carefully diplomatic interview about shifting priorities and lack of support for staff development. The subtext was clear. They tried to interview me. I declined. I'm no longer associated with the company was all I said. Week 16, 2 more department heads quit without notice. They'd both been asking for resources that Marcus had promised but never delivered. One of them told me later, when we ran into each other at a coffee shop, "Your brother talks big but does nothing." He'd promise us equipment, staff, budget increases. We'd get excited. Then nothing would happen. After 3 months of that, I realized he was just saying what he thought we wanted to hear. He had no intention of following through. I can't work in that environment. I'm sorry that happened. Are you? She looked at me with something like curiosity. People are saying you're enjoying this. That you're watching the whole thing burn down and smiling. People say a lot of things. But is it true? I considered the question. Honest answer? I'm not smiling. But I'm not crying either. They made a choice. I'm letting them live with it. She nodded slowly. Fair enough. Then she smiled. For what it's worth, I hope you land somewhere good. You were the best boss I ever had. That hit me harder than it should have. Week 18, Dad called again. It was a Sunday morning. I was making breakfast. Eggs and toast. Simple things. The business is hemorrhaging money. I'm sorry to hear that. You're not sorry. You're enjoying this. Maybe I was. Maybe watching them drown in consequences they'd created felt like vindication. Maybe it felt like justice. Or maybe it just felt like exhaustion. What do you want me to say? I want you to fix it. Name your price. Any salary, any title, anything you want. Just come back and fix this before we lose everything. I sat down at my kitchen table. The eggs were getting cold. I'll come back on 3 conditions. Name them. 1. Marcus is removed from all operational responsibilities immediately. He can keep a title if you want, but he doesn't touch anything that matters. He gets a salary, an office, whatever makes Mom happy. But he has no authority over hotels, staff, vendors, or finances. Silence. Long enough that I could hear the kitchen clock ticking. 2. I get 51% ownership of the business. Not just profit sharing. Not just distributions. Controlling interest. Voting power. The ability to make final decisions without needing approval from you, Mom, or anyone else. That's not reasonable. His voice was strained. 3. I make every decision from now on without interference. You want me to save this? I need complete operational control. You and Mom can stay on as advisors if you want. You'll still draw salaries. But the company runs my way, with my decisions, using my judgment. No more family meetings where Marcus gets a vote. No more Mom asking why I'm being harsh. My company, my rules. The line was quiet for so long I thought he'd hung up. That's not reasonable, he said again, but there was no conviction in it. Then I guess you'll figure it out on your own. You've got Marcus. He's meant for leadership positions, remember? You'd let us fail? Your own parents? You'd watch your mother lose everything she's worked for? You let me go. You said I was too selfish to run the business, remember? Said I didn't understand what family meant. So I'm just respecting your judgment. I'm too selfish to help. He was breathing hard. I could hear it through the phone. Ragged. Desperate. I need to discuss this with your mother. You have 48 hours. After that, the offer expires and you can figure out your own way out of this mess. They took 60 hours. Dad called on a Tuesday morning. I was reading at a park, sitting on a bench watching parents push their kids on swings. Normal life. Simple life. Life without hotel crises. We accept your terms. With one modification. You get 51% over 5 years, not immediately. We need to protect ourselves in case I'm as terrible as Marcus? No deal. 51% now, or I walk. You're being unreasonable. I'm being clear. You want me to save your business, these are my terms. Take them or leave them, but decide quickly. Every day that passes, the business loses more value. Another long silence. I could hear him consulting with someone. Mom probably. Low voices. Urgent. Fine, he said finally. Your mother is drawing up the paperwork. I want it reviewed by my attorney before I sign anything. Your attorney? Since when do you have an attorney? Since you fired me and I realized I needed to protect myself. Get me the paperwork by Friday. The paperwork arrived Thursday. I spent 6 hours with my attorney going through every clause, every provision, every exit strategy they might have buried in the language. My attorney found 3 potential problems. We sent back revisions. They accepted. I walked back into my old office on a Monday morning. Marcus was still there, feet on the desk, scrolling through his phone. He looked up when I entered. For a moment, neither of us spoke. The office looked different than I remembered. Messier. Papers stacked everywhere. Coffee rings on the desk. The plant in the corner was dying. My old organizational system was completely gone, replaced by chaos. Hey. Didn't know you were visiting today, he said casually, like this was just a social call. I'm not visiting. Get out of my chair. He laughed. Actually laughed. What? I'm back. You're done. Dad will explain. Now move. The color drained from his face. He stood slowly, then stopped. You can't do that. I have a contract. You have whatever Dad wants to give you. I have controlling interest in the company. Get out of my office. He grabbed the photo of himself in Siena. His hands were shaking. This is insane. I've been working hard, putting in long hours. You've been destroying everything I built. Systematically. Through incompetence and arrogance. Now leave before I have security escort you out. Dad appeared in the doorway. His face was gray. Older than I'd ever seen him. Marcus. Let's talk in my office. Marcus looked between us. His expression shifted from confusion to anger to something that almost looked like fear. This is all you, isn't it? You couldn't stand seeing me succeed. You sabotaged me. You had to have. Things just started failing all at once, and you were just sitting back watching. You did something. You had to. I met his eyes. I didn't do anything. That's the point. I just stopped doing things. Stopped catching all the problems before they became crises. Stopped maintaining the relationships you didn't know existed. Stopped fixing the systems you didn't know were broken. You didn't need me to sabotage you. You sabotaged yourself. That's not fair. Nobody trained me. Nobody showed me. I offered to train you. Multiple times. You said the position was beneath you. His jaw worked. I have a business degree from. I know where your degree is from. Apparently it didn't teach you how to run a business. Dad put a hand on Marcus's shoulder. Son. Let's go. Marcus left. He walked past me without looking back, carrying that photo of him in Siena like it was the only thing that mattered. Dad followed, but paused in the doorway. I hope you're satisfied. I'm not satisfied. I'm tired. But I'm back, and I'll save what's left of your business. That's what you wanted, right? He didn't answer. Just walked away. The first week back was brutal. I worked 18-hour days just assessing the damage. Every system was in chaos. Vendor relationships were shattered. Staff morale was non-existent. Our online ratings had dropped from 4.8 stars to 3.2 across all properties. I started by making a list. Not the list I'd made that first night after being fired, that list of things I knew and wouldn't share. This was a different list. A list of triage priorities. What needed to be fixed immediately versus what could wait. The booking software was priority 1. I spent an entire day with the developer company, explaining the bug I'd been manually correcting for 18 months. They'd never known about it because I'd never officially reported it. They fixed it in 48 hours and pushed an update. No more double bookings. The finance situation was priority 2. I hired an experienced finance director who actually knew what she was doing. Her name was Patricia, she'd worked for a major hotel chain for 15 years, and her first words after reviewing our books were, "Who did this? Because this is either incompetence or fraud, and I'm not sure which." Incompetence, I told her. My brother tried to teach himself accounting on YouTube. She stared at me. You're joking. I wish I was. We spent 2 weeks fixing the categorization errors, preparing documentation for the IRS audit, and implementing actual accounting systems. Patricia had strong opinions about everything. I gave her the authority to implement those opinions. Priority 3 was the vendor relationships. I called every vendor personally. Some calls lasted 5 minutes. Some lasted an hour. I apologized for the unprofessionalism, explained there had been management changes, and asked what it would take to rebuild the relationship. Some were willing to give us another chance. I always liked working with you, one supplier said. When you left, I figured something was wrong. Happy to hear you're back. Others had moved on. We signed a 3-year exclusive with Meridian. Maybe after that expires, we can talk. For those, I found replacements. Better replacements sometimes. The linen supplier I'd been forced to cancel? I found their competitor, negotiated better rates, and got higher quality products. Priority 4 was the staff. I spent 2 full days just talking to people. Front desk staff. Housekeepers. Maintenance workers. Kitchen staff. I asked what they needed. What wasn't working. What Marcus had promised and never delivered. The list was depressingly long. They needed equipment. They needed training. They needed clear leadership. They needed to know that someone was actually listening. I brought in a hospitality consultant to do a full operational audit. She spent a week interviewing staff, reviewing systems, analyzing data. Her report was 80 pages and brutal. Management has been absent, she wrote. Decision-making is reactive rather than proactive. Staff report feeling abandoned and undervalued. Guest service standards have collapsed. Recovery will take time and significant investment. I implemented every single one of her recommendations. I also reached out to Teresa, the housekeeping manager who'd left. Would you consider coming back? I'm making significant changes. 20% raise, clear promotion path to regional director, full authority to hire and train your team the way you see fit. She met me for coffee. Suspicious. Guarded. Why should I believe anything you say? Because you know me. You worked for me for 5 years before any of this happened. Have I ever lied to you or failed to follow through on a promise? She considered that. No. But you left. You let things fall apart. I was fired. They chose Marcus over me. I'm back now, with full control, and I'm fixing everything he broke. But I can't fix it without you. And if your family decides to fire you again? They can't. I own 51% now. They can't do anything without my approval. She studied me for a long moment. Then she smiled. 20% raise? Plus bonuses tied to guest satisfaction scores. Plus benefits I'll detail in writing. I want my team back. The 3 who left with me. Done. Send me their names. She came back. She brought her team. The South location's cleanliness ratings improved by 30% in 6 weeks. Week 4 of my return, Mom asked to meet for dinner. We sat across from each other at a restaurant neither of us liked, in a part of town neither of us frequented, picking at salads neither of us wanted. Neutral territory. Like diplomats negotiating a ceasefire. She'd aged. That was the first thing I noticed. When had that happened? When had the lines around her eyes become so deep? When had her hand started to shake slightly as she reached for her water glass? I owe you an apology, she said finally, after we'd sat in silence for 5 full minutes. I waited. Didn't help her. Didn't make it easy. We were wrong. About Marcus. About you. About everything. Your father won't say it, you know how he is, how hard it is for him to admit mistakes, but I will. We failed you. We failed you as parents and as business partners. Yeah. You did. She flinched. Like I'd slapped her. I know you're angry. I'm not angry, Mom. I'm just done pretending we're the family you wanted us to be. You chose Marcus over me because he's your baby and he needed help and that mattered more than what was right for the business. I get it. I understand it. But you didn't just hurt me. You almost destroyed everything I'd spent 7 years building. Everything grandfather built. Everything that was supposed to be our legacy. I know, she said quietly. Her fork scraped against her plate. The sound made me wince. Do you? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you only care now because the money stopped coming in. If Marcus had somehow succeeded, if he'd magically figured out how to run 5 hotels without any experience or training, we wouldn't be having this conversation. You'd still think I was too selfish. She set down her fork. Carefully. Like it might break. That's not true. Isn't it? If the business was thriving right now, would you be apologizing? I'd like to think I would have realized my mistake eventually. Eventually. That's a convenient word. Please don't do this. Do what? Tell the truth? You wanted me to have family values. Well, here they are. Honesty. Accountability. Not pretending everything is fine when it's not. She was crying now. Quiet tears that she kept wiping away with her napkin. What do you want from me? You want me to grovel? You want me to say I'm a terrible mother? Fine. I'm a terrible mother. I chose wrong. I protected the wrong son. I hurt you in ways I can't take back. What else do you want? Nothing. I don't want anything from you anymore. Her eyes filled with fresh tears. Please don't say that. Why not? It's true. I wanted your approval for my whole life. I wanted you to see me the way you saw Marcus. Talented. Special. Worthy of protection. But you never did, and you never will. I've made peace with that. I do see you that way. I always have. Then why did you fire me? Silence. The restaurant noise continued around us. Laughter from a nearby table. The clink of silverware. Normal life for everyone else. Because Marcus was struggling, she said finally. And you seemed fine. You were always fine. Strong. Capable. Self-sufficient. You didn't need us the way he did. So you punished me for being strong? We didn't punish you. We just, she stopped. Started again. Yes. Maybe we did. Maybe we took advantage of your strength and forgot that you needed support too. That you needed to know you were valued. I didn't need to know I was valued. I needed you to act like I was valued. There's a difference. She reached for my hand across the table. This time, I didn't pull away, but I didn't squeeze back either. Her hand was cold. Fragile. I love you, she said. I know that doesn't fix anything, but I want you to know. I'm proud of you. Of what you've built, what you're rebuilding, the person you are. I'm sorry it took losing everything for me to see it clearly. I love you too, Mom. But we're not going back to how things were. That version of us is gone. What does that mean? It means I'll run the business. I'll make sure you and Dad are comfortable. You'll have security, income, everything you need. But we're not pretending to be a close family. We're not having Sunday dinners and holiday gatherings where we act like nothing happened. We're business associates who share DNA. That's what you chose when you fired me. That's so cold. It's realistic. You broke something that can't be fixed with apologies. I'll be professional. I'll be respectful. But I won't pretend. She pulled her hand away. Wiped her eyes again. And Marcus? What happens to him? Marcus gets a salary. An office if he wants one. But no authority. No decision-making power. No pretending he's essential. He's family. So am I, but you didn't remember that when it mattered. We finished our salads in silence. When the check came, I paid. She tried to protest. I ignored her. As we walked to our cars, she turned to me one last time. I really am sorry. I know you don't believe me, but I am. I believe you're sorry that things didn't work out the way you planned. I'm not sure you're sorry for what you did. What's the difference? One is regret about consequences. The other is understanding about actions. You haven't shown me that you understand what you did wrong. Just that you don't like how it turned out. She stood there in the parking lot, under the streetlight, looking small and lost. How do I fix this? You don't. Some things stay broken. I drove home and didn't look back. 6 months after my return, all 5 properties were profitable again. The ratings had climbed back to 4.6 stars. We'd signed 3 new corporate contracts worth over $500,000 in combined annual revenue and expanded the spa services at 2 locations. But the numbers didn't tell the whole story. The staff was different now. More confident. More invested. I'd implemented profit sharing for department heads, performance bonuses for frontline staff, and created clear promotion paths. People knew that good work got rewarded. They knew that problems would be addressed, not ignored. I'd also rebuilt the culture Marcus had destroyed. Weekly management meetings where everyone had a voice. Monthly all-staff gatherings where we celebrated wins and addressed concerns. Open door policy where anyone could bring me issues directly. The properties felt alive again. Marcus stopped coming to family dinners. I heard through Mom that he and Sienna had broken up 2 months after he lost his position. Something about how she couldn't be with someone without ambition. He'd moved to another state, Arizona, I think, and was working in sales again for some tech startup. Selling software he didn't understand to companies that probably didn't need it. Mom mentioned him occasionally. He seems to be doing well, she'd say carefully, like she was testing whether I cared. I didn't ask for details. Dad barely spoke to me anymore. We communicated through email about business matters. Monthly financial reviews. Quarterly strategy sessions. Major expenditure approvals. It was all professional. Cold. Efficient. He'd signed over the controlling interest like he'd promised, but I think it killed something in him to do it. He'd built this company from one small property with his own hands. 43 rooms and a dream. He'd worked 7 days a week for 20 years to grow it. And now his son controlled it instead of him. Not the son he'd wanted to control it. The son he'd fired. We had a board meeting once where he questioned one of my decisions. I'd approved a major renovation at the West location. $300,000 investment. He thought it was too much risk. The property is performing well as is, he said. Why risk destabilizing it? Because performing well isn't the same as performing optimally. The rooms are dated. We're losing bookings to newer hotels. This renovation will pay for itself in 18 months. You're assuming occupancy stays constant. I'm assuming we actually market the renovations properly, which we will. He frowned. Opened his mouth. Closed it. He had no authority to overrule me. That was the deal. I had controlling interest. My decision was final. If this fails, he started. It won't fail. But if it does, that's on me. That's why I'm in charge. He didn't attend the next 3 board meetings. Sent his assistant with apologies. Too busy. Other commitments. The excuses varied, but the message was clear. He couldn't stand watching me run the company he'd built. Some nights I wondered if I'd taken it too far. If I should have shown mercy, come back sooner, saved them from more of the consequences. If I should reach out to Dad, try to rebuild our relationship beyond quarterly reports and passive-aggressive emails. But then I'd remember sitting in that office while Dad told me I was too selfish to understand family. I'd remember Marcus smirking from the wall, already mentally spending the money he'd make in my position. I'd remember Mom's gentle voice explaining why I was the problem, not the solution. They'd made their choice. I'd just made mine. The business survived. Thrived, even. But the family died somewhere in those 5 months between my firing and my return. We were corpses going through motions now. Professional corpses with quarterly dividends and strategic planning sessions. Mom tried harder than Dad. She'd call sometimes, ask how I was doing. Not about the business, about me. Was I eating well? Getting enough sleep? Dating anyone? The questions felt hollow. Like she was reading from a script of what good mothers were supposed to ask. I'm fine, Mom. You work too much. You should take a vacation. I'll take one when things settle down. They're settled now, aren't they? The hotels are doing well. There's always more to do. Silence. Then, are you punishing yourself? Or are you punishing us? The question caught me off guard. What? You work 18-hour days. You haven't taken a day off in 6 months. You live alone in that apartment, don't date, don't see friends. It's like you're trying to prove something, but I don't know what. I'm running a business. That takes time. Your father ran the business and still had a life. Dad had you. He had family dinners and holiday gatherings and the illusion that we were all one big happy unit. I don't have that anymore. You could, if you wanted. No, I couldn't. You can't unmake the choices you made. You can't unfired me. You can't unchose Marcus. What's done is done. So we just live like this forever? Strangers who happen to share a business? That's up to you. You are the ones who decided I was too selfish to be family. I'm just accepting your assessment. She hung up after that. Didn't call again for 3 weeks. A year after everything fell apart and came back together, I was reviewing quarterly reports when my phone rang. Unknown number. Arizona area code. I almost didn't answer. But curiosity won. Hello? Hey. It's Marcus. I almost hung up. My finger hovered over the red button. But something made me wait. What do you want? I wanted to say I'm sorry. For everything. For how I acted, for what I said, for being a spoiled piece of work who didn't appreciate what you did. The words sounded rehearsed. Like he'd practiced them. Maybe he had. Maybe he'd been building up to this call for weeks. I leaned back in my chair. Okay. Is that all? Just okay? What do you want me to say? I accept your apology? I forgive you? I don't, Marcus. You didn't just hurt me. You tried to take everything I'd built and you destroyed it out of sheer incompetence and entitlement. Mom and Dad enabling you doesn't change that. He was quiet for a moment. I could hear traffic in the background. Maybe he was outside somewhere. Maybe pacing while he made this call. I know. I've had a lot of time to think about it, about how I acted, how entitled I was. Sienna leaving really made me look at myself, you know? Made me realize I'd been coasting my whole life, expecting things to be handed to me. And you're calling me because you've had an epiphany? I'm calling because I want to make things right. You can't make this right. There's no version of reality where we go back to how things were. That's gone. I know. But maybe we could start over? Build something new? I've been working on myself. Going to a support group, actually. For people who grew up privileged and never learned how to handle real responsibility. It's been eye-opening. Despite myself, I was curious. There's a support group for that? There's a support group for everything. It's actually helped a lot. I'm working a regular job now, making my own money, paying my own rent. Sienna's gone, Mom and Dad are barely speaking to me. I'm learning what it means to actually earn things instead of expecting them. Good for you. I mean it. I know I don't deserve your forgiveness. I know I probably never will. But I wanted you to know that I understand now. I understand what I did to you, to the business, to our family. And I'm sorry. The apology sat between us, heavy and uncomfortable. I appreciate you calling, I said finally. But sorry doesn't fix what you broke. I know. I just thought maybe after all this time. It's been a year. You think that's enough time for me to forget that my own family threw me away? That they chose you, who'd never worked a real day in your life, over me. We didn't throw you away. Yes, you did. And the only reason anyone wanted me back was because the money stopped coming in. You failed so spectacularly that they had no choice but to beg me to return. That's not family. That's desperation. His voice got defensive. I was trying my best. Your best destroyed 7 years of my work in 5 months. I didn't have proper training. Nobody prepared me. I offered to prepare you. Multiple times. You said the position was beneath you. I was being proud. Stupid. I get that now. Great. You get it now. What do you want from me? Absolution? I want my brother back. The words hung there. Simple. Devastating. You're my brother, I said quietly. You'll always be my brother biologically. But you and me? We're done. The person you were to me, the little brother I used to protect, used to cover for, used to believe in, that person doesn't exist anymore. You killed him when you tried to steal my life. I didn't try to steal your life. Mom and Dad offered it to me. And you took it without hesitation. Didn't question whether it was right. Didn't think about what it would cost. You just took it because it was offered, like everything else in your life. Silence. Long enough that I wondered if he'd hung up. You're right, he said finally. His voice was thick. You're absolutely right. I didn't think about you at all. I just thought about me, what I wanted, what I deserved. I was wrong. Yeah. You were. So there's no chance? No possibility that someday we could? No. There's not. I'm sorry if that's hard to hear, but it's the truth. You made your choice. I'm living with mine. And part of my choice is not having you in my life anymore. Even if I've changed? People don't change, Marcus. They just learn better ways to hide who they are. Maybe you're different now. Maybe you're not. It doesn't matter. The damage is done. I'm your brother. You're the person who tried to take everything I built and destroyed it. That's all you are now. A cautionary tale. A reminder of what happens when entitlement meets opportunity. His breath caught. Maybe he was crying. Maybe he was angry. I didn't care enough to find out. I should go, I said. Wait. Just one more thing. Are Mom and Dad okay? They won't really talk to me anymore, and I'm worried. They're fine. They have more money than they know what to do with, comfortable retirement, good health insurance. You don't need to worry about them. And you? Are you okay? The question surprised me. Why do you care? Because you're my brother. Despite everything, I do care what happens to you. I'm fine. Business is good. Life is stable. I sleep well at night. Do you? Because Mom says you work all the time, never take breaks, live alone. Mom needs to stop talking about me like I'm a problem to be solved. I'm fine. Okay. If you say so. Another silence. This one felt final. I should go, I said again. Yeah. Thanks for taking my call. I know you didn't have to. I hung up. My hands were shaking. I stared at the phone, half expecting him to call back. He didn't. After 10 minutes, I set the phone down and went back to my quarterly reports. Numbers didn't lie. Numbers didn't betray you. Numbers were clean and simple and reliable. Unlike family. 2 years later, the business was thriving again. We'd opened a 6th location in a market I'd been researching for 3 years. The property performed above projections from day one. We were in talks for a 7th location, possibly an 8th. Industry magazines wanted to interview me. Hospitality conferences wanted me to speak. I'd been featured in a trade publication as a turnaround specialist. The article was titled From Crisis to Success: How One Executive Saved a Family Business from Collapse. They interviewed me for 6 hours, asked about my strategies, my philosophy, my vision for the company. The article didn't mention my family. Didn't mention that I'd been fired. Didn't mention Marcus at all. When they asked about challenges I'd overcome, I gave them generic answers about market conditions and operational inefficiencies. I talked about the importance of systems, staff development, and customer experience. All true. None of it the real story. They published a photo of me standing in front of the original property. I looked confident in that photo. Successful. Like someone who had their life together. I sent the article to Mom. She texted back, "Very proud of you." Not we're proud. Just proud. Like she was speaking only for herself. Maybe she was. Dad retired quietly last spring. No big announcement. No retirement party. He just stopped coming to the office one day, sent an email thanking the staff for their years of service, and disappeared into his house with his savings and his regrets. I sent him a thank you gift. A nice watch. The kind he'd always wanted but never bought himself. He sent a stiff, thank you note in response. Appreciate the gesture. That was it. 4 words. Mom still came to the office sometimes, but she mostly stayed in the background. She'd attend board meetings, listen to presentations, vote on major decisions. But she never challenged me. Never questioned my judgment. It was like she'd learned her lesson and was being very, very careful not to repeat it. We were cordial. Professional. There was no warmth left, but there was a kind of peace in the distance. We'd found an equilibrium. Not happiness, but stability. Not love, but respect, or at least something that looked like it from a distance. I still think about that day in the office sometimes. The way Dad's face looked when he told me I was too selfish. The way Marcus smirked. The way Mom's gentle voice made everything worse. How the vanilla and cinnamon scent from the lobby had drifted into that office, mixing with my disbelief and rage. And I think about the months that followed, watching everything crumble because I simply stopped being there. Because I chose not to catch them when they fell. Because I let consequences unfold naturally, inevitably, without my intervention. People called it revenge. Maybe it was. Or maybe it was just consequences. The question that haunts me isn't whether I was right or wrong. It's whether I damaged myself more than I damaged them. Whether in refusing to forgive, in choosing to let them suffer, in building walls instead of bridges, I became something less than who I was before. I don't have an answer to that yet. What I know is this: I can look at those 5 hotels, soon to be 7, maybe 8, and know that I built them. Not my father. Not my family. Me. My work, my vision, my dedication. They're mine in a way they never were when I was just the operations director trying to earn approval. They taught me that family takes care of family. I taught them that respect isn't automatic just because you share blood. Last month, Marcus sent me a LinkedIn request. I let it sit there for a week, staring at his profile. His new job title, Senior Account Executive. His summary, passionate sales professional committed to building genuine relationships and creating value for clients. The words sounded hollow. Marketing speak hiding the same person underneath. I declined the request. Some bridges don't get rebuilt. Some people don't deserve access to your life anymore, even if you used to share a childhood bedroom and fight over the remote control. Even if you have memories of teaching him to ride a bike, helping him with homework, covering for him when he broke Mom's favorite vase. Those memories belong to different people. The brother I was and the brother he was. They don't exist anymore. We killed them somewhere between family takes care of family and you're too selfish for this business. The business is mine now. The decisions, the successes, the failures, all of it. I earned that 3 years of work, and then I earned it again by watching it nearly fall apart and having the strength to save it only on my terms. I'm not sure if that makes me vindictive or just pragmatic. I'm not sure I care about the difference anymore. What I know is this: when someone shows you who they are, believe them. And when someone tells you you're too selfish to matter, prove them wrong by mattering so much that they can't survive without you. Then make them beg. Then make them wait. Then let them see exactly what they threw away. And if they ask to come back? If they apologize and claim they've changed and promise things will be different? Remember that people don't change. They just learn better ways to hide who they've always been. I sleep fine at night. Better than fine. The hotels run smoothly. The staff is happy. The guests are satisfied. The numbers grow steadily, predictably, beautifully. I've built something that doesn't need family approval to succeed. Something that exists on its own merit. And somewhere out there, in Arizona or wherever he is now, Marcus is living with his choices the same way I'm living with mine. The difference is, my choices built something. His choices destroyed everything they touched. I could tell him what went wrong. Could explain about the booking software bug, the vendor relationships, the systems and processes and knowledge that kept everything running. Could walk him through every failure, every missed opportunity, every consequence of his choices. But he never asked the right questions. And I was never obligated to provide the answers. Family takes care of family, Dad said. He just never specified which family member deserved the care, or what happens when you choose the wrong one. I just redefined what family meant. Story 3. At my brother's engagement party, they put me at a card table on the patio. His fiancée said, "It's cozy out here though, right?" I picked up my gift and left silently. Then they found out what the gift was. 57 missed calls. I walked out of my brother's engagement party holding a gift worth more than most people's wedding budgets, and I didn't say a single word. Not when his fiancée guided me past the main dining room. Not when she gestured to the plastic folding table on the brick patio, wedged between the grill and a potted plant that was already half dead. Not when she smiled that smile, the one that doesn't reach the eyes, and said those words that are still burned into my brain. It's cozy out here though, right? I looked at the card table. One chair. Paper plate already set out like I was some kind of afterthought they'd remembered at the last minute. Through the sliding glass door, I could see everyone else. The real guests. Seated at the long mahogany table Mom spent 3 weeks obsessing over, the one she'd rented specifically for this party. White linens. Crystal glasses catching the chandelier light. My brother at the head, laughing at something their friend Derek said. My seat was outside. Alone. In October. I picked up the gift. The box was heavier than it looked. I'd spent 6 weeks arranging this. 6 weeks of phone calls, negotiations, wire transfers. The wrapping paper was custom, that expensive textured kind that costs more than the actual wrapping job. Thank you for coming, Jessa said, still smiling. Still blocking my path back inside. I walked past her. Through the side gate. Got in my car and drove away. My phone started ringing before I even hit the main road. That was 4 days ago. The missed call stopped at 57. The voicemails are still coming. Let me back up. My brother Connor and I used to be close. Not in that saccharine, matching Christmas pajamas way families pretend about on social media. But real close. The kind where you don't need to explain yourself because the other person already knows. He was the one who drove 3 hours to pick me up when my college boyfriend dumped me at a house party sophomore year. I was the one who helped him move 4 times in 2 years when he couldn't figure out what he wanted to do with his life. That ended when he met Jessa. Not immediately. At first, she was just there. His girlfriend. Fine. She had that Instagram-ready look, glossy hair, clothes that fit like they were tailored, a laugh that sounded rehearsed. I didn't love her, but I didn't hate her either. She was just part of his life now. The shift happened slowly. Family dinners where Connor would check his phone every 5 minutes, then excuse himself to call her. Cancelled plans because Jessa needs help with something. That time he missed my gallery opening. I'm a freelance graphic designer, and it was my first major showcase, because Jessa had a crisis that turned out to be a sale at Nordstrom ending that day. She's just high maintenance, Mom said, in that tone that meant drop it. I dropped it. Then came the engagement. Connor proposed at some vineyard 2 hours away, the kind of place that requires reservations 6 months in advance. He posted 37 photos. I counted. Jessa's ring caught the light in every single one. Prince's cut diamond, platinum band. He told me later it cost $18,000. I made the mistake of asking if that was wise, given that he'd just started his new job and was still paying off his car. Jessa deserves the best, he said. You wouldn't understand. That stung. But I let it go. The engagement party was Mom's idea. She wanted to host it at the house, our childhood home, the one Dad bought before he passed away 8 years ago. Mom had been planning it for weeks. She called me every other day with updates. The caterer. The flowers. The guest list that kept growing. You'll help me set up, right? She asked. It'll be like old times. I showed up 3 hours early. Helped arrange chairs, fold napkins into those weird swan shapes Mom saw on Pinterest. Jessa arrived an hour later with Connor, took one look at the setup, and started rearranging everything. This is sweet, she said, moving a centerpiece 3 inches to the left, but it's a little rustic. We need it to feel elevated. Elevated. That word. She used it 6 times in 20 minutes. By the time guests started arriving, I'd been relegated to refilling water pitchers. Jessa held court in the living room, showing off her ring, talking about wedding venues. Connor stood beside her, grinning like he'd won something. Dinner was called. Everyone moved toward the dining room. That's when Jessa touched my arm. Gently. Like a suggestion. So, we're a little short on seating, she said. Would you mind terribly eating out on the patio? It's actually really nice out there. Peaceful. I looked at the dining room. Counted the chairs. 12 people. 13 chairs. There's an extra seat, I said. Oh, that's for Connor's boss. He might stop by. He didn't stop by. The chair stayed empty all night. I stood there holding my plate of untouched food, watching through the glass door as everyone else ate and laughed and toasted to Connor and Jessa's future. My mother didn't even look for me. My brother didn't notice I was gone. That's when something inside me just clicked. I went to my car. Opened the trunk. Looked at the gift I'd brought. Here's the thing about being a graphic designer, you meet people. Weird people. Talented people. People with connections. 3 months ago, I did branding work for a guy who runs a luxury travel concierge service. We're talking private jets, yacht charters, the kind of vacations where the itinerary is literally a leather-bound book. He owed me a favor. I'd gotten his company featured in a major design publication, and it tripled his client base. When Connor got engaged, I called him that favor. I told him I wanted to book the honeymoon. All of it. Flight, hotel, excursions. Somewhere they'd never forget. He suggested Bora Bora. Overwater bungalow, private beach, the works. The kind of trip that costs $40,000. I negotiated him down to 32. Paid in installments over 6 weeks. Liquidated my savings account and cashed out an investment my dad left me. Worth it, I thought. My brother's getting married. This will be my gift. The best thing anyone gives them. The confirmation was in that box. Printed on custom card stock. Itinerary, booking codes, resort information. 2 weeks in paradise. Everything covered except meals, which they'd easily be able to afford once they saw they didn't have to pay for anything else. I'd wrapped it carefully. Added a handwritten note, to new beginnings. Love always. Standing in that driveway, holding that box, I made a decision. I got back in my car. Put the box on the passenger seat. And I left. My phone rang within 10 minutes. Connor. I let it go to voicemail. It rang again. Mom this time. Ignored. Jessa called. Then Connor again. Then a number I didn't recognize, probably one of their friends, roped into the search party for the missing sister. I drove to a Starbucks, ordered a coffee I didn't drink, and sat in the parking lot watching my phone light up over and over. The voicemail started around the same time. Connor, first, where did you go? Mom's freaking out. Just. Call me back. Mom, shortly after, honey, are you okay? Jessa said you weren't feeling well. Please let me know you got home safe. Wasn't feeling well. That's what Jessa told them. Connor again, an hour later, okay, this is ridiculous. You can't just leave in the middle of the party. People are asking about you. That one almost made me laugh. People were asking. Not him. Not our mother. People. I went home. Fed my cat. Changed into pajamas. Opened my laptop. The gift sat on my kitchen counter, still wrapped, still perfect. I thought about what to do with it. Thought about returning it, but the booking was non-refundable, non-transferable. My concierge friend had been clear about that. It was tied to their names. Connor Hayes and Jessa Moreno. Departure date already locked in for 3 months from now, right after their wedding date. Or I could give it to them anyway. Show up, hand it over, be the bigger person. But that clicking feeling was still there. Growing. I opened my email. Found the booking confirmation. Read through the terms and conditions, something I should have done more carefully 6 weeks ago. There was a cancellation clause. Buried in paragraph 12. Cancellations made more than 60 days in advance would receive a 50% refund. Cancellations made less than 60 days out forfeited the entire amount. We were at 93 days. I could cancel. Get $16,000 back. It wouldn't erase what I'd spent, but it would soften the blow. My finger hovered over the cancellation link. Then my phone buzzed. Text from Connor. This is really immature. Call me. Immature. I put the phone down. Closed the laptop. Went to bed. The calls continued the next morning. Different strategy this time. Mom called crying, saying she didn't understand what happened, asking if she'd done something wrong. That one hurt. My mother didn't deserve to be caught in this. I texted her back, I'm fine. Just needed to leave. I'll explain later. She called immediately. I didn't answer. Connor left another voicemail, you're being dramatic. Jessa said she tried to make you comfortable, and you just stormed off. If you've got a problem with her, be an adult about it. Tried to make me comfortable. Is that what we're calling it? By day 2, the story had evolved. According to a text from my cousin Lauren, who'd been at the party, Jessa was telling people I'd had some kind of episode. That I'd been acting strange all day. That she was worried about me. An episode. I sat with that for a while. Thought about all the ways this could go. I could defend myself, tell everyone what really happened. But would they believe me? Jessa had already shaped the narrative. I'd left without explanation. No witnesses to the patio table, the empty chair, her patronizing smile. I'd look bitter. Jealous. Like the unstable little sister who couldn't handle not being the center of attention. The gift sat on my counter. Mocking me. Day 3, the calls got aggressive. Connor, you're really going to ghost your own family? Over what? A seating arrangement? Grow up. A seating arrangement. That's all it was to him. Jessa, in a voicemail that was clearly performed for whoever she was with, I just want to apologize if I did something to upset you. I thought eating outside would be nice and quiet, but I completely understand if you felt excluded. That wasn't my intention at all. Please, let's talk about this. Her voice was syrup. Sickly sweet. Every word calculated. I deleted it. That night, I made my decision. I opened my laptop. Pulled up the booking confirmation. And I canceled the entire thing. 63 days before the travel date. Well within the refund window. $16,000 would be returned to my account within 7 to 10 business days. The trip was gone. The overwater bungalow. The private beach. The excursions. All of it, erased. I didn't feel vindictive. I didn't feel triumphant. Mostly, I felt tired. But there was something else, too. A small, dark satisfaction. They didn't get to have this. Not after what they'd done. Not after they'd made me feel like I didn't matter. I closed the laptop. Went to bed. Slept better than I had in days. Day 4. This morning. My phone exploded. 57 missed calls. I counted them. Connor, mostly. But also Jessa, Mom, my aunt, 2 cousins, and numbers I didn't recognize. The voicemails were frantic. Connor, call me right now. This is insane. You can't just, I can't even, call me. Mom, please, honey, I don't understand what's happening. Connor said something about a gift, and he's so upset, and I just need to talk to you. Jessa, we need to discuss what you did. This is beyond inappropriate. Call me back immediately. I listened to them all. Twice. Then I checked my email. There it was. Confirmation of cancellation. Processed that morning at 6:47 a.m. Refund pending. They'd found out. I don't know how. Maybe Connor remembered the shape of the box. Maybe Jessa went through the gifts after I left and recognized my wrapping paper. Maybe they'd started planning the honeymoon and someone mentioned Bora Bora and it clicked. However it happened, they knew. And they were furious. I made coffee. Sat at my kitchen table. Stared at my phone. Part of me wanted to answer. Explain myself. Defend my choice. But a bigger part, the part that remembered sitting alone on that patio, watching my family celebrate without me, didn't want to give them the satisfaction. They'd get their refund explanation from the travel company. They'd know the trip existed. Know what it cost. Know that I'd cancelled it just days ago. They'd know exactly what they'd lost. My phone rang again. Connor. I watched it buzz across the table, his name flashing on the screen. I didn't answer. It went to voicemail. Another one. I didn't listen. Instead, I opened my text messages. Scrolled to the conversation with Connor. Our last exchange was from 3 weeks ago, him asking me to pick up wine for the engagement party. I'd bought 4 bottles. Expensive ones. I typed out a message. Deleted it. Typed another. Finally, I settled on, got your calls. I'm okay. Need some space right now. Sent. 3 dots appeared immediately. He was typing. The text came through, space? Are you kidding me? You just cost us $30,000 because you got your feelings hurt. This is sociopathic. Sociopathic. I read the message 3 times. Then I blocked his number. My phone kept ringing. Mom. Aunt Carol. Jessa. I turned it off. The apartment was quiet. My cat, Oliver, jumped onto the table and headbutted my hand. I scratched behind his ears, feeling the rumble of his purr against my palm. Just us now, I told him. He blinked slowly. Acceptance. I thought about what happens next. The family fallout. The accusations. The narrative Jessa would spin, probably something about me being unstable, vindictive, cruel. Maybe she'd cry. Tell people how excited they were, how much the trip meant to them, how I destroyed their dream honeymoon out of spite. They wouldn't mention the card table. The patio. The isolation. They'd make me the villain. And maybe I was. Maybe canceling the trip was petty. Vindictive. The nuclear option when a conversation would have worked. But I'd tried conversations before. Tried expressing that I felt pushed aside, that Jessa's comments bothered me, that I missed my brother. Connor told me I was being sensitive. Mom told me to give Jessa a chance. Everyone told me to be understanding, to be flexible, to be the bigger person. So I was. Until I wasn't. The thing about revenge is that it never feels the way you think it will. I expected satisfaction. Vindication. That moment of triumph when they realized what they'd done. Instead, I felt hollow. Like I'd won something, but the prize was just more emptiness. My phone was still off. The apartment still quiet. I got up. Walked to the counter where the wrapped gift box sat. Pulled off the wrapping paper carefully, fold by fold, until the plain cardboard box was exposed. Inside, the printed itinerary, now worthless. The confirmation codes, now invalid. The handwritten note I'd spent an hour perfecting. I took out the note. Read it. To new beginnings. Love always. Love always. I crumpled it up. Threw it away. The rest of the papers, I left in the box. Evidence, maybe. Or a reminder. I wasn't sure which. I sat back down. Turned my phone on. 32 new messages. 14 new voicemails. I opened the text thread with my mother. She deserved an explanation, at least. Mom, I'm sorry for worrying you. I'm okay. What happened at the party hurt me more than I can explain right now. I need time. I love you. Her response came within seconds. Please call me. I love you too. We can fix this. Fix this. Like it was a broken vase. A misunderstanding. I didn't respond. Instead, I opened my banking app. Checked my savings account. The balance was brutal. After the cancellation refund processed, I'd have about $20,000 left, half of what I'd started with before this whole mess began. $20,000. That was my emergency fund. My safety net. My dad's final gift to me, invested carefully for years. Gone, because I wanted to do something nice for my brother. And then took it back because I couldn't stand to watch them have it. My stomach twisted. Guilt? Regret? I couldn't tell anymore. A new text came through. Unknown number. This is Derek, Connor's friend. Look, I don't know the full story, but I was there when they opened the other gifts yesterday. Someone mentioned you brought something but took it back. Connor's losing it. Whatever happened, maybe just talk to him? He's your brother. Derek. The one sitting at the head table, laughing while I was outside. I blocked the number. Another text. Jessa. I'm trying to understand your perspective. Can we meet for coffee? Just the two of us. I think there's been a miscommunication. A miscommunication. That's rich. I stared at the message. Imagine sitting across from her in some overpriced cafe, listening to her explain how the patio seating was a compliment, actually. How she thought I'd prefer the quiet. How she's so sorry I misunderstood. My fingers moved across the keyboard. There's nothing to discuss. I hope you have a beautiful wedding. Polite. Distant. Final. Her response came fast. You're really going to throw away your relationship with your brother over a dinner seat? That's sad. I didn't reply. Blocked her too. The calls kept coming, but they were easier to ignore now. Each block number was a small relief. Distance. By evening, my phone was quiet. Either they'd given up, or I'd blocked everyone who mattered. I ordered Thai food. Ate it on the couch while watching a documentary about deep-sea creatures. Something mindless. Creatures that lived in darkness, adapted to pressure, survived. My mind wandered to Connor. What he was doing right now. If he was angry or hurt or both. If he'd realized yet what he'd lost, not just the trip, but me. We'd been close once. Before Jessa. Before he'd started measuring my worth against her approval. Maybe that was already gone before the engagement party. Maybe the card table was just the moment I stopped pretending it wasn't. My phone buzzed. Not a call this time. An email. Subject line, seriously? From Connor's email. His work one, which I hadn't blocked. I almost deleted it. But curiosity won. I don't even know where to start. Jess has been crying for 2 days. Mom's devastated. You've successfully made this entire thing about you. I hope you're happy. We were going to surprise you, ask you to be a bridesmaid. Jessa insisted on it, even after you've been cold to her for months. But I guess you'd rather burn everything down than have an adult conversation. Don't bother coming to the wedding. You're not welcome. I read it 3 times. A bridesmaid. They were going to ask me to be a bridesmaid. After the card table. After the dismissal. After months of being treated like an accessory. A bridesmaid. The laugh that came out of me was sharp. Bitter. They thought that was a gift. An honor. Stand up there in some dress Jessa picked out, smile for photos, celebrate their love. Never mind that they'd spent months pushing me aside. Never mind the card table. I could be a bridesmaid. How generous. I closed the email. Didn't respond. Blocked his email address too. The apartment felt bigger now. Emptier. Like I'd carved out all the people and was left with just space. Oliver jumped onto my lap. I buried my face in his fur. He tolerated it for exactly 43 seconds before squirming away. I sat there as the documentary played. Learned about anglerfish. How the male attaches himself to the female and slowly fuses with her, losing his eyes, his organs, becoming just a parasite providing sperm. Seemed fitting. My phone buzzed again. I almost ignored it. But it was Lauren, my cousin. The only one who'd texted me something kind yesterday. Hey, heard you left early. You okay? Her new message, not trying to pile on, but I think you should know, Jess is telling everyone you were jealous of her. That you've been sabotaging the wedding planning. That this trip thing was you trying to hold it over them. Just be prepared. My chest tightened. Of course. Of course that's the story. I typed back, thanks for the heads up. Lauren, for what it's worth, I thought the seating thing was messed up. I almost said something. Almost. Me, it's fine. I'm fine. Lauren, are you? Was I? I turned off my phone again. Put it in a drawer. Out of sight. The next few days blurred. I worked on client projects. Walked through my neighborhood. Avoided social media. The last thing I needed was to see engagement party photos, read comments about the perfect couple. The refund hit my account on day 7. $16,000. It showed up at 2:34 p.m. while I was sketching logo concepts for a new client. I stared at the notification. Watched the number in my account climb back towards something less catastrophic. It didn't feel like a win. That night, my mother showed up at my apartment. I heard the knock and knew immediately. 3 soft taps, a pause, 2 more. Her signature knock, the one she'd used my whole childhood. I thought about not answering. Pretending I wasn't home. But she'd driven 40 minutes to get here. And I missed her. I opened the door. She looked smaller than I remembered. Tired. Her eyes were red. "Hi, baby," she said. I stepped aside. Let her in. We sat on the couch. Oliver immediately claimed her lap. She scratched his head absently, the way she always did. "I'm not here to yell at you," she said. "I just want to understand." So I told her. All of it. The months of feeling dismissed. The comments. The cancelled plans. The card table. That patronizing smile. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she was quiet for a long time. "Why didn't you tell me?" she finally asked. "Would you have believed me?" She flinched. And I knew the answer. "Jess has been very good to Connor," Mom said carefully. "She's helped him become more ambitious. More focused. She's helped him forget he has a sister." "That's not fair. Isn't it?" Mom looked at me. Really looked. Her eyes searched my face like she was trying to find something she'd lost. "The card table was wrong," she admitted. "I didn't know about that until after. Jessa told me you'd asked to eat outside because you were feeling overwhelmed. And you believed her." "I did." She paused. "I'm sorry." 2 words. They should have meant more. "The trip was a lot of money," she said. "I know. You really spent that much on them?" "I wanted to do something meaningful. Something he'd remember." "He will remember. Just not the way you intended." We sat in silence. Oliver purred between us, oblivious to the weight in the room. "What happens now?" I asked. "I don't know. Connor's very angry. Jess is. I don't care what Jessa is." Mom sighed. "She's going to be your sister-in-law. You'll have to find a way to coexist." "No, I won't. He uninvited me to the wedding." Her face fell. "He didn't mean that." "He meant it. You're his sister." "Not anymore." The words hung there. Final. True. Mom left an hour later. We hugged at the door, one of those embraces that feels like goodbye even when it isn't. "I love you," she said. "Both of you. This is killing me." "I know. Please don't make me choose." But that was exactly what this was going to become. I could see it already. Holidays split. Invitations carefully managed. Family events where I didn't exist because it was easier than confronting what happened. I'd be the one who got cut out. Because I was the one who'd burned it all down. She left. The apartment felt bigger again. 2 weeks passed. The call stopped. The text stopped. My phone stayed quiet except for client work and the occasional message from Lauren checking in. I threw myself into projects. Redesigned a restaurant's branding. Created a logo for a startup. Work was simple. Clear. You do good design, client pays you, everyone's happy. No hidden meanings. No card tables. Connor's wedding was in 3 months. I knew because the date was still in my calendar, had been since the day he got engaged. I deleted it. Deleted his contact from my phone too. And Jess's. And most of our mutual friends. Clean slate. Lauren called one evening. Actual call, not text. "So the bridesmaid thing is awkward now," she said without preamble. "What?" "Jessa asked me to be a bridesmaid. But she's been trash talking you to everyone, and I told her I wasn't comfortable standing up there after the way they treated you. She did not take it well." My throat went tight. "You didn't have to do that." "Yeah, I did. The whole thing is messed up. Connor's acting like you committed a crime, and Jessa's playing victim so hard she should win an award." "It's fine. Be in the wedding. I don't want you caught in the middle." "Too late for that. Besides, I've seen the bridesmaid dresses she picked. I'm doing myself a favor." I laughed. First real laugh in weeks. "Are you okay?" Lauren asked. "Like actually?" Was I? "Getting there," I said. "Good. Because I'm coming over Friday with wine and trashy reality TV, and we're going to talk about literally anything except your brother." "Sounds perfect." She kept her word. Showed up Friday with 2 bottles of wine and a determination to make me laugh. We watched a show about people buying tiny houses and making terrible decisions. It was exactly what I needed. Can I say something without you getting mad? Lauren asked during the second episode. Probably not, but go ahead. I think you did the right thing. Canceling the trip. It sucks, and it's messy, but they treated you terribly. You don't owe them anything just because they're family. I didn't respond. Just nodded. Connor's going to regret this someday, she continued. When Jess is not so shiny anymore. When he realizes what he gave up. Maybe. Definitely. I wanted to believe her. But belief felt dangerous right now. The wedding came and went. I didn't go, obviously. Spent the day at a state park 2 hours away, hiking trails until my legs ached and my mind went quiet. Lauren texted me photos. Not of the wedding, she'd kept her word and didn't go either. Photos of her weekend trip to the coast instead. Sunset over water. Seagulls mid-flight. A reminder that life existed outside this mess. I sent back a photo of the trail I was on. Trees arching overhead, dappled sunlight. Freedom looked different than I'd expected. Months passed. Fall turned to winter. I took on bigger clients. Started making real money again, rebuilding what I'd spent. My savings account climbed back toward respectable. I didn't hear from Connor. Didn't expect to. Mom called occasionally. Surface conversations about weather and work. She didn't mention him, and I didn't ask. The wound scabbed over. Not healed, but manageable. Then, 6 months after the engagement party, my phone rang at 11:47 p.m. Connor. I stared at the screen. Let it ring. And ring. It went to voicemail. I waited. Listened. His voice was different. Tired. Hollow. I know I don't have the right to call you. But I need to talk. Please. Please call me back. I played it 3 times. Trying to read between the words. Hear what he wasn't saying. I didn't call back. He tried again the next morning. And the morning after that. Finally, I answered. What? Thank you for picking up. He sounded relieved. Desperate. Can we meet? In person? Why? Because I owe you an apology. A real one. And I can't do it over the phone. I almost hung up. Almost told him it was too late, that apologies didn't erase half a year of silence. But there was something in his voice. Something broken. Fine. Saturday. The coffee shop on Maple. 2 p.m. I'll be there. He was early. I saw him through the window as I approached, sitting at a corner table, hands wrapped around a mug he wasn't drinking from. He looked thinner. Older. I almost turned around. But I'd come this far. I walked in. Sat down across from him. Hi, he said. Hi. Silence stretched between us. Years of silence compressed into 30 seconds. I'm sorry, he finally said. For everything. The party. The things I said. Uninviting you to the wedding. All of it. I waited. I've been a terrible brother. I let Jessa dictate everything, and I convinced myself you were the problem because it was easier than admitting I was being a coward. Okay. That's it? Just okay? What do you want me to say, Connor? That it's fine? That we're good now? No. I don't know. I want to fix this. You can't. He flinched. You chose her over me, I continued. Over and over. For 2 years. And when I finally stood up for myself, you called me sociopathic. I was angry. You were cruel. He looked down at his mug. Yeah. I was. Why now? I asked. Why are you here? He was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was barely audible. Jessa and I separated. Oh. 3 weeks ago. We're getting divorced. I'm sorry, I said automatically. Don't be. You were right about her. About everything. I didn't want to be right. I wanted to have been wrong, to have been the jealous sister seeing problems that didn't exist. What happened? She cheated. With my boss. The one who was supposed to come to the engagement party. He laughed, sharp, bitter. Turns out the chair wasn't for him. It was for her exit strategy. The pieces clicked into place. The empty chair. Connor's boss. Jess's insistence on that seating arrangement. I'm sorry, I said again. And meant it this time. I lost you for her. And she was just using me the whole time. We sat in silence. The coffee shop hummed around us, espresso machines hissing, conversations overlapping. I don't expect you to forgive me, Connor said. I just needed you to know that I see it now. What I did. What I lost. Okay. Is there any chance we can start over? Start over. Like we could rewind. Erase the card table, the voicemails, the blocked numbers. I don't know, I said honestly. He nodded. Accepting. We talked for another hour. Surface things mostly. His job. My work. Mom. Neutral ground. When we left, he hugged me. Quick, awkward. But real. Thank you for meeting me, he said. Yeah. I watched him walk to his car. Watched him drive away. Then I sat in my own car for 20 minutes, trying to figure out what I felt. Relief? Vindication? Sadness? All of it. None of it. The thing is, revenge doesn't have an expiration date. You think it ends when they realize what they've done. When they apologize. When they hurt the way you hurt. But it doesn't end. It just becomes part of the story you tell yourself. About who you are. Who they are. What you're capable of when pushed far enough. I canceled a $32,000 honeymoon because they put me at a card table. Because they made me feel small. Because I was tired of being erased. Was it justified? Petty? Both? I still don't know. What I do know is this: that night at the engagement party, sitting alone on the patio with a paper plate and a plastic chair, something in me broke. Not dramatically. Not loudly. Just a quiet crack, like ice under pressure. And when I walked out holding that gift, I wasn't just leaving the party. I was leaving the version of myself who kept accepting less. Who kept being understanding. Who kept waiting for them to see me. The gift was never really about the trip. It was about proof. Proof that I mattered. That my love had value. And when they put me outside, they told me it didn't. So I took it back. Connor and I talk now. Occasionally. Carefully. We're rebuilding something, but it's not what we had before. That's gone. This is different, more honest, maybe. More fragile. Mom's relieved. She doesn't understand everything, but she stopped trying to. Stopped asking me to be the bigger person. I haven't seen Jessa since that night. Heard she moved across the country. Good. The money's back in my savings account. Growing again. My dad's gift, still working for me. And the card table? Connor saw it in Mom's garage a month ago. He asked if she was getting rid of it. She said yes. He carried it to the curb himself. I didn't ask him to. He just did it. It's not forgiveness. Not redemption. But it's something. Late at night, when I can't sleep, I sometimes wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed at that party. If I'd eaten my dinner outside, smiled through it, pretended it didn't hurt. Would Connor have still asked me to be a bridesmaid? Would I have stood up there in some dress I didn't pick, watching him marry someone who'd never respected me? Would we still be talking? Or would the resentment have built and built until something worse than a cancelled trip exploded between us? I'll never know. What I do know is that I can look at myself in the mirror now without flinching. Without seeing someone who accepts scraps. Someone who shrinks herself to make room for other people's comfort. The card table taught me something. Not about revenge or payback. About boundaries. About the moment you decide you're worth more than the patio. 57 missed calls later, and I do it again. Not because it felt good. Not because they deserved it. But because I deserved better than what they were offering. And that's worth more than any honeymoon in Bora Bora. There's a postscript to all this. An ending that's not really an ending. 3 months after that coffee shop conversation with Connor, I got an email from Jessa. The subject line was blank. Just her name in the center field, staring at me from my inbox at 9:23 on a Tuesday morning. I hovered over the delete button. Held my finger there for a full minute. Then I opened it. I know I'm probably the last person you want to hear from. I debated even sending this. But I've been in treatment, therapy, and my counselor suggested I reach out to people I've hurt. Not for forgiveness. Just for accountability. So here it is: I was awful to you. I knew exactly what I was doing at that party. The card table wasn't an accident or a space issue. I wanted you to feel small. I wanted you separate from Connor because I was threatened by how close you two were. I convinced myself you were the problem, that you were jealous and petty, because it was easier than admitting I was insecure. The affair happened because I was chasing something I thought would make me feel worthy, and I destroyed everything in the process. Including people who didn't deserve it. I'm not asking for anything. I just wanted you to know that I see it now. What I did. Who I became. I'm sorry. I read it 4 times. Part of me wanted to feel vindicated. See? I was right. She was manipulative. She admitted it. But mostly I just felt sad. Sad for her. Sad for Connor. Sad for all of us stumbling through our damage, trying to feel like we matter. I didn't respond to the email. But I didn't delete it either. It sits in my inbox still. A monument to the fact that people can surprise you, even when you think you know exactly who they are. Connor never asked if I heard from her. I never mentioned it. Some things are better left in their own corners. Work picked up significantly after the wedding that wasn't. I landed a contract with a tech startup that turned into a 6-month retainer. Good money. The kind that let me stop checking my account balance obsessively. I moved to a bigger apartment. 1 bedroom to 2. Space for an actual office instead of working from my couch. Oliver approved, more rooms to patrol, more windows to judge the neighborhood from. Lauren and I started a weekly dinner tradition. Thursday nights, we'd try a new restaurant or cook something elaborate and inevitably mess it up. She was dealing with her own family drama, her parents' messy divorce, and we became each other's safe harbor. The place you could say the ugly thoughts out loud without judgment. Do you think you'll ever fully forgive him? She asked one night over burnt lasagna and cheap wine. Connor? Yeah. I thought about it. Really thought. I don't know if forgiveness is even the right word. It's more like acceptance. He screwed up. I screwed up. We both did damage. Now we're just trying to exist in the same world without bleeding all over each other. That's incredibly depressing. Or incredibly honest. She raised her glass. To honesty, then. However depressing. We drank to that. The holidays were complicated. Mom wanted us all together for Thanksgiving. Her first request was tentative, apologetic. Like she was asking permission to want her family in one room. I said yes before I could overthink it. Connor and I hadn't been in the same space since the coffee shop. 4 months of careful phone calls and strategic text messages, but no physical proximity. I showed up at Mom's house with pie and low expectations. He was already there. Sitting at the kitchen island, helping Mom dice vegetables. He looked up when I walked in, and for a second, neither of us knew what to do. Then Mom said, "Oh good, you're here. Can you mash the potatoes? Connor's terrible at it. Too lumpy." Just like that. Back to being siblings assigned kitchen tasks. We worked in careful synchronicity. Passing bowls. Avoiding eye contact. Making small talk about work and weather and nothing that mattered. It wasn't comfortable. But it wasn't hostile either. Progress, I guess. Dinner was awkward in the way family dinners are when everyone's pretending everything's fine but nobody believes it. We talked about Mom's garden. Connor's new apartment, smaller, cheaper, post-divorce. My latest client project. Surface things that kept us from drowning. But there was a moment. After dinner, while Mom was wrapping leftovers, Connor and I ended up on the back porch. The same porch where I'd sat at that card table 6 months earlier. He saw me looking at the spot. Where the table used to be. "I think about that night a lot," he said. "Yeah?" I replay it. Try to see what you saw. What I should have seen. I didn't respond. Just waited. "I still don't fully get it," he admitted. "Not the way you felt it. But I'm trying to understand that it doesn't matter if I get it. You felt what you felt. That's enough." It wasn't a perfect apology. It wasn't even a complete one. But it was real. "Thank you," I said. We stood there in the November cold, breath visible in the air between us. Two people who used to know each other, learning how to be strangers, becoming acquaintances, becoming something else. "I missed you," he said quietly. "I missed you too." And I had. That was the thing nobody tells you about cutting people off. You don't just lose the bad parts. You lose the good memories too. The inside jokes. The shared history. The person who knew you before you became whoever you are now. Connor and I would never be what we were. That version of us died at an engagement party on a plastic chair. But maybe we could be something new. Something more honest. Mom cried when she saw us talking through the window. "Happy tears," she said later. Relief. I hugged her before I left. Held on longer than usual. "Thank you for not giving up on us," she whispered. "Thank you for not making me choose," I whispered back. Even though I knew she had, in small ways. She'd stayed neutral, which meant supporting Connor by default. But she'd also called. Kept showing up. Refused to let me disappear completely. That counted for something. Christmas was easier. Connor and I had established a fragile rhythm by then. We exchanged gifts, thoughtful ones, not expensive. A book I'd mentioned months ago. A desk organizer he'd been needing. No grand gestures. No overcompensating. Just small acknowledgments that we were trying. New Year's came and went. I spent it with Lauren and 3 other friends, drinking champagne on someone's roof and watching mediocre fireworks in the distance. At midnight, Lauren hugged me and said, "This is your year. I can feel it. It's everyone's year at midnight on January 1st. Shut up and accept the optimism." I laughed. Accepted it. January brought a strange email. From the travel concierge I'd used for Connor's honeymoon booking. "Wanted to let you know, the resort in Bora Bora reached out. They have your brother's name flagged in their system from the cancelled booking and wanted to offer a future discount if he rebooks. Should I pass along his contact info?" I stared at the email for a long time. The vindictive part of me, the part that cancelled the trip in the first place, wanted to say no. Let that bridge stay burned. But that wasn't who I wanted to be anymore. I forwarded the email to Connor with a simple message, "Your call." He responded an hour later, not ready to think about honeymoons. But, "Thank you. That was it. Simple. Clean. No drama. No accusations. No demands. Just two people navigating the aftermath of an implosion, one careful step at a time. Work continued to be my anchor. I took on a massive rebranding project for a nonprofit. The kind of work that felt meaningful, like I was contributing something beyond aesthetics. The director told me during our kickoff meeting that they'd chosen me because my portfolio had emotional depth. That my designs felt human, not corporate. I didn't tell her that emotional depth was just a fancy term for survived family trauma and channeled it into color theory. But I thought it. February brought an unexpected visitor. Jess's sister, Maya. I'd met her twice, once at Connor's birthday party 2 years ago, once at a random coffee shop where we'd made awkward small talk. She showed up at my office. I'd started renting a small studio space downtown, with 2 lattes and a nervous expression. "I hope this isn't weird," she started. "It's a little weird." "Fair." She handed me one of the lattes. I wanted to apologize. For my sister. And for myself. I watched her treat you terribly and never said anything. That was cowardly. I didn't know what to say. Hadn't expected this. "Jessa and I aren't speaking right now," Maya continued. "She's in a bad place. But that doesn't excuse what she did to you. Or to Connor. I just wanted you to know that not everyone in her life thinks her behavior was okay." "Okay. That's it? Just okay?" I smiled. "Small. What else is there? I appreciate you coming here. I do. But I'm not looking for apologies from everyone who witnessed the mess. I'm just trying to move forward." She nodded. Looked relieved. "Can I ask you something?" "Sure." "Do you regret it? Canceling the trip?" "Did I?" "Sometimes," I said honestly. "Not because they deserved it. But because it cost me more than money. It cost me time. Energy. Months of my life consumed by anger and hurt. But you'd do it again." "In a heartbeat." Maya laughed. Actually laughed. "Good. Jessa needed someone to stand up to her. Connor needed to see her for what she was. And you needed to prove you weren't going to be walked on." "Is that what I did?" "That's exactly what you did." She left 20 minutes later. The latte sat on my desk, getting cold while I worked. But her words stayed warm. Spring arrived slowly. Trees budding. Days getting longer. The world remembering how to be green again. Connor called in March. Asked if I wanted to get dinner. Not at Mom's house. Not with a buffer. Just the two of us. I said yes. We met at a Thai place halfway between our apartments. Neutral ground. The conversation was easier than I expected. He told me about his job, a promotion, new responsibilities. I told him about the nonprofit rebrand. We talked about Oliver's ongoing war with the neighbor's cat. Mom's obsession with a new hobby every month. Normal things. Sibling things. Then, over spring rolls and pad thai, he said something that shifted everything. "I'm glad you canceled the trip." I looked up. "What?" "I mean it. If you hadn't, I would have married her. Gone to Bora Bora. Probably spent years in a miserable marriage before figuring out what you saw immediately. Connor, you saved me. In the worst possible way. But you saved me." I didn't know how to respond to that. Hadn't expected gratitude. "I didn't do it to save you," I said carefully. "I did it because I was hurt and angry and wanted you to feel what I felt." "I know. But intentions don't change outcomes. You were right about her. About everything." We sat in silence. The restaurant hummed around us. "I don't want you to be glad I did it," I finally said. "I want you to understand why I had to." "I do now. I didn't then. But I do now." That was enough. We split the check. Hugged goodbye in the parking lot. Made plans to do it again in a few weeks. Baby steps. But forward ones. The story doesn't have a neat ending. No final confrontation. No moment of complete healing. Just this, two people who broke each other learning how to be careful with the pieces. Some nights I still think about that card table. The plastic chair. The view through the glass door into a room I wasn't invited to join. Some nights I think about the gift. The hours of planning. The money. The hope that it would mean something. Some nights I think about the 57 missed calls. The voicemails I deleted. The relationships that fractured. And some nights, I think about the person I was before that party. The one who kept shrinking. Kept accommodating. Kept waiting for permission to matter. I don't miss her. The revenge wasn't the cancelled trip. That was just the catalyst. The real revenge was becoming someone who doesn't need external validation to know her worth. Someone who can walk away from a card table and never look back. Someone who understands that sometimes love means letting people face the consequences of how they've treated you. 57 missed calls. A cancelled honeymoon. A family fractured and slowly, painfully rebuilding. Worth it? Ask me again in 5 years. But today? Standing in my own office, living in my own space, speaking to my brother without flinching? Today, I'd say yes. Story 4. My parents disowned me 9 years ago when my brother's fiancée claimed I made inappropriate advances toward her at Thanksgiving dinner. They believed her without question. Now, 7 years later, she's been exposed for falsely accusing 3 other family members of the same thing. Suddenly my parents want to reconnect, and they're losing it seeing me happy without them with my 8-figure business and my soulmate. I need to tell someone this. Anyone. Because it's eating me alive and I can't keep pretending it doesn't matter. 9 years ago, my mother called me a predator to my face. My father wouldn't even look at me. My brother, the golden child, the one who could do no wrong, stood there with his arm around her while she cried those fake tears, and he told me I was dead to him. They all did. In the span of 2 hours on Thanksgiving night, I went from being part of a family to being nothing. And the worst part? I didn't do it. But here's the thing about being falsely accused: nobody believes you. The denial sounds exactly like what a guilty person would say. Every word you use to defend yourself becomes proof of your guilt. I didn't touch her sounds like I'm hiding something. She's lying sounds like victim blaming. You're damned before you open your mouth. So I'm going to start at the beginning, because the only people who know the full story are me, Rachel, that's her name, the fiancé, and now, apparently, 3 other people she accused after me. 3 other people who also made advances toward her. 3 other accusations that finally, made my family question whether sweet, innocent Rachel might not be telling the truth. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Thanksgiving 2016. I was 26, working 60-hour weeks at a startup in Austin that was hemorrhaging money and promises. I'd driven 8 hours to my parents' place in suburban Dallas because that's what you do. You show up for family, even when you're exhausted, even when you know your older brother Daniel is going to spend the entire meal talking about his promotion and his beautiful fiancée and their plans for a spring wedding. Rachel had been in our lives for about 14 months at that point. She was. I don't know how to describe her without sounding bitter now, but back then, we all thought she was perfect. 24, finishing her master's degree, volunteered at an animal shelter, had this whole wholesome girl next door thing going. My mother loved her. Kept saying things like Daniel finally found someone worthy of him and I can't wait to have a daughter. I tried to like her. I really did. But something about Rachel felt off to me from the start, like when you meet someone and they're checking all the right boxes but your gut is screaming that something doesn't add up. She was too helpful. Too concerned. Too quick to offer advice or sympathy that felt weirdly invasive. Like at my cousin's wedding that summer, Rachel cornered me near the bar and spent 20 minutes asking about my dating life, why I was still single, whether I'd considered therapy for my fear of commitment. I'd barely said 10 words to her before that night. I laughed it off. Told myself I was being paranoid, that she was just trying to bond, that maybe I was jealous because Daniel was getting married and I was still figuring out my life. That Thanksgiving started normally. I got there around 2 in the afternoon. Mom was cooking, Dad was watching football, Daniel and Rachel were on the couch looking at wedding venues on her laptop. I brought wine, a nice Pinot Noir because Rachel had mentioned she liked red, and my mom's favorite pumpkin pie from the bakery she loves but pretends is too expensive. Rachel hugged me when I walked in. Held on a little too long. Said something about how tired I looked, how I should take better care of myself. I pulled away and made some joke about startup culture being brutal. Daniel laughed. Dad asked about my drive. Everything felt fine. The first weird thing happened before dinner. I was helping my mom in the kitchen, chopping vegetables for the salad, when Rachel came in and asked if we needed help. My mom said no, we had it under control, but Rachel lingered anyway, leaning against the counter. She kept looking at me. Not in a normal way, in that intense, deliberate way that makes your skin crawl because you know they're manufacturing the moment. You know, she said, Daniel talks about you all the time. He really admires you. I didn't know what to say to that. Daniel and I weren't close. We were brothers, we loved each other, but we'd never had that sibling best friend thing. He was the athlete, the achiever, the one who made our parents proud. I was the weird creative kid who asked too many questions and didn't fit the mold. That's nice, I said, focusing on the tomatoes. He says you're the smartest person he knows. Rachel moved closer. I can see why. My mother was right there. Not 3 feet away, stirring gravy. And Rachel was looking at me like we were alone, like she was trying to communicate something I wasn't understanding. Rachel, honey, can you set the table? My mom asked. Of course. Rachel smiled, touched my shoulder as she passed, and left. My mom didn't seem to notice. Or if she did, she didn't think anything of it. I told myself I was reading into things. That I was stressed and tired and needed to relax. Dinner was fine. Good, even. We talked about Daniel's work. He was in finance, doing well, making the kind of money that impresses parents. We talked about the wedding, about honeymoon plans, about my grandmother's health. I mostly listened. Threw in comments when appropriate. Tried to ignore the way Rachel kept finding reasons to bring me into the conversation. What do you think about Cabo versus Italy? She asked at one point, looking directly at me. For the honeymoon? Either sounds great, I said. But which one would you choose? Daniel laughed. Babe, he's not coming on our honeymoon. Everyone laughed. Including Rachel. But her eyes stayed on me, and there was something in them I couldn't name. After dinner, we did the dishes, me, my mom, and Rachel. Daniel and my dad were in the living room, arguing about whether the Cowboys had a shot at the playoffs. The kitchen was warm, steamy from the dishwasher, smelling like turkey and pie. My mom was happy. She kept talking about how perfect the day was, how grateful she was to have both her boys home. That's when Rachel made her move. My mom left to bring out dessert. Just stepped into the dining room, maybe 15 seconds. Rachel and I were alone by the sink. I was rinsing a plate. She was drying, standing close enough that our elbows almost touched. I need to tell you something, she said quietly. I glanced at her. Okay? I think about you sometimes. Her voice dropped even lower. More than I should. The plate almost slipped from my hands. What? Don't. She looked up at me, and her expression was strange, vulnerable but calculated, like she'd practiced this. Don't pretend you don't feel it too. Rachel, I don't know what you're. She moved fast. Put her hand on my chest, leaned in like she was going to kiss me. I stepped back so quickly I bumped into the counter. Grabbed her wrist and pushed her hand away. What are you doing? I'm sorry, she whispered, but she wasn't looking sorry. She was looking satisfied. I couldn't help myself. My mom walked back in. Saw us standing there, me backed against the counter, Rachel inches away with this startled expression blooming on her face. Is everything okay? My mom asked. Fine, I said quickly. Too quickly. Rachel was just. He touched me, Rachel said. Time stopped. Or that's what it felt like. My mother's face went blank, then confused, then horrified. Rachel started crying, real tears, running down her face, her hand coming up to cover her mouth like she was shocked by her own words. He put his hand on my chest, Rachel said through sobs. I was just trying to be nice, trying to get to know him better, and he misread everything and then he. That's not what happened, I said. My voice sounded distant, tinny. She came on to me. She tried to kiss me. My mom looked at me like I'd just told her I'd murdered someone. Mom, I'm telling you the truth. She put her hand on me. I pushed her away. Rachel was full on crying now, shaking, and my mom moved toward her, put her arms around her. It's okay, honey. It's okay. It's not okay, I said. She's lying. Why would she lie? My mother's voice was cold. Why would she make something like this up? I don't know, but what? You think she's trying to ruin Thanksgiving? You think she's trying to destroy her relationship with Daniel for fun? Daniel appeared in the doorway. What's going on? Rachel turned to him, and I swear I saw it, just for a second, a flash of something triumphant in her eyes before she buried her face in my mom's shoulder. Your brother, my mom said, and the disgust in her voice broke something in me, made a pass at Rachel. What followed was chaos. Daniel yelling. My dad appearing, demanding to know what happened. Rachel crying harder, saying she didn't want to cause problems, that maybe she'd given me the wrong impression somehow, that she felt so stupid and violated and scared. Me trying to explain, my voice getting louder, more desperate, and that desperation making me look guilty. You touched her? Daniel's face was red. You touched my fiancée? No. She touched me. I pushed her away. He's lying, Rachel sobbed. I was just being nice. I thought we were becoming friends. My father looked at me with something worse than anger. Disappointment. Tell us the truth. I am telling you the truth. But the way they were all looking at me, like I was a stranger, like I was something disgusting they'd found under a rock, I knew it didn't matter. They'd already decided. I think you should leave, my dad said quietly. Dad, please. I didn't do anything. Leave. Now. Daniel stepped toward me, and for a second I thought he was going to hit me. If I ever see you again, he said, his voice shaking, if you ever come near Rachel or this family again, I'll make sure everyone knows what kind of person you really are. I looked at my mom. She wouldn't meet my eyes. That's when I understood. They weren't going to believe me. Not now, not ever. Rachel was going to be their daughter-in-law, the mother of their future grandchildren. I was expendable. I left. Drove back to Austin that night, hands shaking so badly I had to pull over twice. When I got home, I found texts from my mom telling me I needed help, from Daniel calling me every name you can imagine, from my dad saying I was no longer welcome in their house. I tried calling. Left voicemails explaining, pleading. Sent emails. Long ones, detailing exactly what happened, why Rachel's story didn't make sense. They went unanswered. After 2 weeks, my mom sent one text: get therapy. Don't contact us until you're ready to admit what you did. I didn't admit it. Because I didn't do it. So they cut me off. Completely. Changed the locks on the house where I grew up. Blocked my number. Removed me from the family group chat. When my aunt, my dad's sister, tried to defend me, said maybe we should hear both sides, my parents accused her of enabling predatory behavior and stopped talking to her too. The holidays that year were brutal. Christmas alone. New Year's alone. My birthday came and went with no acknowledgement. I'd been erased. The startup I worked for folded in February 2017. I got a severance package that barely covered 2 months' rent. My girlfriend at the time, yeah, I had a girlfriend, which should have made Rachel's accusation even more absurd, broke up with me in March because I was too depressed to be around. Fair enough. I was. I spent 3 months applying for jobs, getting nowhere, bleeding through my savings. Stopped going out. Stopped seeing friends. Just sat in my apartment wondering how my entire life had imploded over something I didn't do. The day I hit rock bottom, I had $43 in my checking account and a notice that my lease wouldn't be renewed. I was sitting on my floor, surrounded by rejection emails, thinking about how easy it would be to just stop. Give up. Let them win. Instead, I got angry. Not the hot, explosive anger I'd felt on Thanksgiving night. Cold anger. Focused anger. The kind that doesn't burn out, it crystallizes into purpose. I'd been good at my job. The startup failed because of bad management and poor market timing, not because I lacked skills. I was a product designer, good with UX, better with understanding what people needed before they knew they needed it. So I started freelancing. Took any project I could get. Web design, app mockups, brand consultations. Worked 18-hour days. Learned everything I could about business development, about scaling, about turning creative work into actual profit. By the end of 2017, I had a small client roster and enough money to move to a better apartment. By mid-2018, I hired my first employee, a developer named Marcus who became my business partner. We started building products instead of just designing them. Apps for small businesses, tools for creators, things that solved real problems. The company grew. Slowly at first, then faster. We got seed funding in 2019. Series A in 2020, right before the pandemic hit. Turned out, remote work tools were suddenly very lucrative. By 2021, we had 80 employees and revenue in the millions. By 2023, we were valued at 9 figures. I didn't do it for revenge. Not at first. I did it because I had nothing else. No family, no safety net, just this burning need to prove I wasn't worthless. But somewhere along the way, I started imagining the day they'd find out. The day my parents would learn that the son they threw away was successful beyond anything they could have imagined. Would they care? Would they regret it? I told myself I didn't care about their approval anymore. And most days, I almost believed it. I met Sophie in September 2022 at a tech conference in San Francisco. She was giving a talk on ethical AI development. I was on a panel about sustainable business practices. We ended up at the same dinner afterward, seated across from each other, and spent 3 hours talking while everyone else networked. She was brilliant. Not just smart, there are plenty of smart people in tech, but genuinely thoughtful and curious and kind in a way that felt rare. She asked questions and actually listened to the answers. Challenged my ideas without being combative. Made me laugh in a way I hadn't laughed in years. We started dating long distance. She was based in Seattle, running her own consulting firm. For 6 months, we flew back and forth every other weekend, racking up frequent flyer miles and expensive phone bills. It was hard and wonderful and terrifying because I kept waiting for it to fall apart. But it didn't. She moved to Austin in March 2023. Not for me, she was careful to make that clear, and I appreciated it, but because she wanted to, because it made sense for her business, because we both wanted to see where this could go. I told her about my family on our 4th date. The whole story. Expected her to run or at least look at me differently. Instead, she got quiet for a moment, then said, "That must have been incredibly lonely." Not "I'm sorry." Not "that's awful." Just an acknowledgement of the specific pain I'd carried. It was the first time someone had seen it clearly. Sophie didn't try to fix me. Didn't suggest I should reach out to my family or forgive them or move on. She just stayed. Built a life with me. Made our apartment feel like home in a way nowhere had felt since Thanksgiving 2016. By early 2024, I was happy. Genuinely happy. The kind of happiness that doesn't need external validation because it comes from knowing who you are and what you've built. The company was thriving. Sophie and I were talking about marriage. I had friends, a community, a life I'd created from nothing. I barely thought about my family anymore. When I did, it was distant, like remembering a story someone told you years ago about people you never met. Then, in March 2024, my Aunt Caroline found me. The message came through LinkedIn of all places. Subject line: I think you should know this. Aunt Caroline had been frozen out of the family too after she'd tried to defend me, though not as severely. She still talked to my parents occasionally, mostly because my grandmother, her mother, was getting older and someone had to coordinate care. But she'd never stopped believing me. The message said, Rachel has been accused of making false allegations against your cousin Brett. Very similar to what happened with you. Thought you should know. We should talk. I'm sorry I didn't fight harder for you back then. I read it 3 times. Closed my laptop. Opened it again and read it twice more. Brett was Daniel's age, lived in Denver, worked in consulting. Quiet guy. Married with 2 kids. The idea that he'd done something inappropriate to Rachel seemed absurd, but then again, the idea that I'd done something inappropriate had seemed absurd too. I called Aunt Caroline that night. She explained everything. Rachel and Daniel had gotten married in spring 2017, right on schedule. They'd moved to Phoenix, where Daniel took a job with better pay. Everything seemed fine on the surface. They posted happy pictures on social media, beaches, restaurants, their new house. My parents visited often. Bragged about their daughter-in-law at church. But behind the scenes, cracks were forming. Rachel had accused Daniel's co-worker of sexual harassment at a company event in 2019. The co-worker was investigated, put on leave, eventually cleared when multiple witnesses contradicted Rachel's story. She'd claimed a neighbor made unwanted advances in 2021. The neighbor was married with children and had doorbell camera footage proving he'd barely spoken to her. The family wrote these off. Misunderstandings. Rachel being overly sensitive. The world being full of terrible men. Then came Brett. He and his family visited Phoenix for Christmas 2023. On the last night of their visit, Rachel accused Brett of cornering her in the laundry room and trying to kiss her. Same story, same tears, same shock and hurt. But this time, there was evidence she didn't know about. Brett's wife had lent Rachel her phone earlier that evening because Rachel's was charging upstairs. The wife's phone had been recording voice memos for a work project. She'd forgotten to stop the recording. It captured Rachel's voice clearly. I'm going to tell them you came on to me. They'll believe me. They always believe me. Brett confronted her immediately. Played the recording. Rachel tried to explain it away, said it was taken out of context, that he must have edited it somehow. But Brett's wife had already sent it to their own phones. The evidence was irrefutable. Daniel tried to defend her at first. Couldn't sustain it. The recording was too clear. Under pressure, from Brett, from Aunt Caroline, from the weight of everything, Rachel finally admitted she'd lied. About Brett. About the neighbor. About the coworker. About me. She said she did it for attention. Because she liked the drama, the way everyone rallied around her, the power of being believed without question. She said she had problems, that she was sorry, that she'd started therapy and wouldn't do it again. My aunt's voice cracked on the phone when she told me this part. Your mother called me last week. She's devastated. They kicked Rachel out of the house, she's staying with them while Daniel files for divorce. Your parents keep saying they should have listened to you. That they made a terrible mistake. I was silent for a long time. Sophie was sitting next to me on the couch, holding my hand, waiting. Do they want to talk to me? I finally asked. They're scared, Aunt Caroline said. They don't know how to face you after everything. But yes. I think they're going to reach out. Tell them not to. What? Tell them not to contact me. I don't want to hear from them. Aunt Caroline tried to argue. Said they were suffering, that they'd learned their lesson, that family was important. I listened politely and then I thanked her for letting me know and told her I needed time to process. I didn't need time. I knew exactly how I felt. The first email from my mother arrived 2 weeks later. Long, rambling, full of apologies and explanations and pleas. She said they'd been manipulated. That Rachel was sick and had fooled everyone. That they should have trusted me but they'd been blinded by wanting to believe their future daughter-in-law. That they loved me and missed me and wanted a chance to make things right. I deleted it without responding. The second email came 3 days later. Shorter. My father this time. More formal, more restrained, but the message was the same. They were sorry, they'd made a mistake, they wanted to talk. Deleted. Daniel sent a text, I know I don't deserve forgiveness. But I'm asking anyway. What Rachel did to you was unforgivable, and I was too blind to see it. I should have been your brother. I failed. Please let me try to fix this. Blocked. They kept trying. Emails. Texts from new numbers I kept blocking. A letter mailed to my business address, I don't know how they got it, that I threw away without opening. My mother showed up at my office building in June. The receptionist called up to ask if I wanted to see her. I said no. She waited in the lobby for 3 hours. I left through the parking garage. Sophie asked me once if I was sure. If I might regret not giving them a chance. I appreciated that she asked, not pushing, just making sure I'd thought it through. They had 9 years to give me a chance, I said. 9 years to question Rachel's story, to look at the evidence, to remember who I was. They chose her over me every single time. I'm not interested in being their son now that it's convenient. She nodded. Didn't argue. Just held me while I cried angry tears I hadn't known were still in there. Here's the thing about vindication, it doesn't feel the way you think it will. For years, I'd imagined this moment. The moment they'd realize they were wrong. I thought I'd feel triumphant. Satisfied. Like I'd won. Instead, I mostly felt tired. And sad. Because the family I'd lost wasn't coming back. Those people, the ones who'd raised me, celebrated my birthdays, taught me to ride a bike, they'd never existed in the way I'd remembered. They'd been conditional. Fragile. Ready to discard me the second it was easier than believing me. The real family, the one I'd built, was Sophie and Marcus and the team at the company and the friends who'd stuck around when I had nothing. They were the ones who'd shown up. They were the ones who mattered. But that didn't mean the vindication didn't come with its own satisfaction. In August 2024, my company got acquired. Not a fire sale, not a desperate move, a proper acquisition by a major tech firm that saw what we'd built and wanted in. The deal was structured so I'd stay on as CEO of our division, Marcus would run product development, and we'd maintain autonomy while getting resources to scale faster. The number was staggering. Not just 8 figures, almost 9. Life-changing money. The kind of money that makes your head spin when you see it in writing. The acquisition made tech news. Articles in TechCrunch, Wired, Forbes. My face in photographs, my name in headlines. Austin entrepreneur sells company for $150 million. Interviews about the journey, about building something from nothing, about the future of the industry. My parents definitely saw it. I know because Aunt Caroline told me, she'd resumed limited contact with them, mostly for my grandmother's sake. Apparently, my mother had cried for days. My father kept saying that's our son to anyone who'd listen, like he had any claim to my success. Daniel sent another text from a new number. I saw the news. I'm so proud of you. I know I don't have the right to say that, but it's true. You did something incredible. I didn't block him this time. Just replied, thanks. I hope you're doing well. Cold. Polite. The tone you'd use with a stranger. He tried to continue the conversation. Asked about my life, about the company, about whether we could meet for coffee sometime. I didn't respond. I'd given him exactly what social courtesy demanded and nothing more. Sophie and I got engaged in October. I proposed on a random Tuesday night, no big production, just the two of us in our living room after dinner. I'd been carrying the ring around for 2 weeks, waiting for the perfect moment, and then realized there was no such thing. Every moment with her was perfect. She said yes before I finished asking. We sat on the floor, laughing and crying, and she said, I can't wait to build our family. Our family. Not the one I'd been born into. The one we were choosing. We decided on a small wedding. 50 people maximum. The team from work, close friends, Sophie's family, her parents were wonderful, the kind of warm and accepting people who'd folded me into their lives without hesitation. Aunt Caroline would be invited. My grandmother too, if her health allowed. Not my parents. Not Daniel. We set the date for May 2025. Started planning. Sophie wanted an outdoor venue, something simple and beautiful. I just wanted to marry her. The details didn't matter as much as the fact that we were doing this, building something permanent and real. The holidays came. Our first Christmas as an engaged couple. Sophie's parents hosted. We drank cider and played board games and exchanged modest gifts even though we could afford anything we wanted. Her dad made jokes about gaining a son. Her mom showed me photo albums from Sophie's childhood. It was normal and sweet and everything the holidays should be. I didn't think about my family much. When I did, it was with detachment. They were part of my history, not my present. Then New Year's hit. And with it, a new wave of contact attempts. My mother's email on January 2nd was different from the others. Desperate. She said my grandmother was declining. That Grandma Rose kept asking about me, wondering why I never visited. That my mother had tried to explain but Grandma didn't understand, kept insisting there must be a misunderstanding because her grandson would never abandon his family. She wants to see you before she dies, my mother wrote. I know I don't deserve to ask this. But please. For her. She's 87 and she's fading. She loves you. She never stopped loving you. Please don't let her die thinking you forgot about her. That one got to me. Not because of my mother's manipulation, and it was manipulation, using Grandma as leverage. But because Grandma Rose hadn't been part of the decision to cut me off. She'd been in a nursing home since 2015, cognitive decline making it hard for her to follow complex situations. As far as I knew, they'd told her some sanitized version of events. That I'd moved away for work. That I was busy. I called Aunt Caroline. Asked if it was true. Your grandmother does ask about you, she admitted. She's confused about why you don't visit. I don't think she fully understands what happened. Her memory isn't what it was. Is she dying? She's old and frail. Could be months, could be longer. But yes, she's declining. I thought about it for 2 days. Talked it through with Sophie, who said she'd support whatever I decided. Finally, I emailed my mother back. I'll visit Grandma. Once. You won't be there. Give me a time when I can see her alone, with Aunt Caroline present. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for her. My mother's response came within an hour. Thank you. Thank you so much. Whatever you need. I'll arrange it. The nursing home was in North Dallas, 40 minutes from my parents' house. Aunt Caroline met me in the parking lot. Hugged me tight, held on like she was afraid I'd disappear. You look good, she said, pulling back to study my face. Really good. Happy. I am happy. I'm glad. She squeezed my hand. And I'm sorry. For not fighting harder. For not. It's okay. You tried. That's more than most people did. We walked in together. The facility was nice, expensive, the kind with art on the walls and plants in the lobby. My parents were paying for it, I assumed. Or maybe Daniel was helping. I didn't know and didn't care. Grandma Rose was in a room on the second floor, sunlight streaming through the windows. She was smaller than I remembered. Thinner. Her hair completely white now, hands spotted with age. But when she saw me, her face lit up with recognition. There's my boy, she said, reaching out. I went to her, took her hand, sat in the chair beside her bed. Hi, Grandma. Where have you been? I kept asking your mother when you'd visit. I've been in Austin. Working. I'm sorry I haven't been around. She waved this off. You're busy. Important. Your mother tells me you have a big company now. I do. That's wonderful. Your grandfather would be so proud. She paused, confused. You were always such a smart boy. Good boy. Never any trouble. My throat tightened. Thank you, Grandma. We talked for an hour. She drifted sometimes, got confused about dates and names. Thought I was still in college at one point. Asked about a girlfriend from high school. I went along with it, didn't correct her, just let her talk and held her hand. Before I left, she pulled me close. You'll come back, won't you? Don't stay away so long. I'll try, I said, and meant it. This, at least, I could do. Visit my grandmother in her last months or years. Give her that comfort. But when I stepped into the hallway and saw my mother standing there, she'd clearly been waiting despite my instructions. All that softness evaporated. What are you doing here? I asked. I just wanted to see you. Just for a minute. She looked older. More tired. There were lines around her eyes I didn't remember. Gray in her hair she hadn't been dyeing. You need to leave. Please. She took a step toward me. Please, just listen. 5 minutes. No. I'm your mother. The words came out before I could stop them. You stopped being my mother 9 years ago. She flinched like I'd hit her. Tears welled up. I made a mistake. The worst mistake of my life. But I'm still your mother. That doesn't just go away. It does, actually. You don't get to claim that relationship when you only want it back because you were proven wrong. You chose to believe a stranger over your son. You didn't just doubt me, you erased me. Changed the locks. Blocked my number. Told me I needed therapy for something I didn't do. You threw me away. I was wrong. I was so wrong. She was crying now, hands shaking. Please. I'm begging you. Give me a chance to make this right. There's no making this right. You can't give me back 9 years. You can't undo the damage. You can't make me forget how you looked at me that night like I was something disgusting. I regret it every single day. Good. The word came out sharp, mean. I didn't try to soften it. You should regret it. You should live with it. The same way I've had to live with knowing my family believed the worst about me without hesitation. Aunt Caroline touched my arm gently. Maybe we should go. I'm getting married, I said, looking at my mother. Not because I wanted to share the news, but because I wanted her to know what she'd lost. In May. To someone incredible. Someone who actually trusts me. You're not invited. My mother's face crumpled. Please don't do this. I'm not doing anything. I'm just living my life. Without you in it. The way I've been doing for 9 years. I turned and walked away. Heard her crying behind me, heard Aunt Caroline saying something soothing. Didn't stop. Didn't look back. In the parking lot, sitting in my car, I finally let myself feel it. The anger I'd been holding back. The satisfaction of watching her realize what she'd lost. The sadness underneath it all, because a part of me had still wanted her to say something that would fix this, even though I knew nothing could. My phone buzzed. Text from Sophie, how did it go? I'll tell you when I get home. Love you. Love you too. I drove back to Austin. To my life. To the future I'd built without them. The weeks following that visit were quieter. No more emails from my parents. No more texts from Daniel. Either they'd finally gotten the message or Aunt Caroline had convinced them to stop. I visited Grandma twice more over the next 2 months. Aunt Caroline coordinated the times to make sure I wouldn't run into anyone. The visits were good. Brief, gentle. Grandma didn't always remember who I was, but she seemed happy to have company. The wedding planning continued. Sophie's dress was ordered. We'd settled on a venue, a small estate outside Austin with gardens and oak trees. Sent invitations. 52 people RSVP'd yes. Work was good. The acquisition had gone smoothly. The team was energized by the resources we now had access to. We were developing 3 new products, hiring aggressively, expanding in ways that felt exciting rather than overwhelming. Life was clicking into place. The kind of stability I'd never thought I'd have after Thanksgiving 2016. Then in March, Aunt Caroline called with news that shifted everything again. Rachel's in the hospital, she said. Suicide attempt. I was silent for a moment, processing. Is she okay? Physically, yes. They got to her in time. Mentally, she's being evaluated. Apparently she left a note apologizing to everyone she'd hurt. Including you. I didn't know what to feel about that. Some grim satisfaction that she was finally facing consequences? Guilt that someone was in that much pain, even someone who'd ruined my life? Mostly just numbness. Your mother wants you to know she doesn't expect you to care, Aunt Caroline continued. But she thought you should know. In case it matters. It doesn't. Okay. A pause. Daniel's apparently devastated. He's been helping pay for her treatment. Says he still loves her despite everything. That did surprise me. He's staying with her? No, they're still getting divorced. But he feels responsible somehow. Thinks if he'd gotten her help sooner, none of this would have happened. That's not his fault. I know. I told him that. But you know Daniel. Always trying to fix things. After we hung up, I sat with the information for a while. Told Sophie. We talked about whether this changed anything. It didn't. Rachel's mental health struggles didn't erase what she'd done. Didn't give me back my family or my 20s or the relationship with my brother I'd lost. I hope she got help. Genuinely. But I wasn't going to be part of her redemption story. April brought a surprise email. Not from my parents this time. From Daniel's personal account, not the number I'd blocked. Subject line, I don't expect a response. The message was long. Detailed. He talked about the divorce, about Rachel's hospitalization, about the guilt he carried for not seeing through her lies sooner. He apologized again, not asking for forgiveness, just acknowledging the magnitude of his betrayal. Then he wrote, I saw the wedding announcement. Aunt Caroline showed me. I'm happy for you. Sophie seems wonderful. You deserve every bit of happiness you've found. The next paragraph made me stop. I'm not writing to ask for an invitation. I'm not writing to ask for anything. I just want you to know that I tell anyone who'll listen that my little brother is one of the best people I know. That you built something incredible from nothing. That I failed you in the worst way possible and you still became someone I admire more than I can express. He ended with, I hope you have a beautiful wedding. I hope you have a beautiful life. And I hope someday, even if it's decades from now, you'll let me know you. Because I miss my brother. And I'm sorry I didn't deserve to keep him. I read it 3 times. Showed it to Sophie. She read it carefully, then looked at me. What do you want to do? I don't know. You don't have to decide anything right now. I think I want to respond. I don't know if I want to see him, but I think I want to respond. She nodded. Then respond. I spent 2 days crafting the email. Kept it short. Told him I appreciated the apology. That I hoped he was taking care of himself. That I wasn't ready to reconnect but I didn't hate him. Maybe someday, I wrote at the end. But not yet. I need more time. His response came within an hour, take all the time you need. Thank you for responding at all. That's more than I deserve. The wedding was perfect. That's the only word for it. Perfect weather, perfect venue, perfect ceremony. Sophie wore a dress that made her look like something out of a dream. I cried during our vows. So did Marcus, which we all teased him about later. 52 people who loved us. Who'd shown up not because of obligation or guilt, but because they wanted to be there. Sophie's parents gave toasts that made everyone laugh. Marcus gave a speech about how I'd saved his career and become his best friend. Aunt Caroline read a blessing my grandmother had written down during a lucid moment, wishing us happiness and love. No one from my immediate family was there. No empty chairs symbolizing their absence. No dramatic showdown or surprise appearances. Just their non-presence, which was exactly what I wanted. We danced until midnight. Cut a cake Sophie had designed herself, 3 tiers, minimalist, elegant. Took photos with everyone. At one point, I found myself standing on the edge of the garden, looking at the party, feeling this overwhelming sense of gratitude. This was my family. These people. This life I built. Sophie found me there, slipped her hand into mine. Happy? So happy. No regrets? I thought about the question. About my parents watching from whatever distance they'd relegated themselves to. About Daniel, who'd sent a card with a generous check and a note wishing us well. About the life I could have had if Thanksgiving 2016 had gone differently. No regrets, I said. This is exactly where I'm supposed to be. June brought news that my grandmother had passed away. Peacefully, in her sleep. Aunt Caroline called to tell me. I went to the funeral. Not for my parents. For Grandma Rose. It was a small service. Maybe 30 people. My parents were there, of course. Daniel too. They saw me come in. My mother started to approach, but my father put a hand on her arm, stopped her. They kept their distance. Nodded in acknowledgement. Didn't try to speak to me. During the service, several people talked about Grandma's life. Her love of gardening. Her sharp wit that lasted almost to the end. The way she'd held the family together through hard times. I didn't speak. Just sat in the back with Sophie beside me, holding my hand. At the cemetery, after they lowered the casket, after most people had left, my mother approached carefully. Sophie squeezed my hand and stepped away slightly, giving us space but staying close. Thank you for coming, my mother said quietly. Of course. I loved her. She loved you too. So much. My mother's eyes were red, exhausted. She kept asking for you. Even at the end. I nodded. Didn't trust myself to speak. I know you don't want to hear this, she continued, but I need to say it. Not because I expect anything. Just because it's true. I am so proud of what you've built. The life you've made. You did that despite us, despite everything we took from you. And I'm sorry. Not sorry because I want you back. Sorry because you deserved better. You deserved parents who believed in you. Yes, I said simply. I did. She nodded, tears spilling over. I hope you're happy. I hope Sophie takes care of you. I hope you have everything you want. I do. I am. Good. She started to reach out, then stopped herself. Can I ask one thing? Not for me. Just. Will you let me know? Someday? If you're okay? I don't need to be part of your life. I just need to know you're okay. I looked at her for a long moment. This woman who'd raised me, loved me, destroyed me. Who'd chosen wrong and lost everything because of it. Who was standing here now, broken by her own choices, asking for crumbs. Through Aunt Caroline, I said finally. If there's something major, if we have kids, or something happens, I'll let Aunt Caroline know. And she can tell you. But that's all I can offer. That's more than I deserve. Thank you. She walked away. Back to my father, who'd been standing at a distance. They left together, two people who'd have to live with what they'd done. Daniel approached next. Cautious, respectful of boundaries. I'm glad you came. I came for Grandma. I know. He glanced at Sophie, then back to me. Your wife is beautiful. Congratulations. Thank you. I mean it. I'm happy you found someone who, he stopped, reconsidered. I'm just happy for you. I hope you're doing okay, I said. And I meant it. Whatever anger I'd had toward Daniel had cooled into something more like pity. He'd lost his marriage, damaged his relationship with our parents, and had to live with knowing he'd betrayed his brother for a lie. I'm getting there. Therapy helps. Actually dealing with things instead of just moving past them. He smiled sadly. Learned that lesson too late, but better late than never. Yeah. Take care of yourself, he said. And if there's ever a time when you want to talk, or get coffee, or just, I'll be here. No pressure. No expectations. Just, I'll be here, okay. He walked away. I watched him go, this person who used to be my brother, wondering if someday decades from now, we'd be able to sit across from each other and rebuild something. Maybe. But not now. Not yet. Maybe never. Sophie came back to my side. You okay? Yeah. I think I am. We drove home to Austin. To our house, our life, our future. That night, we sat on our back porch, drinking wine, watching the sun set. Do you think you'll ever forgive them? Sophie asked. I don't know. Maybe. But forgiveness doesn't mean letting them back in. It just means letting go of the anger. Have you? Mostly. Some days more than others. I looked at her. But I don't need them to be okay. That's the important part. I don't need their approval or their presence. I'm okay without them. You're more than okay. Because of you. Because of the family I chose. She kissed me. That's what family is supposed to be. People who choose you back. It's been 5 months since the funeral. Life continues. The company keeps growing. Sophie and I talk about kids sometimes, not yet, but someday. We travel. We work. We build. I still think about them sometimes. My parents. Daniel. Wonder what they're doing, how they're coping. But it's distant now. Like thinking about characters in a story you read years ago. Aunt Caroline sends updates occasionally. My mother is seeing a therapist. My father took early retirement, seems lost without work to define him. Daniel moved to Colorado, started over somewhere no one knows his story. They're living with their choices. Just like I'm living with mine. And here's the thing about revenge, I didn't have to do anything. I didn't have to plot or scheme or destroy them. I just had to live well. Build something they couldn't touch. Find happiness they couldn't contaminate. The best revenge wasn't making them suffer. It was becoming someone who didn't need them to not suffer. They get to watch from whatever distance I've put between us. They get to see the wedding photos Aunt Caroline probably showed them. The articles about the company. The life I built from the ashes of what they burned down. They get to know they had a son who would have loved them forever, who would have been there through anything, who would have been loyal and good and true. And they threw him away. That's their punishment. Not my anger. Not my hatred. Just my absence. Just the empty space where I used to be. I'm done carrying their guilt. Done imagining reconciliation scenarios that will never happen. Done wondering what I could have done differently. I did nothing wrong. I survived. I built something beautiful. I found people who believed me, who chose me, who stayed. That's not revenge. That's just living. But it feels pretty good anyway. Last week, Sophie told me she's pregnant. We're having a baby. Due in March. I called Aunt Caroline to let her know. Asked her to tell my parents if they asked. Not because I'm extending an olive branch. Just because Sophie was right that day after the funeral, sometimes forgiveness means letting go of anger. And part of letting go means not hoarding every piece of joy out of spite. They'll know they have a grandchild. And they'll know they'll never meet that grandchild. That their choices cost them not just me, but every generation that comes after. That's not revenge either. That's just consequence. I'm going to be a father. I'm going to raise this kid with Sophie in a house full of love and trust. I'm going to show them what family means. Not perfect. Not without mistakes. But present. Believing. Trusting. The things my parents couldn't do for me. And maybe that's the real ending to this story. Not them begging for forgiveness. Not some dramatic confrontation where I tell them everything I've held back. Just me, building something they destroyed, becoming the parent they couldn't be. Living well. Loving fully. Moving forward without looking back. If that's revenge, then I guess I got it. But it feels more like freedom. And freedom, I've learned, is better than revenge anyway. Story 5.
My sister mocked me at Christmas for being just a plumber in front of her lawyer friends. So, I stopped paying her bar exam fees and rent like I'd been doing for 2 years. She thought I was embarrassing, until eviction notices started arriving. I stopped paying my sister's rent 3 weeks ago, and I'm not sure if I'm a hero or a monster. Let me back up. My name's Jake, I'm 32, and I've been a plumber for 11 years. Not glamorous. Not Instagram worthy. Just pipes, grease, early mornings, and the occasional flooded basement at 2 in the morning. But it pays. Really pays. Better than most people think when they wrinkle their noses at the word plumber, like I just announced I collect garbage for a living. My sister Emma is 28. She's been in law school for what feels like a geological age, first the degree, then failing the bar once, studying for a retake, working part-time as a legal assistant, the whole exhausting cycle. And for 2 years, I've been bankrolling it. Her rent. Her bar prep courses. Her groceries when she claimed she was too stressed to work extra shifts. I never asked for a parade. I just helped because she's my sister, and because our parents died when I was 23 and she was 19, and someone had to step up. That someone was me. The plumber. The guy with no degree but a work ethic that could crack concrete. Christmas was 3 weeks ago. She invited me to her apartment, the one bedroom in a trendy neighborhood I was paying for dinner with some friends from school. I should have known better. I should have heard the performance in her voice when she said it, that careful casual tone that wasn't casual at all. I showed up in jeans and a clean flannel shirt. Holiday casual. I even brought wine, which I know nothing about except that it cost $40 and the bottle looked fancy. Her friends were already there. 3 of them. 2 women, 1 man. All dressed like they were interviewing for positions at a corporate law firm, even though this was supposed to be a relaxed holiday dinner. Emma answered the door in a silk blouse and tailored pants. Her smile was tight. "Jake. You made it." She took the wine without looking at it. Everyone, this is my brother. I walked in. Shook hands. Tried to match names to faces and failed immediately because I was too busy noticing how they looked at me, not unfriendly exactly, but assessing. Curious. The way you'd look at something unexpected. We sat down to eat. Emma had catered everything, which should have been my first clue. She didn't cook. She ordered in and pretended it was homemade, which was fine, except I knew I'd funded this meal too, in a roundabout way. The conversation was law school gossip at first. I stayed quiet, ate my food, nodded when it seemed appropriate. Then one of the women, Rachel, I think, turned to me with that too bright smile people use when they're about to ask something they already know the answer to. So Jake, Emma mentioned you're in trade work? Trade work. Like it was a disease. I'm a plumber, I said. Oh. Her eyebrows went up. That's different. Different. Not interesting. Not respectable. Different. Emma laughed. Actually laughed. This light, tinkling sound that made my jaw tighten. Jake's always been the practical one in the family. He went straight into working after high school. Very hands-on. Hands-on. She made it sound like a limitation. The man, Trevor, leaned forward. Must be steady work though, right? I mean, people always need plumbers. It is, I said. Jake does fine, Emma cut in, and there was something in her voice that made everyone look at her. Something pointed. He's very good at what he does. Keeps busy. It's honest work. Honest work. The kiss of death phrase. The thing you say when you can't think of an actual compliment. Rachel jumped back in, trying to smooth it over. My dad always says tradespeople are undervalued. The real backbone of society. I smiled. Didn't say anything. Just kept eating while they all nodded like we were discussing a charity case. Then Emma's phone buzzed. She glanced at it and her expression shifted, just slightly, just enough. Oh, perfect. My study group confirmed for tomorrow. We're doing a final push before the February bar exam. You're taking it again? Trevor asked. Third time's the charm. Emma's smile was strained. The prep course is expensive, but it's supposed to be the best. Worth the investment. Investment. I nearly choked on my water. How do you afford it? Rachel asked. Those courses are like, what, $3,000? Emma waved a hand. I have some savings. Family support. You make it work. Family support. She didn't look at me. Didn't acknowledge me at all. I set down my fork. Something cold was settling in my chest. Not anger yet. Just realization. Emma, I said quietly. Can I talk to you in the kitchen? We're in the middle of dinner, kitchen. Now. I stood up. She followed after a pause, her expression halfway between annoyed and nervous. I closed the kitchen door behind us. Kept my voice low. Family support? What? That's what you told them. Family support. Like it's some abstract thing. Some trust fund. She crossed her arms. I didn't want to get into details, Jake. It's personal. You didn't want them to know I pay your rent. Silence. Her jaw tightened. I pay your rent, I continued, measuring each word. I paid for that bar prep course you just mentioned. The last one too. I've been paying for your groceries half the time because you're too stressed to work full hours. For 2 years. I never asked you to. Yes, you did. You've asked me for help constantly. And I gave it. Because you're my sister. Because I thought we were in this together after Mom and Dad died. I could hear my voice rising and forced it back down. But you just sat out there and let your lawyer friends look at me like I'm some working-class charity project while you pretended you're funding your own life. That's not what I was doing. Then what were you doing, Emma? She looked away. Her face was flushed. You don't understand what it's like. They come from families with money. Real careers. I'm already the oldest one still trying to pass the bar. I can't also be the one whose plumber brother is paying her bills. The words hit like a slap. Plumber brother. Not just brother. Plumber brother. Like it was a prefix. A warning label. I see, I said. Jake, I didn't mean. Yeah. You did. I grabbed my coat from where I'd left it on a chair. Enjoy your dinner. Enjoy your study group tomorrow. Enjoy your fancy friends who think trade work is different. Where are you going? I stopped at the door. Looked back at her. She was standing in the kitchen doorway, her arms still crossed, her expression caught between defiance and something that might have been regret. "I'm going home," I said. "And Emma? You're on your own now? Figure out your own rent. Your own bar prep. Your own everything. You can't be serious. Try me." I left. Walked past her confused lawyer friends, wished them happy holidays in a voice that didn't sound like mine, and drove home with my hands shaking on the wheel. That was 3 weeks ago. The first week after Christmas, Emma didn't call. I thought maybe she was waiting for me to cool down and apologize. I thought maybe she felt guilty. I didn't know what I thought. Mostly I worked. Fixed a burst pipe in a school basement. Cleared a drain clogged the size of a basketball. Came home to my small house, the one I'd bought outright at 29 with cash because I saved everything, and sat in silence. I didn't reach out. Didn't text. Didn't check in. The second week, she called. I let it go to voicemail. She called again an hour later. Same thing. Then she texted. "Jake, we need to talk." I deleted it. Another text. "I know you're angry, but this is childish." Childish. That word again. Different. Hands-on. Childish. Her vocabulary for dismissing me was expanding. I blocked her number. My best friend Marcus called me that night. He's a carpenter, works commercial construction, and he's known Emma since we were kids. "Your sister just called me," he said without preamble. "She's freaking out. Says you're ignoring her and she needs to talk to you." "I'm not interested." "Jake. What happened?" I told him. All of it. The dinner, the comments, the realization that I'd been funding her life while she treated me like an embarrassment. Marcus was quiet for a long moment. "That's cold." "Yeah. So what are you going to do?" "Nothing. I'm done helping someone who's ashamed of me." "She's going to have problems, man. Her rent's due soon, right? Not my problem anymore." He sighed. "Just think about it. I'm not saying she was right. She wasn't. But she's still your sister. She made it clear what she thinks of me. I'm just respecting her wishes. Letting her be independent." "Jake, I have to go. Early job tomorrow." I hung up. Sat in my kitchen with a beer I didn't drink. Marcus was right about one thing. Emma's rent was due. First of the month. In 4 days. I'd set up automatic payments through my bank 2 years ago. All I had to do was cancel them. I opened my banking app. Found the recurring payment. Stared at the screen for 10 minutes. Then I deleted it. The third week started normally. I worked. Came home. Avoided thinking about Emma. But Marcus texted me on Wednesday. "Emma showed up at my site today. Looking for you." She seemed desperate. I didn't respond. She said her landlord called. Rent's late. She doesn't have it all. Good, I thought. Let her figure it out. But something uncomfortable was starting to surface. Not guilt exactly. Something sharper. Because I knew Emma. She wasn't good with money. She'd spent the last 2 years relying on me as a safety net, and now she was in free fall. Friday evening, I was under a sink at a client's house when my phone rang. Unknown number. I answered because it might be work. "Jake?" Emma's voice. Calling from someone else's phone. "How did you?" I borrowed a coworker's phone. "Jake, please? I need to talk to you." "There's nothing to talk about." My landlord gave me an eviction notice. I'm 3 days late on rent. He's saying if I don't pay by Monday, he's starting the formal process. "Jake, I don't have enough to cover it. I need your help." 3 days late. The notice was probably sitting on her kitchen counter, official and cold. "You have a job," I said. "Use your paycheck." I did. It wasn't enough. The bar exam registration fee came out last week and it wiped me out. "Jake, please? I know I messed up at Christmas. I know I said things wrong. But I can't lose my apartment." I wanted to feel vindicated. Instead, I just felt tired. "You should have thought about that before you called me an embarrassment." I never said that. You didn't have to. You made it pretty clear. Her voice cracked. "Jake, I'm sorry. Okay? I'm sorry. I was trying to impress people who don't matter and I threw you under the bus. It was wrong. I was wrong. Please. I'll pay you back. I swear." "With what money, Emma? You don't have any. You've never had any. Because I've been covering you while you chase this law school dream that you can't seem to finish. Silence on the other end. I could hear her breathing. Unsteady. That's not fair, she finally said. Isn't it? You failed the bar twice. You're about to take it a third time. When does this end? When do you actually start supporting yourself? I'm trying, no. You're coasting. On my money. While looking down on how I earn it. I was gripping the phone too hard. I'm done, Emma. Figure it out yourself. Jake, I hung up. Sat there under the sink with my tools scattered around me and my heart beating too fast. My client knocked on the bathroom door frame. Everything okay? Yeah, I said. Just a personal call. I'll have this fixed in 10 minutes. I finished the job. Drove home. Poured myself a drink I didn't want. Sat in the dark. Marcus's words kept circling back. She's still your sister. But was she? Was blood enough when someone treated you like you were less than them? I didn't sleep well that night. Monday came. I went to work early, a commercial job, replacing all the fixtures in an office building. My phone stayed quiet. No desperate calls. No borrowed phones. Nothing. That felt worse somehow. Marcus showed up at lunch. He brought sandwiches and that look on his face that meant he was about to say something I didn't want to hear. Emma got evicted, he said. Well, not evicted yet. But the process started. Landlord filed the paperwork this morning. I bit into my sandwich. Didn't taste it. She's staying with a friend from work, Marcus continued. Sleeping on a couch. She missed her study group meeting yesterday because she was trying to find somewhere to go. She'll figure it out. Will she? Marcus set down his food. Look, man. I'm on your side. What she said was garbage. But you're taking this nuclear. She started it. And you're ending it. Scorched earth. Is that really what you want? I looked at him. Marcus, who'd been there when our parents died. Who'd helped me pack up their house and sort through the wreckage of sudden loss. Who knew what it cost me to become the responsible one? I don't know what I want, I said quietly. I just know I'm tired of being treated like I'm less than because I work with my hands. I'm tired of being invisible until she needs something. I get that. I do. But Jake. You're her only family. And she's yours. He left after that. Went back to his site. Left me sitting there with half a sandwich and a knot in my chest that wouldn't loosen. That evening, I drove to Emma's apartment. I don't know why. Maybe to see if the eviction notice was real. Maybe to confirm I'd actually done this. Her car was in the parking lot. Lights on in her window. I sat in my truck for 20 minutes, staring up at that lit window, imagining her inside packing boxes or calling friends or crying. Then I drove home. Tuesday morning, my phone rang. Different unknown number. Jake? A woman's voice. Older. Familiar. Who is this? It's Patricia. From the legal office where Emma works. Patricia. I'd met her once, maybe twice. Emma's boss. Or supervisor. Something like that. What can I do for you? I asked. I'm calling about Emma. She's not doing well, Jake. She came in yesterday and broke down in the break room. Told us everything. About your parents. About you helping her. About what happened at Christmas. I closed my eyes. She had no right to involve you. She didn't want to. But we're worried about her. She's been late twice this week. She missed a court filing deadline yesterday. That's not like her. She's scared and she won't ask you for help again, but Jake. She needs it. She needs to learn to stand on her own. She does. But not like this. Not when she's about to lose everything. Patricia's voice softened. I know what happened at Christmas was hurtful. Emma told us what she said. But Jake, she's drowning. And I think maybe you are too. We hung up a few minutes later. I sat in my truck, parked outside a job site, with my tools in the back and Patricia's words in my head. She's drowning. And I think maybe you are too. I went to work. Did the job. Came home. Made dinner. Sat at my kitchen table with my phone in front of me. Emma's block number stared back at me from my settings menu. I unblocked it. Within minutes, she called. Jake? Her voice was small. Fragile. I'm here. She stopped. Started again. Patricia called you. Yeah. I didn't ask her to. I know. Silence stretched between us. Not comfortable. Not hostile. Just empty. I found a place, Emma finally said. It's a room in someone's house. Month to month. Cheaper than my apartment. I move in Friday. That's good. I sold my couch to make first month's rent. Something twisted in my chest. Her couch. The one she'd picked out when she first moved into that apartment, so proud of having her own place. Emma, I'm not asking for anything, Jake. I just wanted you to know I'm handling it. You were right. I needed to figure it out on my own. She sounded defeated. Completely and utterly defeated. Not the cocky, dismissive sister from Christmas. Just someone who'd hit bottom. Did you sign up for the February bar exam? I asked. I had to cancel my registration. Couldn't afford to keep it after the late rent penalties. The bar exam. The thing she'd been working toward for years. The goal that justified all the struggle. When's the next one? I asked. July. But I don't know if I can do it again, Jake. I'm tired. I'm so tired. I heard it then. The crack in her voice. The edge of something breaking. Where are you right now? I asked. At my friend Melissa's. The couch I mentioned. Why? Text me the address. Jake, I told you I'm not asking. Text me the address, Emma. I'm coming over. I hung up before she could argue. She texted me the address. I drove there. Pulled up to a small apartment complex on the other side of town. Cheaper side. Older buildings. Emma was waiting outside. She looked thinner. Tired. Her clothes were rumpled and her hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail. We stared at each other. I'm sorry, she said. I'm so sorry, Jake. For all of it. For Christmas. For the things I said. For taking you for granted. For being ashamed of you when you're the only person who's ever actually been there for me. I wanted to stay angry. Wanted to hold on to the hurt. But looking at her, really looking at her, I just saw my sister. The girl who'd sobbed at our parents' funeral. Who'd clung to me when the caskets were lowered. Who'd been 19 and terrified and lost. You can't keep treating me like I'm less than you, I said. I won't accept that. Not from you. Not from anyone. I know. She was crying now. Not dramatically. Just tears sliding down her face. I was an idiot. I was so focused on trying to look successful that I couldn't see I already had something real. Someone real. You. And I threw it away because I was embarrassed. But Jake, I was never embarrassed of you. I was embarrassed of myself. Of still needing help at 28. Of failing. Twice. Of not being enough. You are enough, I said, and my voice came out rougher than I meant. Emma, you've always been enough. Law school is hard. The bar is hard. You're not failing. You're trying. But I hurt you. Yeah. You did. She nodded. Wiped her face. I'll pay you back. Everything. I'll get a payment plan together. It might take years, but I'll do it. I shook my head. I don't want your money, Emma. I want my sister back. The real one. Not the one who pretends I don't exist. Not the one who's ashamed of where I come from. Just you. I'm right here. Are you? She stepped forward. Hugged me. I stood there for a moment, stiff and uncertain, then put my arms around her. I'm right here, she whispered. I promise. We talked for an hour. Sitting in my truck, because her friend's apartment was small and we needed space. Real space. Room to breathe and be honest. Emma told me about the pressure she felt. The comparison trap. How everyone at her school seemed to glide through while she struggled. How she built this facade of independence because admitting she needed help felt like admitting failure. I told her about the years after our parents died. How I'd thrown myself into work because grief was too big to face. How helping her had given me purpose, but how it had slowly started to feel one-sided. How much it hurt to be dismissed for the very work that made helping her possible. I took you for granted, she said. I convinced myself I was entitled to your help because we're family. But that's not how it works. No, I agreed. It's not. If I promise to do better, really better, not just words, will you help me one more time? I looked at her. Her red-rimmed eyes. Her exhausted face. My sister. What do you need? The bar exam registration. It's due this Friday for the July test. $1,500. I know I don't deserve to ask. I know I messed up. But if I don't take it this summer, I'll have to wait another year, and Jake. I don't think I can. I don't think I can keep doing this if there's not an end in sight. $1,500. Not rent. Not bills. Just one thing. One shot. If I do this, I said slowly, things change. No more lying to your friends about where your support comes from. No more dismissing what I do. No more treating me like I'm less than. And you pay me back. Even if it's $20 a month. Because you need to have skin in the game. I will. I promise. I'll tell everyone. I'll post it on social media if you want. I'll shout it from the rooftop. You're my brother and you're amazing and I've been an ungrateful jerk. I almost smiled. Social media's not necessary. I'm serious, Jake. I'll do better. I'll be better. I believed her. Maybe I was an idiot. Maybe I was setting myself up for more disappointment. But looking at her, I believed her. Okay, I said. I'll pay for the bar registration. But that's it, Emma. After this, you're on your own for the financial stuff. You need to figure out how to make your life work without me as a safety net. I will. She grabbed my hand. Squeezed it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Don't thank me yet. Pass the exam first. She laughed. A real laugh this time. Small and shaky but real. I drove home that night feeling lighter. Not perfect. Not healed. But lighter. The next day, I transferred the money for her bar registration. She sent me a screenshot of the confirmation and a text that just said, I won't let you down. Then, a week later, something unexpected happened. Emma posted on social media. Not a long rant. Not a dramatic confession. Just a simple post. I need to publicly thank my brother Jake. For the last 2 years, he's paid my rent, my bar prep fees, and helped me keep my head above water while I've been trying to become a lawyer. I recently treated him terribly and took him completely for granted. He called me out on it, and he was right to do so. Jake is a plumber, one of the best in the city, and he's the most hardworking, generous person I know. I'm grateful for him every day, even when I've been too proud or stupid to say it. Thanks for not giving up on me, big brother. She tagged me. Included a photo of us from years ago, before our parents died, when things were simpler. My phone exploded with notifications. Friends I hadn't heard from in years. Clients. Random acquaintances. People sharing her post, commenting, sending messages. One comment stood out. From Rachel. The lawyer friend from Christmas dinner. Emma, I had no idea. Your brother sounds incredible. I'm sorry if we made him feel unwelcome at dinner. We should have been more respectful. Then Trevor. Mad respect to your brother. Trade work is vital and underappreciated. Thanks for sharing this. Emma screenshotted the comments and sent them to me. Baby steps. But they get it now. I didn't respond right away. Just stared at my phone, processing. Marcus called. Dude. Your sister's post. Everyone's talking about it. I saw. That took guts. For her to admit all that publicly. Yeah, I said. It did. So. You two good now? I thought about it. Really thought about it. We're getting there. It's not perfect. But we're trying. That's all you can ask for. He was right. The weeks that followed were different. Emma texted me regularly, not asking for anything, just checking in. Sending me stupid memes. Telling me about her study progress. She got a second part-time job to supplement her income. Moved into the room she'd mentioned. Started paying me back, $50 at a time. She invited me to dinner again. Just the two of us. She cooked, actually cooked, not ordered in. It was mediocre pasta and slightly burnt garlic bread, but she tried. Thank you for giving me another chance, she said halfway through the meal. Thank you for taking it seriously. I am. I really am. She set down her fork. I've been thinking a lot about what you said. About standing on my own. And you're right. I've been using you as a crutch instead of facing my own fears. What fears? That I'm not good enough. That I'll never pass the bar. That I made the wrong choice going to law school in the first place. She looked down at her plate. When you cut me off, I was furious at first. But then I realized you did me a favor. You forced me to actually deal with my life instead of hiding behind you. That wasn't my intention, I admitted. I was just angry and hurt. I know. But it worked out. I'm scared about the bar exam in July. Terrified, actually. But I'm also more focused than I've ever been. Because it's on me now. Not you. Me. I reached across the table. Squeezed her hand. You're going to pass. You don't know that. Yeah, I do. Because you're smart and stubborn, and you don't give up. You just needed to remember that. She smiled. Genuine. Warm. The sister I remembered from before everything got complicated. The bar exam came in July. Emma studied nonstop. I saw her once in the month leading up to it. She came by my house looking exhausted, carrying 3 huge textbooks. I can't do this, she said, dropping onto my couch. My brain is full. I can't fit any more information. Yes, you can. Jake, you can. Take a break. Watch a dumb movie. Eat something that isn't coffee and granola bars. Then get back to it. She stayed for 2 hours. We watched a comedy neither of us paid attention to. She ate leftover pizza from my fridge. Then she gathered her books and left with a hug and a whispered, "Thanks." The exam was 2 days long. Emma texted me after each session. Day 1, survived. Brain is mush. Day 2, it's over. I have no idea if I passed or failed. Won't know for months. Those months were long. Emma worked both jobs. Paid me back steadily. We had dinner every few weeks. Talked on the phone. Normal sibling stuff. Not perfect. Sometimes awkward. But real. Then October came. Bar results were released. Emma called me at 6 in the morning. I answered groggily, thinking something was wrong. I passed. Her voice was shaking. Jake, I passed. I'm a lawyer. I sat up in bed. You passed? I passed. She was crying and laughing at the same time. I just checked the website. My name is there. I passed. Emma, that's incredible. I'm so proud of you. I couldn't have done it without you. Any of it. Yeah, you could have. You just needed to believe in yourself. She laughed through tears. You're going to make me cry harder. Good. You've earned it. We talked for 20 minutes. She told me about the passing score, the relief, the disbelief. How she checked the website 17 times to make sure it wasn't a mistake. I'm taking you out for dinner, she said. Fancy place. My treat. Well, sort of my treat. I'm still broke. But I'll pay you back for dinner too. You don't have to. Yes, I do. Let me do this, Jake. Please. So I let her. We went to a steakhouse the following week. She wore a dress. I wore slacks and a button-down. We looked like we were celebrating something important, because we were. Halfway through the meal, Emma raised her glass of water. Neither of us were drinkers. To second chances. To second chances, I echoed. And to brothers who don't give up on their sisters even when they're being complete idiots. I'll drink to that. We clinked glasses. She grinned at me, and for a moment she looked 19 again, hopeful and unburdened. I got a job offer, she said. Small firm. Family law. It's not glamorous, but the pay is decent and the work matters. That's amazing. I start in January. Which means I can start paying you back for real. Not just $50 a month. Emma, no arguments. You helped me when I had nothing. Now I have something, and I'm paying you back. Every penny. It might take a while, but I'm doing it. I looked at my sister. The lawyer. The survivor. The person who'd stumbled and fallen and gotten back up. Okay, I said. But no rush. I'm not going anywhere. She smiled. Neither am I. That was 6 weeks ago. Emma started her job last month. She's thriving. She calls me once a week with stories about her cases, the frustrating ones, the heartbreaking ones, the rare victories. She paid me back $800 last week and promised more would come. Her lawyer friends from Christmas? She still sees them occasionally. But she also makes a point of introducing me now when I'm around. Not as my brother who's a plumber, but as my brother Jake. He's a plumber and basically the reason I'm standing here. It's been a strange journey. From rage to distance to reconciliation. From feeling invisible to being seen. Am I a hero for cutting her off? No. Heroes don't withhold help out of hurt pride. But am I a monster for teaching her accountability? I don't think so either. I'm just a brother who got tired of being taken for granted and decided enough was enough. What happened after, the eviction scare, the broken facade, the raw honesty, that wasn't revenge. It was consequence. And maybe that's the point. Sometimes the people we love need to fall before they learn to stand on their own. It's painful to watch. It's harder to allow. But in the end, Emma's success isn't mine. It's hers. She earned it. Through failure and fear and finally pushing through. And me? I'm still a plumber. Still fixing pipes and clearing drains and showing up to emergencies at random hours. Still proud of the work I do, even if it's not glamorous or Instagram worthy. The difference is, now my sister is proud of it too. And that makes all the difference. I won't lie and say everything is perfect. We still have moments of tension. Old patterns don't disappear overnight. But we're trying. Both of us. And that's enough. Last week, Emma sent me a package. I opened it to find a custom-made keychain. Metal, engraved with simple words, best brother. Best plumber. I attached it to my work keys immediately. It hangs there now, catching light when I pull them from my pocket, reminding me that respect isn't given freely. It's earned. And sometimes, it's fought for. Emma fought for it. I fought for it. And in the end, we both won. Not a perfect ending. Not a fairy tale. Just two siblings figuring out how to love each other without resentment, obligation, or shame. And honestly, that's the best revenge of all, proving that standing your ground doesn't mean standing alone. It means standing for something that matters. Family. Respect. Truth. Emma learned that lesson. I learned it too. And now, we're moving forward together, not as rescuer and rescued, but as equals. As it should have been all along. I still wonder sometimes if I did the right thing. If cutting her off was too harsh. If I should have been more patient, more understanding. But then I remember her voice on Christmas night, the casual dismissal, the embarrassment in her eyes when she looked at me in front of her friends. And I remember her voice 6 weeks ago, proud and trembling, telling me she passed the bar exam. Those two moments don't erase each other. They coexist. The hurt and the healing. The anger and the forgiveness. The distance and the closeness that came after. That's real life. Not tidy. Not simple. But real. So no, I don't know if I'm a hero or a monster. Maybe I'm neither. Maybe I'm just a guy who drew a line and refused to let it be crossed again. And maybe that's okay. Emma texted me this morning. Dinner Friday? My place. I'm cooking. Real cooking this time, I promise. I said yes. Because that's what family does. We show up. We try. We stumble and recover and keep going. And sometimes, just sometimes, we get it right. Not perfectly. Not easily. But right enough. And that's worth everything. But I'd be lying if I said the journey ended there, wrapped up neatly with a bow. There were other moments. Harder ones. The kind that don't make it into the highlight reel. 2 months after Emma started her new job, she called me late on a Tuesday night. Past 11. I was already in bed, half asleep, when my phone lit up. Jake? Her voice was off. Strained. What's wrong? Nothing. Can I come over? I sat up. Now? Please. I know it's late. I just need to see you. 20 minutes later, she was at my door. Her eyes were puffy, makeup smeared. She'd been crying for a while. I let her in without asking questions. Made tea neither of us would drink. Waited. I saw Rachel today, she finally said. From Christmas dinner. She came into my office for a consultation. I stayed quiet. She didn't recognize me at first. Then she did, and it was this whole awkward thing. She asked how I was doing, congratulated me on passing the bar. Very polite. Very professional. Emma wrapped her hands around the mug. Then she mentioned you. Me? She said she'd been thinking about that dinner. About how uncomfortable you looked. How her and Trevor had made assumptions about you just because you're a plumber. Emma's voice cracked. She apologized, Jake. She actually apologized. Said she felt terrible about it for months. I didn't understand why this was making her cry. That's good, isn't it? It made me realize how much worse I was. Rachel barely knew you. She made a snap judgment and felt bad enough to apologize almost a year later. But me? I'm your sister. I knew you. I knew what you sacrificed. And I treated you like garbage anyway. She looked at me, tears streaming down her face. How do you forgive that? How do you forgive me? I moved to sit beside her on the couch. Put my arm around her shoulders. Emma, I already forgave you. Months ago. But I don't know if I forgive myself. That hit different. Because I understood it. The weight of knowing you hurt someone who didn't deserve it. The replay loop in your head of all the things you wish you'd said differently. You're doing the work, I told her. You changed. You're still changing. That's all anyone can ask. Is it enough? It has to be. Because beating yourself up forever doesn't help either of us. She leaned against me, exhausted. We sat there in silence for a long time. Eventually she fell asleep on my couch, and I covered her with a blanket and went back to bed. In the morning, I found her in my kitchen making coffee. Her hair was a mess and she was wearing yesterday's clothes, but she looked calmer. Sorry for the breakdown, she said. Don't be. That's what I'm here for. She smiled weakly. I'm supposed to be the put-together lawyer now? Not the mess showing up at your door crying. You can be both. Life doesn't stop being complicated just because you passed the bar. When did you get so wise? I've always been wise. You were just too busy being a law student to notice. She threw a dish towel at me. I caught it and grinned. Those moments kept happening. Not crises exactly, but wobbles. Times when the old insecurity crept back in, or when Emma doubted herself, or when I had to remind her that we were equals now, not rescuer and rescued. Like the time she tried to pay me back the entire remaining balance at once, nearly $6,000. Money she'd clearly scraped together from her first few paychecks and probably her savings. I can't take this, I said, pushing the check back across the table. Why not? It's what I owe you. Because you'll drain your bank account, and then what happens when your car breaks down or you need a new work wardrobe or literally anything goes wrong? I'll figure it out. Emma. Stop trying to prove you don't need help. There's a difference between being independent and being stupid with money. She'd looked offended at first. Then thoughtful. Then she'd taken the check back and torn it up. $50 a month, I said. Like we agreed. I'm not going anywhere. Neither is the debt. It'll get paid when it gets paid. You're too nice to me. No, I'm the right amount of nice. There's a difference. She'd hug me then, fierce and quick, and left before either of us could get too emotional about it. Or the time Marcus invited both of us to his birthday party, Emma spent the first hour hovering near me like she was afraid I'd disappear. Finally I pulled her aside. What's wrong? Nothing. I don't want to mess this up. Mess what up? Us. This. You being okay with me again. She glanced around at the party, at Marcus's friends and coworkers, all of them laughing and drinking and having a good time. What if I say something wrong? What if I slip back into old patterns? Then I'll call you out on it. Like I did before. Emma, you're allowed to be human. You're allowed to make mistakes. I'm not waiting for you to screw up so I can walk away again. Are you sure? I looked at her. Really looked at her. At the anxiety written all over her face, the fear that she'd used up her second chance. I'm sure, I said. Now go have fun. Stop treating this like a test you might fail. She'd relaxed after that. Even laughed at one of Marcus's terrible jokes. It wasn't perfect, but it was progress. The holidays rolled around again. A full year since the Christmas disaster that started everything. Emma asked me what I wanted to do. I don't know, I admitted. What do you want to do? Not dinner with my lawyer friends, she said immediately, and we both laughed. We ended up at my place. Just the two of us. I made pot roast and she brought dessert from a bakery. We watched old movies and argued about which ones were better. Normal sibling stuff. At one point, she raised her glass of sparkling cider. To this year being better than last year. That's a low bar, I said. I know. But we cleared it. That counts for something. We clinked glasses. She was right. It did count. Later, after she'd left and I was cleaning up the kitchen, I found a card she'd hidden under my coffee maker. Inside, in her handwriting, Jake, thank you for not giving up on me, even when I gave you every reason to. Thank you for teaching me what real strength looks like. Thank you for being the best brother I could ask for, even when I didn't deserve it. I love you. Emma. I put the card on my fridge. It's still there now. People ask me sometimes if I regret how I handled things. If I wish I'd been less harsh, more understanding, quicker to forgive. The honest answer? I don't know. Part of me wonders if there was a gentler way to teach Emma the lesson she needed to learn. A way that didn't involve eviction notices and sleeping on couches and the sick feeling in my stomach every time I thought about her struggling. But the other part of me knows that gentle hadn't worked. 2 years of gentle had just enabled her to keep taking without appreciating what she was taking. Sometimes you have to let people hit bottom before they can climb back up. Was it painful? Yes. For both of us. Was it necessary? I think so. Would I do it again? I honestly don't know. I hope I never have to find out. Marcus told me once that what I did was brave. That most people wouldn't have had the guts to cut off their only family member, even when it was the right thing to do. I don't think it was brave. I think it was desperate. I was desperate to be seen, to be valued, to matter as more than just a wallet with a brother attached to it. And Emma was desperate too, in her own way. Desperate to prove she was successful, to fit in with people who came from money, to hide the fact that she was barely holding it together. Two kinds of desperation colliding. That's what Christmas dinner really was. A collision. Everything that came after, the silence, the eviction, the phone calls, the reconciliation, that was just fallout. Two people trying to find their way back to each other through the wreckage. We're still finding our way, to be honest. Even now. Even after everything. Last week, Emma mentioned she's thinking about getting her own place again. Not renting a room, but an actual apartment. Something small but hers. I'm nervous, she admitted. What if I can't handle it? What if I fall behind on rent again? Then you'll figure it out, I said. You're not the same person you were a year ago, Emma. You're stronger now. You know how to ask for help without expecting it. You know how to stand on your own feet. What if I don't? Then you'll learn. Again. That's life. We all keep learning. She'd nodded, but I could see the fear still there. The old fear that she'd fail. That she'd disappoint me. That she'd prove all her insecurities right. I can't fix that for her. As much as I want to, I can't erase the years of self-doubt or the weight of everything that happened between us. All I can do is be here. Steady. Consistent. The brother who won't walk away, but also won't be a crutch. It's a strange balance. Harder than I thought it would be. But we're managing. Emma found her apartment last week. Signed the lease yesterday. She called me right after, breathless with excitement and terror. I did it. I actually did it. Congratulations. Jake, what if? You'll be fine. And if you're not, you'll handle it. You've got this. A pause. Then, quietly, will you help me move? Of course. That's what brothers do. Moving day is next weekend. Marcus is coming too, and a couple of Emma's friends from work. We'll haul boxes and furniture and probably argue about the best way to arrange everything. It'll be exhausting and probably chaotic. But it'll be good. Another step forward. Another milestone. I think about our parents sometimes. Wonder what they'd think of how Emma and I fell apart and came back together. Would they be proud? Disappointed? Somewhere in between? I like to think they'd understand. They weren't perfect either. Nobody is. Family is messy and complicated, and sometimes you hurt the people you love most because they're the ones close enough to hurt. But family is also forgiveness. It's showing up even when it's hard. It's saying difficult things because they need to be said. It's learning and growing and trying again. Emma and I are doing that. Trying again. Every day. It's not always pretty. It's not always easy. But it's real. And in the end, that's all that matters. Not the perfect story with the perfect ending. Just two people doing their best to love each other better than they did before. Some days we succeed. Some days we stumble. But we keep going. That's the real revenge, I think. Not the cutoff or the consequences or even the reconciliation. It's the choice to keep showing up. To refuse to let the worst moment define everything. To believe that people can change, can grow, can be better than they were. Emma believed that about herself, eventually. I believed it about her too, even when it was hard. And now? Now we're both believing it. Together. That's not revenge. That's family. And I'll take it.
Story 6. My stepdaughter sent venue security my photo with "Do not allow entry" at her Suite 16. I turned around and went home. That evening, her biological father called me. I saw what she did, he said flatly. I've cut off her college fund. She and her mother are heading to you right now to beg. Lock your doors. I married into hell and didn't realize it until a 17-year-old held up my photograph like a wanted poster. Let me back up. 3 years ago, I met Jennifer at a hospital fundraiser. She was charming, funny, self-deprecating in that way that feels genuine until you realize it's just another manipulation tactic. She told me she was a single mom, that her ex-husband was barely in the picture, that she'd been raising their daughter Madison alone for years. I felt something for her. Sympathy, maybe. Attraction, definitely. She had this way of making you feel like the only person in the room. We dated for 8 months before she introduced me to Madison. 15 at the time, sullen, already weaponizing silence like she'd been trained for psychological warfare. Jennifer assured me it was just teenage angst. Normal stuff. Madison would warm up eventually. She never did. I proposed a year later. Jennifer cried, said yes, told me I was saving her life. Madison sat through the engagement dinner scrolling through her phone, ignoring every attempt I made at conversation. When I asked if she was excited about the wedding, she looked up just long enough to say, "Not really," then went back to her screen. Jennifer squeezed my hand under the table. "She'll come around." The wedding was small. Madison stood in the back row wearing black like she was attending a funeral. My family noticed. My brother pulled me aside during the reception, asked if everything was okay with my new stepdaughter. I told him she was adjusting. That's what Jennifer always said. Adjusting. What I didn't know then, what Jennifer conveniently forgot to mention, was that Madison's biological father wasn't some deadbeat who disappeared. Robert was a successful patent attorney who'd fought for joint custody and lost because Jennifer was exceptional at playing the victim. She'd painted him as neglectful, emotionally abusive, unavailable. The court believed her. Robert got every other weekend and alternating holidays. Madison grew up watching her mother lie about her father, and somewhere along the way, she started believing the lies too. Or pretending to. I found this out 3 months into the marriage when Robert called me. It was a Tuesday evening. Jennifer was at yoga. Madison was locked in her room. My phone rang with an unknown number. "Is this Daniel?" A man's voice, measured and calm. "Speaking. This is Robert Chen. Madison's father. We need to talk." My stomach dropped. I'd heard Jennifer's version of Robert so many times that hearing his actual voice felt surreal. He didn't sound angry or bitter. He sounded tired. "I'm not calling to cause problems," he continued. "But you should know what you married into. Jennifer has a pattern. She isolates, she manipulates, she rewrites history. She did it to me. She'll do it to you. And Madison is caught in the middle, learning all the wrong lessons." I should have listened. Instead, I defended Jennifer. Told Robert that whatever happened between them was in the past, that I'd seen no evidence of manipulation, that maybe he was the bitter ex-husband she'd described. He was quiet for a long moment. "You'll see it eventually," he said. "And when you do, call me. I'll still answer." He hung up. I deleted the call log before Jennifer got home. Told myself I was protecting my marriage. I was actually protecting my denial. Living with Madison was like living with a ghost who actively hated you. She wouldn't eat meals with us. Wouldn't respond when I said good morning. When I tried to talk to her about school or friends or anything, she'd stare through me like I was invisible. Jennifer always had an excuse. Madison was stressed about exams. Madison was dealing with friend drama. Madison needed space. Space. That was Jennifer's favorite word. Madison needed space. I needed to give her space. Our marriage needed space from Madison's issues. Meanwhile, I paid for everything. Jennifer worked part-time as a consultant, but her income was inconsistent. I covered the mortgage, the utilities, the groceries, Madison's car insurance, her phone bill, her riding lessons. Yes, riding lessons. $100 sessions twice a week so Madison could sit on a horse and pretend I didn't exist. I told myself it was fine. I made good money as a software architect. I could afford it. And Jennifer was so grateful, so affectionate, so convincing in her appreciation that I kept writing checks and ignoring the growing pit in my stomach. Then came the Sweet 16 planning. Madison wanted a party at the Grandview Estate, this upscale venue that hosts weddings and corporate events. Price tag, $15,000. For a birthday party. For a girl who wouldn't speak to me. Jennifer brought it up over dinner, all smiles and excitement. Madison found the perfect place. She's been dreaming about this for years. It would mean so much to her. I glanced at Madison, who was picking at her food, earbuds in, completely disengaged. "Does she even want this?" I asked. "Of course she does," Jennifer said, laughing. "She just doesn't know how to express it. You know how teenagers are." I knew how Jennifer was. But I said yes anyway. $15,000. Non-refundable deposit due immediately. Madison didn't thank me. She didn't acknowledge the conversation. She just got up and left the table. The next 2 months were a blur of party planning. Madison and Jennifer spent hours talking about decorations, playlists, guest lists. I existed only as the funding source. When I asked about details, Jennifer would pat my hand and say, "Don't worry about it. We've got it handled." A week before the party, I asked Jennifer when we needed to be at the venue for setup. She looked at me strangely. "You are not doing setup, she said. Madison's friends are handling that. Okay. What time should I be there for the party? Another strange look. 7. But you don't need to arrive early or anything. Just show up when it starts. Something felt off, but I couldn't articulate what. I'd paid for the entire party. Shouldn't I be more involved? But Jennifer was already changing the subject, and I let her. The day of the party, I finished work early. Drove home, showered, put on the navy suit Jennifer had picked out for me. She was already dressed, looking elegant in a silver cocktail dress. Madison had left an hour earlier with friends to get ready at the venue. Ready? Jennifer asked, checking her lipstick in the hallway mirror. Ready. We took separate cars. Jennifer said she needed to leave early to help with cleanup and didn't want me to be stranded. Made sense at the time. I arrived at Grandview Estate at 7 sharp. The parking lot was packed. Music thumped from inside the venue. I could see lights, movement, the silhouettes of teenagers dancing through the windows. I walked up to the entrance. 2 security guards stood at the door, checking a list. I smiled, gave them my name. The first guard, a middle-aged man with a weathered face, looked at his tablet. Then looked at me. Then looked at the tablet again. Daniel Morrison? He asked. That's me. He glanced at his partner, a younger woman who pulled out her phone. She showed him something on the screen. His expression shifted from neutral to uncomfortable. Sir, I'm sorry, but you're not on the guest list. I laughed. There must be a mistake. I'm the stepfather. I paid for this party. The woman held up her phone so I could see the screen. It was a photo of me. My own face staring back at me. Below it, in bold text, do not allow entry. Under no circumstances. My breath stopped. For a moment, I couldn't process what I was seeing. That was my photo from Jennifer's Facebook, the one she'd posted on our anniversary. Someone had screenshotted it, cropped it, and turned it into a security alert. This came directly from the birthday girl, the male guard said gently. I'm sorry, sir. We can't let you in. I stood there, frozen. Around me, teenagers were arriving, laughing, greeting each other. They flowed past me into the party I'd funded. The party I was banned from attending. Is my wife inside? I asked, my voice distant. The guard checked his tablet. Jennifer Morrison? Yes, sir, she's on the approved list. Of course she was. I walked back to my car. Sat in the driver's seat. Stared at the venue where my $15,000 was currently entertaining people who didn't want me there. I called Jennifer. It went to voicemail. Called again. Voicemail. Sent a text, security won't let me in. They have my photo marked do not allow. Did you know about this? I waited 15 minutes. No response. I drove home. The house was dark and empty. I went upstairs, changed out of my suit, sat on the edge of the bed. My phone buzzed. Finally. But it wasn't Jennifer. It was Robert. I saw what she did, he said when I answered. No greeting, no preamble. His voice was flat, controlled, furious. You knew? Madison sent me the guest list last week. Wanted to make sure I saw that you weren't on it. She thought I'd find it funny. He paused. I didn't. I called her immediately. Told her what she was doing was cruel and unacceptable. She laughed at me. Said you deserved it for trying to replace me. I couldn't speak. My throat had closed up. I've been watching this for 3 years, Robert continued. Watching Jennifer poison Madison against you the same way she poisoned her against me. Watching Madison become a mirror image of her mother's manipulation. I kept hoping Madison would grow out of it, that she'd see what was happening. But tonight showed me she's too far gone. Jennifer knew, I said. It wasn't a question. Of course she knew. She probably suggested it. That's how she operates. She gets other people to do her violence. I heard something in the background on his end. Voices. Movement. Where are you? I asked. In my car. Outside Grandview Estate. I came to pick Madison up early. Had a long conversation with venue security about the photo ban. Then I had a longer conversation with Madison. She tried to deny it at first, then started crying, then got angry. Classic Jennifer playbook. He took a breath. I've cut off her college fund. Silence. I wasn't sure I'd heard correctly. What? The college fund I've been contributing to since she was born. It's in my name. She has no access without my approval. She's not getting a dime. Not for college, not for a car, not for anything. Not until she understands what she did tonight. Robert, that's extreme. You paid $15,000 for a party she banned you from attending. You've paid for her lifestyle for 3 years while she treated you like garbage. And you think consequences are extreme? His voice was sharp now. Madison needs to learn that actions have repercussions. Real ones. Not Jennifer's version where everything can be smoothed over with tears and excuses. I heard Jennifer's voice in the background, shrill and panicked. Then Madison, crying. They are heading to you right now to beg, Robert said. Jennifer will cry. Madison will apologize. They'll promise it was all a misunderstanding, that Madison's just a confused teenager, that they'll make it right. Don't fall for it. Lock your doors. He hung up. I sat there holding my phone, trying to process. The college fund was substantial. Robert was meticulous about money. He'd probably saved 6 figures, maybe more. And he just revoked all of it. 20 minutes later, I heard Jennifer's car in the driveway. The front door slammed open. Footsteps pounded up the stairs. Our bedroom door flew open. Jennifer's makeup was ruined, mascara streaking her cheeks. Madison stood behind her, red-eyed, shaking. Both of them were crying. Daniel, thank goodness you're home, Jennifer gasped. There's been a terrible mistake. Robert is being absolutely insane. Stop. I surprised myself with how calm my voice sounded. Just stop. Jennifer froze. What? Security showed me the photo. My photo. With instructions not to let me into the party I paid for. The party you both planned for months without once considering that maybe, just maybe, I should be welcome at it. Madison didn't mean it, Jennifer said quickly. She was upset, she made a stupid teenage decision. Did you know? I asked. Her hesitation told me everything. Did you know? I repeated. I knew she was struggling with having you at her party, Jennifer admitted. She said it felt weird, having you there when you're not her real father. I told her she needed to work through those feelings. When did she tell venue security? Silence. When? A week ago, Madison whispered. I sent them your photo and the instructions a week ago. I looked at Jennifer. You had a week to tell me. A week to fix this. Instead, you let me get dressed, drive to the venue, and get turned away by security guards who had to explain to me that I wasn't welcome at my own stepdaughter's birthday party. I thought she'd change her mind, Jennifer said, tears flowing faster now. I kept talking to her, trying to convince her to remove the restriction. I thought I had time. You had time to tell me. You chose not to. Madison stepped forward. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was angry and stupid and I didn't think about how it would make you feel. Please talk to my dad. Please tell him to give me my college fund back. I'll do anything. No. Both of them stared at me. No? Jennifer repeated. I'm not calling Robert. This is between you and him. You made a choice, Madison. You decided I wasn't worthy of attending a party I funded. You decided to humiliate me in front of strangers. You decided, for 3 years, that I wasn't worth speaking to, acknowledging, or showing basic human respect. Those were your choices. She's a child, Jennifer said desperately. She's 17. Old enough to drive. Old enough to make decisions about who attends her party. Old enough to face consequences. Madison crumpled, sliding down the doorframe to sit on the floor, sobbing. Jennifer knelt beside her, glaring at me. You were being cruel, she hissed. I'm being honest. There's a difference. I walked past them, down the stairs, into my home office. Closed the door. Sat at my desk. My hands were shaking. For 3 hours, Jennifer knocked periodically, pleading, reasoning, crying. I didn't answer. Eventually, the house went quiet. I heard Jennifer and Madison in the kitchen, their voices low and urgent. Planning their next approach, probably. Around midnight, I went upstairs. Jennifer was asleep on Madison's bed, still in her party dress. Madison was at her desk, staring at her laptop, face illuminated by the screen. She didn't look at me when I passed her door. The next morning, Jennifer tried again. Softer this time. More strategic. I understand why you're upset, she said, sitting across from me at the breakfast table. Madison was still asleep. You have every right to be. What Madison did was inexcusable. But she's learning. She's growing. Don't let Robert use this as an excuse to hurt her. He's not hurting her. He's teaching her. By destroying her future? By taking away her college education? Her future isn't destroyed. She can get scholarships. She can work. She can attend community college. Her college fund isn't a right, Jennifer. It's a privilege Robert provided. And she just demonstrated she doesn't appreciate privileges. Jennifer's expression hardened. So you're really going to side with him against us? Against us? I set down my coffee. There is no us. Not at that party. Not in this house. Madison has made it clear for 3 years that I'm not part of any us that includes her. You've enabled that. You've protected it. You've made excuses for it. And now you're shocked that I'm not rushing to fix the consequences? I've tried to build a relationship with you, Jennifer said, voice rising. I've tried to make this work. Madison is difficult, I know that, but I thought you were mature enough to look past a teenager's attitude. Built a relationship? I laughed, and it sounded bitter even to me. Jennifer, you've built an arrangement. I pay for everything. I stay quiet when Madison treats me like I'm invisible. I fund expensive parties I'm not welcome to attend. That's not a relationship. That's exploitation. Her face went pale. You think I'm using you? I think you're very good at getting what you need while making me feel guilty for expecting basic respect. She stood up, trembling. I can't believe you're saying this. I couldn't believe I was standing outside a party I paid for while security guards showed me my own photo marked as a security threat. But here we are. Jennifer left the kitchen. I heard her wake Madison, their voices urgent and angry behind her closed door. An hour later, both of them came downstairs. Madison's eyes were swollen from crying. I want to apologize, Madison said stiffly. It sounded rehearsed. What I did was wrong. I was angry and I took it out on you. It wasn't fair. I'm sorry. I waited. She glanced at Jennifer, who nodded encouragingly. That's it? I asked. Madison frowned. What do you mean? You apologized for the party. What about the 3 years before that? The silence. The disrespect. The way you've treated me like I'm an intruder in my own home. She looked genuinely confused. I was just being a teenager. No. You were being cruel. And your mother let you. Jennifer's face flushed. That's not fair. I've tried too. You've tried to keep the peace. Which meant letting Madison treat me however she wanted while I kept paying the bills. That stops now. What does that mean? Jennifer asked, voice tight. It means Madison can apologize to Robert herself. She can face the consequences of her actions. And she can figure out her own college funding. I'm done being the family bank account. Madison's face crumpled again. But I apologized. You said words your mother told you to say. That's not the same thing. Over the next week, the campaign intensified. Jennifer tried everything. Anger. Tears. Guilt. She told me I was punishing a child for one mistake. I reminded her it wasn't one mistake, it was 3 years of mistakes I've been ignoring. She said I was being vindictive. I said I was being realistic. Madison oscillated between apologetic and hostile. One day she'd leave notes around the house saying sorry. The next day she'd slam doors and blast music and ignore me completely. Jennifer defended every mood swing as teenage hormones. Robert called me twice that week. The first time to check how I was holding up. The second time to warn me. Jennifer is contacting lawyers, he said. She's exploring whether she can force me to release the college fund. She can't, but she'll try. And she's telling Madison that you're the one preventing me from giving it back. Of course she is. The manipulation won't stop. It'll just change tactics. Be prepared. He was right. By the end of the second week, Jennifer had reframed the entire situation. In her version, Robert had overreacted to a teenage prank. I'd sided with him to hurt her. Madison was the victim of 2 vindictive men who were using her as a pawn in their own conflict. She said this at a family dinner with my parents and brother. My mother looked horrified. My brother looked skeptical. Jennifer played her role perfectly, tearful and confused, unable to understand why her husband would abandon her daughter over such a small misunderstanding. When dinner ended, my brother pulled me aside. Tell me your side, he said. I did. All of it. The 3 years of silence. The $15,000 party. The security photo. The revelation that Jennifer knew and said nothing. My brother was quiet for a long time. Then, get out. What? Get out of that marriage. This isn't going to get better. Jennifer isn't going to change. Madison isn't going to suddenly respect you. You're pouring money and energy into people who fundamentally don't want you there. Get out before you waste more years. I went home that night and found Jennifer in Madison's room. They were looking at college brochures together, circling programs, making plans. Acting like nothing had changed. When Jennifer saw me in the doorway, she smiled. Madison is thinking about applying to state. It's more affordable without the full fund, but if we all contribute, it's manageable. We? I asked. Well, yes. You, me, maybe Robert will come around eventually. It's what families do. They support each other. That word again. Families. I looked at Madison. She was watching me with that calculating expression she'd perfected over 3 years. Waiting to see if I'd break. If I'd open my wallet again. I'm not contributing, I said. Jennifer's smile faded. Daniel, I'm not contributing to her college. I'm not contributing to this house anymore. I'm done. The room went silent. Madison's expression flickered from shock to anger to something that might have been fear. What are you saying? Jennifer asked carefully. I'm saying I want a divorce. It took Jennifer 3 days to truly panic. At first, she tried convincing me I was overreacting. Then she tried anger, accused me of abandoning them when they needed me most. Then came the bargaining. Madison will change, she promised. She's already been so much better. She talks to you now. She eats dinner with us. Give her more time. She talks to me because she wants something. That's not respect. That's manipulation. You are throwing away our marriage over a teenager's mistake. I'm ending a marriage where I'm valued only for my bank account. Jennifer hired a lawyer. So did I. The divorce proceedings were brutal. Jennifer wanted alimony, wanted half the house, wanted me to continue covering Madison's expenses until she turned 18. Her lawyer painted me as a cruel stepfather who'd turned his back on a troubled teen. My lawyer painted a different picture. 3 years of financial records showing I'd paid for everything while Jennifer contributed minimally. Testimony from Robert about Jennifer's history of manipulation. The security guard from the Grandview estate who confirmed the photo ban and explained how unusual it was for a birthday girl to explicitly bar her stepfather from a party he'd funded. The judge was not sympathetic to Jennifer's claims. We settled after 4 months. Jennifer got nothing beyond what she'd brought into the marriage. No alimony. No continued support for Madison. The house was mine. She moved out on a Tuesday morning, Madison helping her pack, both of them shooting me hostile looks as they carried boxes to the moving truck. Madison never apologized. Not really. Not in any meaningful way. She'd lost her college fund, her stepfather's financial support, and her mother's comfortable lifestyle. And she still couldn't understand what she'd done wrong. The last thing Jennifer said to me, standing in the empty living room surrounded by the outlines where furniture used to be, "You know what you've done to us? You've destroyed Madison's future. Over pride. Over ego. You couldn't stand that a teenage girl didn't worship you, so you punished her for it." I looked at her. Really looked at her. Saw the woman I'd thought I loved, the woman who'd made me feel needed and valued. Saw through it to the calculating survivor underneath who'd viewed me as a resource, not a partner. "I didn't destroy Madison's future," I said quietly. "You did. You taught her that people were tools to be used and discarded. That cruelty without consequences was acceptable. That apologies were just words to smooth things over without real change. You turned her into you. And now you're both learning that some people eventually stop accepting the treatment." She left without responding. That was 8 months ago. I still live in the same house. The silence is different now. It's not the hostile, oppressive silence of living with people who resent your existence. It's peaceful. Empty, but peaceful. Robert and I meet for coffee occasionally. We don't talk about Jennifer or Madison much. We talk about work, about sports, about the weather. We've become strange allies, two men who loved the same woman and learned too late what she was. He still hasn't released Madison's college fund. She's attending community college, working part-time at a retail store, living with Jennifer in a 2-bedroom apartment across town. Robert says Madison called him once to apologize. He asked her what specifically she was apologizing for. She couldn't articulate it. Just kept saying she was sorry things turned out this way. She's sorry about the consequences, Robert told me. Not the actions. That's not the same thing. He's right. And maybe someday Madison will understand the difference. Maybe she'll look back on that sweet 16 party and realize what it cost her. Maybe she'll recognize her mother's patterns in her own behavior and choose differently. Or maybe she won't. Maybe she'll spend her life blaming everyone else for the consequences of her choices, just like Jennifer does. Either way, it's not my problem anymore. I still think about that moment outside the Grandview estate sometimes. Standing in the parking lot while security guards showed me my own face marked as a threat. The music thumping inside. The teenagers laughing. My wife inside, knowing exactly what was happening, choosing her daughter's cruelty over my dignity. That was the moment everything crystallized. Not when Jennifer defended Madison's behavior. Not when I paid for things without acknowledgement. Not even when Madison treated me like furniture for 3 years. It was that moment. Standing outside. Holding my phone with Jennifer's unanswered texts. Understanding that I had funded my own humiliation. People say revenge is petty. That the high road is always better. That you should forgive and move on. But here's what I learned. Sometimes the high road means establishing boundaries. Sometimes forgiveness means removing yourself from situations where you're consistently disrespected. Sometimes moving on means letting people face the natural consequences of their actions without rushing in to save them. I didn't get revenge on Jennifer or Madison. I didn't need to. I just stopped protecting them from themselves. Robert did the same. Cut off the college fund. Let Madison struggle. Refused to bail her out when natural consequences finally arrived. Neither of us acted out of malice. We acted out of exhaustion. Out of the realization that enabling someone's worst behavior isn't love, it's complicity. My brother asks me sometimes if I regret the marriage. I don't. I learned something valuable about myself. I learned that I'd tolerated disrespect for too long, that I'd confused financial provision with emotional connection, that I'd been so desperate to make the marriage work that I'd ignored every warning sign. I won't make those mistakes again. Last week, I ran into one of Madison's friends at a grocery store. She recognized me, looked uncomfortable, tried to hurry past. I stopped her. "How's Madison doing?" I asked. The girl hesitated. "She's okay. Working a lot. School's hard without the money her dad was paying. Does she understand why he cut her off?" Another hesitation. Then, quietly, "She says it was because you poisoned him against her. That you and her dad teamed up to punish her for being a teenager." I nodded. I'd expected nothing less. Jennifer's narrative would persist. Madison would believe it because believing it was easier than facing her own responsibility. "Thanks for telling me the truth," I said. The girl looked at me with something like pity. For what it's worth, a lot of us knew what she did was wrong. With the photo and everything. We told her not to do it. But Madison was always kind of. She trailed off. "Kind of what?" "Like her mom," the girl finished. "Always the victim. Always someone else's fault." She left quickly after that, probably worried she'd said too much. But it confirmed what I already knew. Madison hadn't changed. Wouldn't change. Was becoming exactly what her mother had molded her to be. And I was free of it. Free of the silent treatment. Free of the financial bleeding. Free of being gaslit into thinking I was overreacting to mistreatment. Free of being told that my expectation of basic respect was unreasonable. Some nights I still wake up angry. Not at Madison, really. She was 17, influenced by her mother, caught in a pattern she maybe didn't fully understand. But at Jennifer. At the years of manipulation. At the way she'd used her daughter as a weapon while pretending to be a mediator. At how she'd convinced me that tolerating abuse was the same as being mature. Then I remember I'm in my own house. Alone. No hostile teenager upstairs. No manipulative wife rewriting history in real time. Just me and the consequences of choosing myself for once. It's not revenge if you're just stepping aside and letting people face reality. It's not punishment if the consequences are natural outcomes of their choices. It's not cruelty if you're simply refusing to be cruel to yourself anymore. That's what I tell myself, anyway. Robert says Madison might come around someday. That real consequences sometimes crack through the narrative. That hitting rock bottom can be the wake-up call people need, maybe. Or maybe she'll spend decades blaming everyone else. Maybe she'll tell her future therapist about the evil stepfather and vindictive biological father who destroyed her college dreams. Maybe she'll never examine her own role in what happened. I can't control that. I can only control my own boundaries. So here's what I know. I spent 3 years funding my own humiliation. I spent thousands of dollars supporting people who viewed me as a cash machine. I tolerated disrespect, dismissal, and outright hostility because I wanted to be a good stepfather, a good husband, a good man. And the moment I stopped, when I refused to call Robert and beg him to reverse consequences that Madison had earned, when I filed for divorce and reclaimed my life, I became the villain in their story. I can live with that. Because living as the doormat in their reality was killing me. The house is quiet now. The kind of quiet that feels like exhaling after holding your breath for years. No footsteps avoiding me in the hallway. No conversation stopping when I enter a room. No silent accusations embedded in every interaction. Just quiet. Sometimes people ask if I'll ever remarry. If I'll try again. If I've learned to trust. Maybe. Eventually. When I've fully processed what happened. When I can recognize the red flags I missed with Jennifer. When I'm confident I won't confuse someone's need for my resources with genuine affection. For now, I'm relearning what it feels like to exist in my own space without constantly anticipating cruelty. Without funding other people's lives at the expense of my own dignity. Without confusing financial provision with emotional connection. It feels like freedom. That photo of me marked "Do Not Allow Entry" changed everything. Not because it was the worst thing Madison did, but because it was impossible to rationalize. Jennifer couldn't explain it away. I couldn't pretend it was teenage hormones or adjustment issues. It was clear, deliberate cruelty with my wife's silent approval. And Robert's phone call, his flat voice saying he'd seen what happened and cut off the college fund, that was the permission I needed to stop saving them from themselves. We talk about it sometimes, Robert and I, about enabling. About the difference between supporting someone and becoming their source of unearned comfort. About how teaching consequences is actually more loving than shielding someone from reality. We don't know if Madison will ever get it. Don't know if she'll look back at 17 and cringe at her behavior. Don't know if she'll ever thank her father for refusing to fund her cruelty. But we know we did the right thing. For us, if not for her. So I live in my quiet house. I work. I see friends. I go to therapy and untangle years of gaslighting. I rebuild my sense of what's normal in relationships, what's acceptable, what I deserve. And sometimes, late at night, I think about that moment in the parking lot. Security showing me my own face. The party happening without me. Jennifer inside, knowing. And I think, what if I'd begged Robert to release the fund? What if I'd accepted Madison's hollow apology? What if I'd stayed married, kept paying, kept tolerating, kept hoping? I'd still be standing outside, metaphorically. Still funding parties I wasn't welcome at. Still married to someone who saw me as a resource. Still believing that love meant accepting whatever treatment people chose to give me. Instead, I'm here. Free. Quiet. Learning who I am without someone actively reshaping my reality to suit their narrative. That photo was meant to humiliate me. To put me in my place. To remind me that I was tolerated, not valued. That my money was welcome but my presence was not. But it saved me. Because it was so blatant, so undeniable, so impossible to excuse that it finally cracked through my denial. Finally let me see what Robert had been trying to tell me from the beginning. Finally gave me permission to stop accepting unacceptable treatment. So maybe it wasn't revenge at all. Maybe it was just clarity. The kind that comes when someone shows you exactly who they are and you finally believe them. Jennifer and Madison are living their lives somewhere across town. Building their narrative. Casting themselves as victims. Explaining to anyone who'll listen how two vindictive men ruin their lives over a misunderstanding. Let them. Their narrative doesn't touch me anymore. Doesn't shape my reality. Doesn't convince me I'm wrong for expecting respect. I know what happened. Robert knows what happened. The security guards know. Madison's friends who told her not to do it know. The judge who granted my divorce knew. That's enough. I don't need vindication from them. Don't need Madison to admit she was wrong. Don't need Jennifer to acknowledge her manipulation. I just need to keep living my life without them in it. And some mornings I wake up and realize I haven't thought about them in days. That the anger is fading. That the quiet isn't empty anymore, it's peaceful. That's when I know I made the right choice. That's when I know the real revenge wasn't refusing to save them from consequences. The real revenge was saving myself. 3 months after the divorce was finalized, my brother invited me to his daughter's birthday party. Another teenage celebration. Another chance to watch families interact normally. I almost didn't go. The thought of being around a sweet 16 again made my stomach turn. But this was my niece, and she'd specifically asked for me to be there. The party was at my brother's house. No hired venue, no security guards, no guest lists. Just family and close friends in the backyard with string lights and a homemade cake. My niece ran up when I arrived, hugged me, thanked me for coming. Simple. Genuine. The way things should be. I stood there holding a gift bag, feeling something crack open inside my chest. This was normal. This was what I'd been missing. Not the grand gestures or expensive parties, but basic human warmth. Being wanted. Being valued for existing, not for what I could provide. My brother found me later, standing alone by the fence, watching the teenagers dance to music playing from someone's phone. "You okay?" he asked. "Yeah. Just thinking about how different this is." He didn't need me to explain. He'd watched the whole thing unfold. Watched me marry Jennifer, watched me get slowly hollowed out, watched me finally walk away. He squeezed my shoulder. "You did the right thing," he said. "I know it doesn't always feel like it. But you did." I nodded. Some days I believed it. Other days I still questioned everything. But standing there, watching my niece laugh with her friends, being part of something genuine, I felt the first real stirrings of peace. A week later, I got an unexpected message. From Madison. It was late. Past midnight. A wall of text that appeared on my phone screen like a confession or a grenade, I wasn't sure which. "I know you probably don't want to hear from me. Mom said I shouldn't contact you. But I've been thinking a lot lately. About everything. About how I treated you. I'm in therapy now. Court ordered because of some stuff at school. And my therapist keeps asking me questions I don't know how to answer. Like why I was so angry at you. What you actually did to deserve how I acted. And I can't think of anything real. Just that you weren't my dad. That you were trying to replace him. But you never actually did that. You just existed in my space and I hated you for it. I'm not apologizing. I don't think I'm ready for that yet. But I wanted you to know I'm starting to see it differently. That maybe I was wrong. About some of it. Maybe most of it. I don't know. I'm still figuring it out. I read it 3 times. Looked for the manipulation, the angle, the request for money that would inevitably follow. But there was nothing. Just raw, confused honesty from a girl who was finally, maybe, starting to question her own narrative. I didn't respond that night. Or the next day. I sat with it. Showed it to Robert during one of our coffee meetings. "She sent me something similar," he said. "Not quite as self-aware. Still a lot of blaming and justifying. But it's a start. The therapist is apparently very good. Doesn't let Madison get away with victim narratives." "Are you going to give her the fun back?" I asked. "Not yet. Maybe not ever. She needs to prove she understands what she did wrong, not just that she's sorry things turned out badly for her. Those are different things." He paused. "Have you decided if you'll respond?" "I don't know. Part of me wants to. Part of me thinks responding just opens a door I worked hard to close. Both can be true, Robert said. You don't owe her forgiveness. You don't owe her a relationship. But if you want to respond, that doesn't make you weak. It makes you human. I thought about it for another week. Finally, I sent a short message back. I appreciate you reaching out. I'm glad you're in therapy. Real growth is hard and uncomfortable, and it sounds like you're doing the work. I don't know if we'll ever have a relationship, but I hope you keep questioning things. Keep examining your patterns. Keep being honest with yourself. That's the only way forward. She didn't respond. But 2 days later, Robert told me Madison had asked him if he thought I hated her. He'd told her the truth, that I probably didn't hate her, but I didn't trust her either. That trust was something she'd have to rebuild over years, not weeks. That some bridges, once burned, can't be fully reconstructed. Madison apparently cried. Then asked how to start rebuilding. I told her the first step was accepting that she might never get back what she lost, Robert said. That sometimes consequences are permanent. She didn't like that answer. What did she say? She said it wasn't fair. That she was 17 and stupid and everyone makes mistakes. I told her that was true, but the size of the mistake matters. And treating someone like garbage for 3 years, then banning them from a party they funded, that wasn't a small mistake. That was a pattern of behavior. I found myself feeling something unexpected. Not forgiveness exactly. Not even sympathy. But a kind of distant hope. That maybe Madison would learn. That maybe this would be the thing that broke through her mother's programming and let her become someone different. Someone better. Or maybe not. Maybe she'd eventually give up on self-examination and slide back into Jennifer's worldview. Blame everyone else. Play the victim. Repeat the patterns. Either way, it wasn't my responsibility anymore. Jennifer, predictably, had a different reaction to Madison's therapy revelations. She called me exactly once, 3 months post-divorce. I answered out of morbid curiosity. You've poisoned my daughter against me, she said without preamble. Her therapist has convinced her I'm some kind of manipulative villain. Madison barely speaks to me now. She questions everything I say. Accuses me of gaslighting her. This is your fault. I almost laughed. Almost. Jennifer, I haven't spoken to Madison except for one text message. Her therapist is doing what therapists do, helping her examine her patterns and behaviors. If that's making her question you, maybe that's something you need to reflect on. Reflect on what? Being a good mother? Protecting my daughter from men who wanted to control her? Is that really what you think I was doing? Trying to control Madison? You wanted her to worship you. To be grateful. To perform affection she didn't feel. That's control. I was quiet for a moment. Trying to find the words. I wanted basic respect. Basic acknowledgement of my existence. I wanted to not be treated like a walking ATM. That's not control, Jennifer. That's the bare minimum of human decency. You were rewriting history. No. I'm finally seeing it clearly. And so is Madison, apparently. And you can't stand it. She hung up. I blocked her number. Should have done it months earlier, but some part of me had been waiting for this call. Waiting for her to reveal that she'd learned nothing, changed nothing, understood nothing. She didn't disappoint. My therapist says I'm making progress. That I'm learning to identify manipulation tactics, to trust my own perceptions, to maintain boundaries without guilt. She also says I have a long way to go. That 3 years of gaslighting doesn't undo itself in a few months of therapy sessions. Some days are harder than others. I'll see a family at a restaurant, a stepdad laughing with his teenage stepdaughter, and I'll feel this sharp twist of grief. Not for Jennifer or Madison specifically, but for what I'd hoped we could be. For the fantasy I'd bought into. Other days I feel nothing but relief. I wake up in my quiet house, make coffee, sit on my back porch, and feel grateful for the silence. No hostility. No tension. No walking on eggshells. Just peace. Robert says Madison is doing better at community college. Working hard, keeping her grades up, learning to manage without the financial cushion she'd always taken for granted. She's still living with Jennifer, but the relationship is strained. Madison is pulling away, creating distance, questioning the narrative she'd been fed her entire life. Do you think she'll come out of this okay? I asked Robert last week. He considered. Define okay. Will she be successful? Probably. Will she have healthy relationships? That depends on whether she keeps doing the work. Whether she fully separates from Jennifer's influence. Whether she learns to take real accountability instead of performing it. And Jennifer? Jennifer will never change. She's too invested in her victim narrative. Too comfortable with manipulation. She'll find someone else eventually. Someone new to fund her lifestyle. Someone who doesn't see the patterns until it's too late. He looked at me. You got out. That's what matters. He's right. I got out. Before I lost more years. Before I became so numb to the mistreatment that I forgot what healthy relationships look like. Before I internalized Jennifer's version of reality so deeply that I couldn't find my way back to my own perceptions. The photo still haunts me sometimes. My face on that security guard's tablet, marked as a threat. The casual cruelty of it. The deliberate humiliation. But I'm starting to reframe it. Not as the worst moment of my life, but as the moment that saved me. The moment the cognitive dissonance finally became too much. The moment I couldn't rationalize or excuse or minimize anymore. That photo was a gift, in the cruelest possible wrapping. It was truth I couldn't deny. Reality I couldn't rewrite. Disrespect so blatant that even Jennifer's best manipulations couldn't explain it away. So I keep it. Not the photo itself, but the memory. Sharp and clear. A reminder of what I escaped. A touchstone for when I start doubting myself, wondering if I overreacted, questioning if I should have tried harder. I tried for 3 years. I tried so hard I lost myself in the process. And it was never going to be enough because Jennifer and Madison didn't want me to succeed. They wanted me to fund their lives while accepting whatever scraps of acknowledgement they chose to offer. That's not a relationship. That's exploitation with emotional wallpaper. I'm learning to date again. Slowly. Carefully. With much better boundaries and a much more sensitive manipulation detector. My first few attempts were disasters. I kept finding women who reminded me of Jennifer in subtle ways. The way they'd frame requests as emergencies. The way they'd create crises that required my immediate financial or emotional intervention. The way they'd make me feel responsible for their happiness. My therapist helped me see the pattern. I was unconsciously seeking out people who needed saving because that had been my role with Jennifer. I'd equated being needed with being loved. Now I'm looking for something different. Mutual respect. Equal effort. Someone who wants me there, not someone who needs me there. Someone who adds to my life instead of constantly requiring me to add to theirs. It's harder than it sounds. But I'm learning. Last month, I went back to the Grandview estate. Not for an event. Just to see it. To stand in that parking lot where everything changed. The venue was hosting a wedding. I could see the ceremony through the windows. Bride and groom, families celebrating, everyone welcome. Everyone wanted. I stood there for maybe 10 minutes. Feeling the echo of that night. The shock. The humiliation. The dawning realization that I'd been living in a carefully constructed delusion. Then I got back in my car and drove home. The memory didn't have power over me anymore. It was just a thing that happened. A painful chapter that led to necessary change. People keep asking when I'll be ready to move on completely. When I'll stop talking about it in therapy. When I'll stop thinking about Jennifer and Madison. I don't know. Maybe never completely. Maybe some experiences are too formative to fully leave behind. Maybe the point isn't to forget, but to integrate. To take the lessons without keeping the pain. What I do know, I'm better now than I was. Stronger. More aware. Less willing to tolerate disrespect in the name of keeping peace. More insistent on my own worth. And Madison's college fund remains frozen. Robert hasn't budged. He tells her the same thing every time she brings it up. Demonstrate real change over sustained time, not just perform apologies or temporary good behavior. Show that you understand what you did and why it was wrong. Show that you've become someone different. She's working on it. Whether she'll succeed is an open question. But that's her journey now. Not mine. Mine is learning to live without constantly anticipating cruelty. Without funding other people's lives at the expense of my own dignity. Without confusing financial provision with emotional connection. Some people think Robert and I were too harsh. That we punished a teenager for being a teenager. That cutting off the college fund was vindictive and extreme. But those people weren't there. They didn't see the 3 years of contempt. The deliberate, sustained cruelty. The way Madison would look through me like I was furniture. The way Jennifer would enable and excuse every bit of it while presenting herself as a helpless mediator. They didn't stand outside that venue holding a photo of themselves marked as a security threat. They didn't fund their own humiliation for years while being told they were oversensitive for expecting respect. So their opinions, while noted, don't carry much weight. The people who matter understand. My brother. Robert. My therapist. My real friends who watched it all unfold. They know this wasn't revenge. This was survival. And maybe, eventually, Madison will understand too. Maybe she'll look back on all of this and recognize the gift Robert gave her by refusing to bail her out. The gift I gave her by refusing to advocate for her with him. The gift of natural consequences that forced her to examine herself. Or maybe she'll stay bitter. Stay convinced she was the victim. Stay trapped in Jennifer's narrative forever. Either way, I'm free. Finally, completely, genuinely free. And that photo, that horrible moment in the parking lot, that public humiliation that broke me open and forced me to see reality clearly for the first time in 3 years? It was the best worst thing that ever happened to me. Because it set me free.